In light of getting my own physical copy of this book, I've decided I'm going to reread the first 5 chapters of Paul Watkins's book. As no offense, but the archived PDF version has errors that were not the same as in this physical copy. And so I present to you Paul Watkins, Manson's former number 2 man, with Guillermo Soldad. My Life with Charles Manson. From flower child family to murdering cult, Paul Watkins was there. He lived it. His story goes far beyond Helter Skelter. A quote from Vincent Bugliosi. $2.25. A Bantam book. Follow the leader, Charles Mills Manson. He spent more of his life in prison than he did on the outside. Yet he nurtured his family on visions of love. Then came the Beatles' White Album, with the song Helter Skelter. His message suddenly changed to bloody Holocaust. Susan, Sadie, Denise Atkins, Leslie Lulu Van Houten, Patricia Katie Krenwinkel, Charles Tex Watson, Lynette Squeaky Fromme, Manson's personal girlfriend, and others followed his command blindly, without question. Paul Watkins, a Southern California golden boy, turned high school dropout and family man, was groomed as Manson's successor. He begged, borrowed, and stole from Manson. He endured Manson's ravings and rages, but he refused to be an architect of the ultimate helter-skelter vision, even if refusal virtually guaranteed that he would be its first victim. This is their story. My Life with Charles Manson. Paul Watkins with Guillermo Soldad. A Bantam book, June 1979. Grateful acknowledgement is made to G.W. Yuscaron for permission to quote passages from his book, Desert Winds, published in Tegucigalpa, Honduras by Guaro Paz in 1973. All rights reserved. Copyright 1979 by Paul Watkins and Guillermo Soldad. This book may not be reproduced in whole or in part by mimeograph or any other means without permission. For information address, Bantam Books, Inc. ISBN 0-553-12788-8. Published simultaneously in the United States and Canada. Bantam Books are published by Bantam Books, Inc. Its trademark, consisting of the words Bantam Books and the portrayal of a bantam, is registered in U.S. Patent and Trademark Office in other countries. Marca Registrada Bantam Books, Inc., 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 100-119. Printed in the United States of America. Author's note. It's been 10 years since I lived with Charles Manson and the family. Yet, people still ask me, weren't you shocked by the Tate LaBianca murders? Sure, I was shocked, revolted, but in many ways, certainly in retrospect, not surprised. I went through Charles Manson's whole trip. I knew Charlie, Tex, Charles Watson, Katie, Patricia Krenwinkel, Sadie, Susan Atkins, Leslie Van Houten, Clem, Steve Grogan, and others before they became murderers. As brothers, sisters, and friends, we shared the daily experience and dramas that became Helter Skelter. What happened to them might well have happened to a lot of people at that time. It is a bizarre, frightening, yet enlightening story, a full circle story. Nothing that has been written thus far has come close to explaining it. But it can be explained. I can explain it. It's taken a long time. I've paid my dues, and I want to tell it as it really was. I ask only that the reader recall the ambience of the late 60s, perhaps the most turbulent and chaotic time in America in the last 30 years. I ask, too, that he or she attempt, which may be well impossible, to see Charles Manson afresh, as I did, before the murders and violence. These are the facts as I remember them. Only when I have flowered will the hillsides come to color. W.G. Euskaron. Part 1. I am you, and you are me. Chapter 1. On the day I met Charles Manson, March 16th, 1968, there was enough wind to drive the clouds and the smog out of the LA basin. I remember standing on a ridge above Topanga Canyon looking out over the valley. The mountains beyond San Fernando were clearly delineated, and I could make out the confluence of highways which compose the LA freeway system, and beyond it, the congestion of greater Los Angeles. It felt good to be miles away from all that, shirtless in the afternoon sun. I took a leak, then hiked back through the oak grove to my campsite to smoke a number. Several months before, I had left my home in Thousand Oaks and had dropped out of high school, giving up my senior year and the office of student body president. By that time, I had lost all interest in my studies. I preferred smoking grass and playing music to sitting in a classroom. The world seemed utterly insane to me, and I began experimenting with other drugs, until I was busted for marijuana and put on probation in December 1967. That same week, 2 friends of mine came back from Vietnam, dead. Others my age were enlisting. There was racial violence throughout the country, riots daily, plus the overriding awareness that a nuclear holocaust could wipe out everything. But the roots went deeper. I remember my parents on the day John Kennedy was shot, and how that event devastated them and so many others. It seemed in a way that many never got over it, that afterward they stuck their heads in the sand and decided to live without feelings, without seeing. They didn't recognize in the midst of all the violence, assassinations, profiteering, and suffering of the late 60s that there was a new spirit being born, something hopeful in the air. I saw that hope in what later became known as the psychedelic revolution, the moment of America's youth. While police described me then as a hippie and a runaway, I considered myself a fugitive flower child in search of enlightenment and truth. I took a hit off my joint and lay back in the waving mustard weed to let the hot sun bathe my face. From the hillside where my tent was pitched, near the top of the ridge in the middle of a mustard weed patch, I looked directly down through a stand of eucalyptus and oak to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, which stretched from the valley to the Pacific Coast Highway. Hidden from the road, I could observe at my leisure the endless procession of cars weaving back and forth through the canyon. I had chosen this vantage point for strategic reasons. Probation authorities were still searching for me, following the December marijuana bust at Half Moon Bay. The bust was a real revelation. Certainly, it made me more sympathetic later to the plight of Charlie and the family. It happened while I was living in the mountains around Big Sur with a friend called Blackbeard Charlie Melton. Blackbeard was another runaway from L.A. who had shined on suburbia to take to the hills. He was 19, a full-on Kerouac Dharma bum who could assume the full lotus at the drop of a hat and fall immediately into trance-like meditation. He was tall and slender with a gaunt El Greco face, which seemed compatible with his vagrant lifestyle. Brown, wide-set eyes highlighted his dark complexion. His hair hung to well below his shoulders and tied at the base of his skull with a strip of rawhide. Blackbeard was a student of Eastern religions and taught me a lot about survival and the wilderness with a pack on my back. We had made camp at Hot Springs Canyon near Esalen and were committed to the gypsy life, wandering through the forests and along the California coastline. 2 weeks after we arrived at Hot Springs, however, the weather turned unbearably cold and rainy, and we agreed to pack up and go looking for a warmer, drier scene. That fateful morning, we rolled out early to watch the sun rise through a gray drizzle beside our teepee. We shared a breakfast of apricots, raisins, and chamomile tea before loading our packs and setting out for the highway. We were both wearing Levi's and moccasins, and I was carrying a pound of grass in a bag strapped to my waist, a stash I had early escaped with during the bust of a hippie commune in the valley. We cut holes in our blankets to make ponchos, which covered our bodies and helped keep us dry on our trek out of the canyon to the highway. We didn't care much which direction we went, so once we reached the road, Blackbeard stood on one side and I went to the other. It didn't take long. Within 5 minutes, we had our first ride. A freezing-ass ordeal in the back of a Chevy pickup, which took us to Daly City. From there, we flagged down an old-timer driving a 50 Plymouth who must have been blind as a bat. It was a trip. Kept asking if we were in the military. Said he used to be. Said he didn't know what the world was coming to. Couldn't trust anyone. Not even your own mother, but that his mother was dead and that having arthritis didn't help. A damn. He told us his name was R.D. and that it stood for real dirty. But you boys can call me Red. We drank a shot of brandy with him before he let us out on Polk Street in San Francisco. Then we stood on the curb and waved as he disappeared into the morning fog. The city seemed cold and inhospitable that day. We spent the morning wandering the seats, lugging our packs around, resting on corners, watching people. Sometime around noon, we took a bus ride to get warm, but the driver gave us the evil eye for 10 blocks, so we got off. All the Christmas shit was up. Window displays, styrofoam Santas, colored lights, phony greenery, most of it dripping wet and pathetic looking. We hiked over to Hippie Hill and found it nearly deserted. The mood had changed completely since the summer of '66 when I first visited the Haight. Instead of hippies and flower children, we saw only derelicts and hardcore junkies trying to score booze and smack. Everything seemed depressed and stony, and by late afternoon we wound up in Golden Gate Park, drinking hot tea and feeding the gulls. When it started to rain again, I was ready to split. Hey man, let's boogie out of here. What's up, Paul? The rain, man, I'm catching cold. I feel like getting dry. Where to? Anywhere. Let's just go. We packed up our gear, took a hit of acid, and left the park, trudging all the way to the highway. By the time we got there, it was bitter cold, but the rain had stopped, and through a mist reminiscent of that morning, we watched the sun disappear into the sea. One ride with a jocular young sailor and his beer-swilling girlfriend took us to the outskirts of Half Moon Bay. From there, we set out, walking toward town in silence, still coming onto the acid. The road was wet, and the wheels of passing traffic made a hissing sound against the pavement. I thought of the highway as a snake, hissing as we moved along its back. We hadn't walked 100 yards when a highway patrolman pulled over, wanting to see our IDs. The cop was a big, swaggering dude with a wide, sanguine face and freckles. The more I looked at his face, the more the freckles looked like islands on some vast sea of skin. He said I'd been walking like a drunk, and he stood over me with his flashlight while I fished through my wallet for the ID. I had two. One, a driver's license that was legal, the other, a draft card that wasn't. I found the cards and he seized them both, but I was feeling confident, even friendly. Which one of these is you? His voice was hard. The license is for real. But hey man, I'm old enough to be on the road. It's cool. Hey, I'd like you to meet my friend, Blackbeard Charlie. The cop ignored my introduction and told us to walk on down the highway to the drive-in restaurant where there was more light. We did, and he followed us, radioing in the meantime to another squad car, which careened into the parking lot just after we got there. By then, Blackbeard was all booted out in the full Lotus, under a neon light. In front of him, he had laid out his driver's license, his draft card, and a Bible. The big cop was still examining my ID. "What's with Moses?" he asked, gesturing toward Charlie. I shrugged. The other two cops were looking at his ID, but he didn't bat an eyelash, and they didn't disturb him. They just looked at the ID, then set it down again. "What do you have on your back, Mr. Watkins?" The big guy wanted to know. "Camping gear." "Let's have a look." "You can't search me without a warrant." The cop sniggered, reaching out for the poncho. "Hey man, you're supposed to be the law." I pushed his hand away. "This is my house. You can't enter my house. I didn't do anything." The acid had slowed things down, had removed the filters from my vision. The cop seemed enormous to me now, like Goliath or King Kong, and I felt as though I were acting out a role in some ancient, preordained myth, and that somehow the outcome was already a matter of destiny. The cop was furious now. "I said, take it off." "Fuck no. I'm a sovereign being. You're violating my universe, man." He grabbed me at the pack, and the two other cops lurched over to help. I was more exhilarated than scared, driven by an impulse I could only obey as I listened to the cops grunting while trying to pinion my arms. My blood was surging, my adrenaline pumping, and for a time I held them off. But then the big one slammed a leg in behind my knee and threw me to the ground. He had one foot on my neck and the other on my hand, which he crunched into the pavement. I felt the toe of his boot grinding against my fingers. At the same time, the gravel was cutting into my face. My flesh peeled away onto his boots, onto the gravel. I was aware of warm blood trickling across my skin. I could smell it. Panicked again, I began kicking and flailing like some beached mammal. That's when Blackbeard came to life and tried to help me, but one of the cops collared him. "Hey, Paul," Charlie shouted. "Give it up, man. Shit, it ain't worth it." No, they can't do this," I gasped. "This isn't the law." "This is the law, Sonny," the big guy snarled, ripping my pack from my back. "This boot on your neck is the law, and don't forget it." His words fell on my ears like some sort of substance pounded out of cold air. I heard the words being repeated over and over again. Then I felt them like a liquid being poured into my head. But it was my own blood I felt, dripping. And I knew he was right. That one man overpowering another, inflicting his will, is the bottom line of the law. Ironically, this revelation elated me. I was in a spaced-out daze when the big guy jerked me to my feet and held me while one of the other cops rummaged through my pack, scattering food, clothing, and utensils on the ground. Patrons from the drive-in had gathered in an excited gaggle outside the door to watch. I was bloody and exhausted, yet filled with a sense of buoyance, as though I had played my part well and was being cosmically rewarded. Blackbeard, meanwhile, had resumed the Lotus beneath the light, his eyes closed, his face mirroring an inscrutable calm. "I found the marijuana," came the proclamation as a cop jerked the bag from the debris, as if to prove to everyone, including the spectators, that it had all been worth it. His proclamation struck me as uproariously comical, and I burst out laughing and cheering at the same time. It seemed to me then that we were all members of some comic acting troupe, a band of gypsy thespians performing on the roadside. And as the proclamation continued, "In the name of San Mateo County, District, you are hereby," I continued to cheer and to clap my hands. That's when I noticed the other cop gaping at my hands in unmasked horror. Then they were all looking at them. I looked down. Both hands were crumpled, my shirt torn to shreds, my arms cut and bleeding. My face was a gouged conglomerate of gravel, dirt, and blood. For several moments I stared down at my hands. I looked mangled beyond repair. The big cop had taken off his handcuffs, and he stood over me hesitating. Then I calmly reached down with one hand and straightened the fingers of the other, feeling the bones crunch and crackle back into place, resetting both hands while the cops gawked at me. At last I opened and closed both hands several times to make sure they worked, before holding them out like raw hamburger to the big cop they called Ben. He slapped the cuffs on me, then heaved me bodily into the back of his car. "Get your ass up and out of here, Moses," he barked as I maneuvered into a sitting position in time to watch Blackbeard collecting the gear from the parking lot and stuffing it into my pack. Then Big Ben got in his car and the other two cops got in theirs, while the crowd around the restaurant began to disperse. That's when Charlie ran up to the car and shouted, "Hey, Paul, hang tough, amigo. See you soon." We brodied out into the highway amid a swirl of gravel and mud, and all kinds of things flashed through my head, like maybe I'd go to jail for 20 years. Marijuana was a big offense in those days, but I wasn't really scared. In fact, I felt a strange sort of satisfaction. The acid brought me to the realization that I had created the episode myself, had generated my own personal catharsis at the cops' expense. I didn't blame them. If anything, I felt slightly guilty for deceiving them. Sitting Indian style in the cage in the back of the squad car, I watched the clouds clear. I could see hundreds of stars glittering crisply in the heavens. Everything seemed clean and promising, and gradually a flood of emotion swelled up inside me. Tears streamed down my face. It seemed as though I had been stomped on and stamped with the mark of civilization, but that I had survived and was still free. I flashed on Blackbeard sitting in the full lotus and smiled through my tears. I saw the strength in his face and the light in his eyes when he shouted at me through the window, and I felt like a warrior. The moon broke through the clouds, and Big Ben and I watched it out the window. He saw the tears and asked if my hand was okay. "Yeah, it's okay." I was booked in San Mateo and released the following morning to the custody of my parents in Los Angeles. I ran away again, and a week later I met Blackbeard in Malibu. We pawed around together for several weeks before he split for New Mexico. That's when I moved to my tent in Topanga Canyon, which is where this story started. On the day I met Charles Manson. After watching a wedding caravan scream up the canyon, I remember horns blaring and the flowing streamers and tin cans tied to the cars. I pulled my pack out of the tent and ate some dried peaches and a handful of raisins, which I washed down with water from a canteen. Then I kicked off my moccasins and took out my French horn. The instant I started to play, 2 blue jays who hung out in a nearby scrub oak came out and started squawking. They'd been there ever since I set up camp, and they squawked each time I played music. But no one else did. There was no one else around. It was my custom to sit on that hillside for hours, playing the music to trees and wildflowers, watching the leaves blowing and twisting as if they were dancing to the tune I played. The sensitivity of massive gnarled limbs betrayed in their nimble leaves. And when it was hot, there were always the white butterflies fluttering in pairs across the canyon, and a myriad of droning bees in the mustard weed. From my hideout, I could see the elegant homes of the wealthy perched on surrounding hillsides, and a few shacks back up the canyon. But around me was only a feral expanse of nature, now abloom in early spring. Perfect. Living in a pup tent on my own private mountain in the middle of LA. But those crazy birds made me think of my friend Jay, who lived up the canyon on Summit Drive, and I decided to hike down there to visit him. It was around 4 o'clock when I put the horn away, grabbed a sweater, and started my hike down the hill toward the riverbed which leads up the canyon to Summit Drive. Descending the slope through the oaks reminded me of similar terrain just north of Taos, New Mexico, where the previous summer, 1967, I had spent 2 weeks in a hippie commune. That entire summer, in fact, I'd devoted to hitchhiking around the country, from Haight-Ashbury to Taos, looking for people to live with and make music with, people who sensed then, as I did, that there was a new awakening of consciousness, a generation utterly alienated from their parents by the seemingly unbreachable gap of time and acid. I had become acutely aware of this phenomenon on my first trip to the Haight. That same summer, playing music in the city, in parks, crash pads, parking lots, smoking grass, feeling good. It was the beginning of the psychedelic revolution, and it captured the awareness of youth like nothing else in my lifetime. I met people from everywhere, hiked with them through the city and up into the mountains behind Berkeley, where we sang songs and picked flowers. We were like gypsies spreading love, giving love, and flowers to people in the street. People of all ages, children, old men, women, bus drivers, cops, newspapermen, grocery clerks, ex-convicts. It was real love, and it was contagious. People have forgotten how deeply it was felt because in time it turned into a heavy rip-off drug scene and lost its potency. In fact, by September 1967, 2 months after Jimi Hendrix brought a new soul sound of love to the Monterey Pop Festival, Haight-Ashbury had degenerated from a scene of smiles and flowers into a cesspool of violence and hostility. It had become a terror-stricken ghetto where those hippies who remained became victims of phony slop bucket liberal do-gooders, vicious con men, or worse. But in the beginning, the love was real. It had integrity, and it turned my head around. So much so that by the time I went back to Thousand Oaks the following September to finish my senior year, I couldn't handle school any longer. I became one of 2 or 3 out of 2,500 students who started using psychedelics. Outrageous behavior for a student body president. School officials said I should be setting an example. I thought I was. 2 months later, I was removed from office. The only president in the school's history to be so honored. I hiked along the creek bed which parallels Topanga Canyon Boulevard, taking my time, hopping from rock to rock over the silver trickle of water that glistened in the light. After an hour, I stopped on a protruding hunk of gray granite big enough to stretch out on, and there I smoked a joint while contemplating the shadows on the rocks and the changing textures of the hillside. When it grew cold and started to get dark, I moved on. Jay's house was located at the end of the creek where the road slopes up and dead ends against the face of the hillside. All but hidden in a grove of oak, it gave the illusion of total isolation from the world. Beyond it, the rugged hillside swept up into an overgrown mane of mustard weed and wildflowers which looked from the floor of the canyon to be jumping off place to the sky. Though there were other houses around, within a stone's throw of Jay's, they were hidden by dense foliage and the rolling contours of the landscape. Being at Jay's, you had the feeling of living in a mountain retreat. Jay was a musician who played drums for a local rock group on the Sunset Strip. I'd met him only recently and have visited him a number of times since moving to my hideaway in Topanga, but I hadn't seen him in over a week. It took 20 minutes to hike the half-mile up to the dead end where Jay's car was usually parked on a slope above the house, but his car was gone. In its place was an old black school bus with a large storage rack on top, secured with rope and covered with an embroidered psychedelic tarp. From a distance, and because of the angle as I approached the slope, the bus looked like the head of a minstrel wearing a top hat. When I turned off into the dirt driveway, I started down the gully which plunges into the oak grove. I spotted a dim light in the living room window. By then it was downright cold, so I jogged down the hill, hopped up on the porch, and knocked on the door. A can of paint sat in one corner of the porch with a brush lying on top of it. Jay had intended to paint the trim around the windows of the house, but apparently had not gotten around to it. The house was small, made of weathered pine, and painted white. It was old and run down, but it had a woodsy charm. The fireplace was spewing smoke, and I was eager to get warm. I was ready to knock again when the door opened. 2 naked, wispy-legged teenage girls with waist-length hair stood in the doorway, greeting me with quizzical, appraising smiles. I felt the heat from the fireplace waft across the porch, and I smelled the fragrance of marijuana. "Is Jay around?" I stammered. "Jay doesn't live here anymore," the taller girl said. She pulled a strand of hair away from her eyes and smiled. "I'm Snake, and this is Brenda. Would you like to come in?" They asked my name, and I told them as they stood aside to let me enter the house. Brenda, Nancy Pittman, led the way. She was about 5'3" and had wavy, blondish hair that hung to her butt. Her body was slender and suntanned. She looked like the classic little surfer girl from Malibu, which, as it turned out, is what she was. Snake, Diane Lake, was about 5'5" and had a more rounded, voluptuous body, beautiful upturned boobs, and an incredible jungle of fire-red hair, so thick it seemed to coil out of her head as though charged with electricity, all but obscuring her pixie face and large, fulgurous green eyes. The living room we entered was spacious, with windows fronting on the thickest part of the oak grove. A luminous glow emanated from the fireplace, and the smell of pot was intoxicating. 10 or 12 people, all but 3 of whom were girls, sat on the floor around a knee-high wooden table, the top of which was covered with a red embroidered cloth. There were 3 or 4 candles on the table, and 2 bowls filled with candy bars. About half of the girls were naked. None of the guys were, though the one at the head of the table who held the guitar was shirtless. At my feet, laying across the entrance to the room like some exotic Playboy bunny in repose, was a pretty dark-haired girl who was subsequently introduced to me as Sadie, Susan Atkins. "This is Paul," Brenda announced in a husky voice, a childlike voice which seemed compatible with her rosy cherub face. She addressed the guy at the head of the table, the shirtless one who held the guitar and who smiled warmly, raising his hand in a gesture of welcome. "I'm Charlie," he said. "Won't you stay and make music with us?" Chapter 2. My full name is Paul Allen Watkins, and I was born on the 25th of January, 1950. I was 1 when my family moved to Sidon, Lebanon, where my father worked on the pipeline and where we lived in a sprawling, rather barren apartment complex for Americans near the outskirts of the city, within walking distance of the Mediterranean and a boat-filled harbor. I don't remember a lot about the 4 years I spent there, but I do recall playing in dusty, garbage-strewn streets with Lebanese kids and walking with my mother through a marketplace teeming with people. I can still visualize a maze-like networks of narrow aisles littered with peelings, fish heads, and debris, flames of hanging blood, red meat, roving fishmongers laden with swerving mackerel, women mending nets, smells of incense, spices, urine, oil, and sweat, dark faces of young and old chattering in Arabic, a vast sea of color, motion, and humanity, and seagulls scavenging for food. I remember Orula and Rudy, the two 17-year-old girls who took care of us while our mother was gone. From them, I learned to speak Arabic and to play the street games of children my own age. Once a week, they took us with them to mosque, to light candles. I knew nothing about the Islamic religion and have only vague recollections of worshippers gathered to pray. My most vivid and precise recollection is of Orula lighting incense in my bedroom each night after dinner, a memory that to this day triggers a deep and pervasive sense of sensuality that I will always associate with Lebanon and the Middle East. We left Sidon when I was 5 and moved to Beaumont, Texas. We remained there a couple of years, then traveled to Thousand Oaks, California, where I attended school from 1st through 11th grades and became active in a variety of church groups. Unlike most kids, I always liked church. There was something about being inside one that filled me with a sense of humility. Maybe it was the stained glass windows or the singing of the choir. But somewhere in that ambience I felt a deep reverence for life, a sense of spirituality that sustained me while growing up in Thousand Oaks. I experienced the same kind of feelings in nature, in the fertile rolling hills beyond home, the slopping oak groves of the Conejo Valley, where, as a boy, I often hiked alone or with my brothers. At the tender age of 8, I became a student of the Bible, and I was active in youth organizations and church camps until the time I entered high school. My family were Methodists, and I attended weekend youth groups regularly, but religion didn't get funky until my 13th year, when I went to hear an outdoor evangelical meeting with a friend named Toby. It was a breezy autumn evening, and we had just eaten dinner before hiking across the ravine to the outskirts of town where the meeting was assembled in a clearing under the oaks. We sat in the front row, Indian style. I remember hearing the traffic in the distance, and I could see the lights from Thousand Oaks casting a glow along the rim of the foothills. There must have been about 150 people there that night, most of them from out of town. About a third of the congregation were black, and you rarely saw blacks in Thousand Oaks. There was a lady playing a piano and singing. She was short and pudgy and wore a battered straw hat laced with artificial flowers. Since she sat directly in front of us, we could look up her dress and ogle her enormous thighs, which slid together like two juicy hams. And after singing a medley of rousing spirituals, she introduced herself as Lydia, then asked everyone to welcome Preacher Bob. I'll never forget Preacher Bob. He was tall, bald, and limber. Blue veins bristled in his wiry white arms as he stood up and raised his hands over his head, then smiled like a Cheshire cat. A gold hexagon-shaped ring flashed from his little finger. He stood directly in front of us, wearing pressed white slacks and a white shirt with the sleeves rolled above the elbow. He began at once to rave about Jesus. Through Jesus, he had found salvation and a new life. After 5 minutes under the floodlights, which were strung up around the stage on pieces of cord tied to the oak trees, he was spewing sweat in prodigious salty drops. "There's still time, friends. There's always time to take Jesus into your lives." His voice reeled higher and higher. People started shouting, "Hallelujah! Glory to God!" Preacher Bob just grinned, wiped his brow, and raised his hands in praise. Then Lydia banged the keyboard and we all sang. Pretty soon I was clapping, clumping, and singing up a storm. I didn't care much about being saved. What revved me up was the emotion and intensity, the almost primal sensuality of being out there under the stars with all those people singing my guts out. For months afterward, I attended services, got saved, felt fine, but I grew tired of weekly salvation. By the time I reached high school, my fervor for evangelism had waned, while my interest in music and singing had become a passion. During those days, I played the trumpet, and on weekends performed as a member of the Conejo Valley Youth Band. Often I'd play solos and dig on the crowd's reaction. I'm certain that it was during those performances, while I stood before all those eyes like some latter-day Elmer Gantry, that I first sensed my potential as a performer. For the most part, with the exception of my religious orientation in the 4 years I spent in Lebanon, I enjoyed a pretty standard middle-class American upbringing. If, as some were later to assert, I became an alienated young man, I was no more alienated than thousands of other youths of my own generation. I did not come from a miserable home life where I was beaten, abused, or grossly mistreated. My affinity for rebellion and the psychedelic revolution went deeper than family. I loved my parents, and they loved me. And while I was one of 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls, I being the second son, I did not feel rejected or neglected by my folks, nor was I ever a social outcast among my peers. If anything, up until the time I took to the road, I was considered an unusually well-adjusted kid. I made decent grades and was always popular in school. In fact, I was elected president of every class I attended from 1st through 11th grades. I was regarded by my teachers as bright, gregarious, even gifted, which seems to blow the minds of those who learned of my later involvement with the Manson family. What disturbs these people, the public at large, is that they usually expect me to be some sort of spaced-out weirdo. When they learn otherwise, it scares them, and they become defensive. The reasons for this are clear to me now. The public has always known Charles Manson as a murderer. They did not meet him as I did on that evening in March 1968 in Topanga Canyon. When I met him, there was no violence in the family, no talk of helter-skelter. In fact, it was the complete opposite. Charlie's love then was real. It had some integrity. But the public met Charlie through the media only after the murders. By then, the whole story was tainted with blood. To understand Charles Manson and the family, you have to see how they evolved. You have to make that journey as I did, from one end of the spectrum to the other. Brenda lit 2 sticks of incense, while Charlie and the others introduced themselves. Then I squatted beside Brenda and Snake at the far end of the table, facing Charlie. Snake offered me a candy bar, and Charlie began to tune his guitar. I allowed my eyes to feast on the bevy of beautiful, unclad women. If an orgy was in the offing, I was more than ready for it. Snake wore a garland of tiny red roses as a headband, though I hadn't noticed them at first. So thick and red was her hair. But when I sat down beside her, she removed the band and placed it on my head. Then Brenda handed me a joint. The exact number present that night, excluding myself, was 12. Charlie, Sandra Good, Lynette Squiggy Fromey, Bruce Davis, Snake Diane Lake, Brenda Nancy Pittman, Katie Patricia Krenwinkel, Sadie Susan Atkins, Mary Bruner, Stephanie Rowe, Ella Jo Bailey, and a guy called Motorcycle Mark. All but Mark were part of the original family Charlie had began in San Francisco the year before. Had anyone told me that 4 of these people would later be convicted of the most sensational murder of the century, and that the little guy named Charlie would be compared to men like Hitler and Jack the Ripper, I would have laughed out loud. The vibes pervading the scene that night were only mellow. Violence was the farthest thing from my mind as I glanced around the room. The floor, except where the table was positioned, was covered with mattresses, which in turn were overlaid with blankets. Several Indian tapestries were tacked to the walls, and 3 potted ferns hung from the beams of the ceiling directly over the table. In the corner, leaning against the wall, was Mark's Harley-Davidson Sportster, covered partially with a beach towel. Charlie raised his eyes and nodded at a tall, slender, red-headed girl, Lynn Squiggy Fromey, who got up at once and left the room, returning moments later with a glass. Charlie took a drink, then smiled. "Sody water," he said aloud. He set the glass down, got to his feet, and stretched. I noted immediately how short he was, 5'3", 2 inches shorter than I. He wore motorcycle boots and faded Levi's, the pockets of which were embroidered with flowers. Tied around his neck was a leather thong. With his arms over his head, his ribs protruded, but his body was sinewy and he looked strong. A Sabata-style mustache and shoulder-length brown hair highlighted the even, boyish features of his face and his dark, darting brown eyes. He seemed like a jovial little dude, which I could well imagine, with all those delectable ladies surrounding him. He was obviously older than the others and the focal member of the group, though at the time I was much more aware of Brenda and Snake, who sat beside me, smiling warmly. "Did you guys know Jay?" I asked Brenda, trying not to stare at her boobs. "The guy who used to live there?" She shook her head. "The house was empty when we moved in last week." "You're all together?" She nodded. "We're a family," she said simply. "An extension of Charlie's love." I didn't know what that meant, but I was beginning to get an impression. Charlie sat down and one of the girls placed a joint in his mouth. I wondered to myself, how does this guy do it? He's like a friggin' sultan. Then Charlie smiled at me before saying something to Bruce about the Harley. Moments later, Snake asked me where I was from, and everyone talked quietly, and I gradually felt the purely sexual vibes being dissipated and absorbed into a general feeling of closeness, a rapport which was like nothing I had experienced in such a large group. I sensed that these people were really together, and it intrigued me. I didn't understand it then, but I felt it strongly. This, I thought, is what I'd been looking for. Charlie took another hit from the joint, then began to sing. He bent forward, hugging the guitar, his hair hanging over his face. He really leaned into the music, with his body and voice. And he was good. Damn good. Timing the notes and modulations with a loose, jointed, natural rhythm. Manson had soul, and there was genuine merriment in his manner, a contagious style that got everyone off. As a musician, I admired his talent for improvisation. It gave the music vitality. Plus, it was right up my alley, 'cause that's the kind of music I do best, and that's why Charlie and I connected so well that night. Those who have written about Manson have always implied that drugs and sex were his primary means of programming the family. But music was perhaps even more influential. No other art form better expresses and transmits the nuances of the soul. While Charlie was never a great instrumentalist, his voice was strong and he had a good range. He could wail, croon, and get funky. That night he was lighthearted and full of love. He got him moving by making up songs, singing nonsense verses with uncanny timing. I felt completely relaxed and into it. When he suddenly began a new verse, then hesitated halfway through it, I obeyed an impulse and sang the rest of it. Right on, Paul. Let's do it. Delighted, he bounced up and came around to my side of the table and started to play again. Pretty soon we were taking turns. First Charlie, then me. One verse following another, a full-on duet. All of it spontaneous. All of it coming together. Everybody digging it. Afterward, he sang a song and the whole group joined in. It was a song I was to hear hundreds of times as a member of the Manson family. Your home is where you're happy. It's not where you're not free. Your home is where you can be what you are, 'cause you were just born to be. They'll show you their castles and diamonds for all to see, but they'll never show you their peace of mind, 'cause they don't know how to be free. So burn all your bridges, leave your old life far behind you. You can be what you want to be, just don't let your mama find you. Anywhere you might wander, you can make that your home. Just as long as you've got love in your heart, you'll never be alone. Later, Charlie sat beside me strumming the guitar. Bruce Davis had moved over and sat facing us from across the table. Bruce, whom I would come to know well and who was subsequently convicted for his part in the murder of Shorty Shea, was a thick, heavy-set dude with an angular, saturnine face, usually wearing a tight-lipped expression. He had black, wavy hair and a very macho demeanor. He was 25. Like Charlie, he had done time. His hands were thick and gnarly, and he gestured with them sporadically while describing a motorcycle ride in Malibu, which had resulted in busting up the Harley earlier that week. Hey, if that wasn't bad enough, Charlie gets up on the bike and starts riding it around the sidewalk. Then he loses control and crashes the son of a bitch through a fucking bakery window. Charlie chuckled. A small space was visible between his front teeth. Yeah, it kinda got away from me, he said. Kinda, dig it. The fucking bike is still running, sitting in the middle of 3 fucking wedding cakes. The guy who runs the place is screaming like a banshee. Gonna tell the law. I go in and Charlie's licking his damn fingers and asking the guy what kind of frosting he uses on the cakes. Hey! I listened while they rapped out their recent adventures in West LA. Then Charlie asked me where I'd been and what I'd been doing. I told him about traveling to communes around the country and about my hassles with the man. When I described what I'd experienced in Haight-Ashbury in the summer of 1967, that got Charlie off. Hey man, dig it man. I can dig it, 'cause that's when I got out of Terminal Island and went up there. He leaned forward and smoothed his hair back from his eyes with his hands. It's like, as soon as I left prison and went to the city, I met this dude who gave me something to eat, Took me up to the hay. I stayed up there with him, and we slept in the park in sleeping bags. And we lived on the streets, and my hair got a little longer, and I started playing my music. And everyone's digging it tonight. Digging it like tonight, And they're smiling at me and putting their arms around me and hugging me. Hey, I didn't know how to act. Like it just grabbed me up, man. And there were people that were real. Lynette, they called her Lynn, sat down beside Charlie and handed him a joint. He took a hit and handed it to me. Then Paul, it's like you were saying. Things got bad at the hate. All the young love split. When that happened, I just got that old bus outside there and said, hey, anybody wants to go can go on this bus. The bus isn't mine, and it doesn't belong to anyone. We'll just put the pink slip in the glove compartment, and the bus can belong to itself. And we just got some people together and turned off our minds and went looking for a place to get away from the man. Charlie tossed his head to flick the hair from his eyes. Hey, we went to Seattle, to Texas, to New Mexico, and the man was everywhere. Everywhere we went. And it was a trip. We were going nowhere and coming from nowhere, and just grooving on the road, because the road seemed to be the only place where you can be free when you're moving from one spot to another. And we're still moving around. He smiled at Lynn and put his arm around her. It seems like when you're moving like that, you have the freedom to take a breath from the city. You know how crazy the city is. I nodded as Snake sat down beside me and offered me a drink from a cold bottle of root beer. Charlie smiled and I handed back the bottle. Then she left the room, returning moments later with 2 more bottles, which she handed to us. Charlie asked if I felt the love in the room. I said I did. He smiled, pulling one leg on top of the other into the half lotus before flicking his hair from his eyes. It's like if you love everything, you don't have to think about things. You just love. Whatever the circumstances hand you, whatever the dealer deals you, you just love the hand you got, dig? He grinned, squeezing Lynette's hand, then set the bottle of root beer on the table. I've never had much schooling. No home, in and out of orphanages, foster homes, reform schools, jails. And it's good to see, 'cause my head has always remained clear. I have no opinion. But I know the truth, you dig? The truth has no word form. It just is. And everything is the way it is because that's the way love speaks. And when you tune in with love, you tune in with everybody. That's not really a philosophy, that's a fact. And anybody who's got love in their heart knows that. While I drank the rest of the root beer, Charlie told me that the love in the room belonged to him, and that we should enjoy it because that's all there was to enjoy. With Snake and Brenda sitting beside me again, their sleek bodies delineated by the candlelight, I was ready to enjoy it. Looking back on that night through the lens of hindsight, it is easy to project interpretations which don't belong, particularly in view of the fact that Charlie, Sadie, Susan Atkins, Katie, Patricia Krenwinkel, Bruce Davis, all present that night in Topanga, were subsequently convicted of first-degree murder. But what I can say is that I did feel the love Charlie spoke of. Not only the anticipation of making love to his girls, but the bond that clearly existed, a bond generated by Charles Manson. What he seemed then is what he was, a hardcore ex-con who had found love in the streets, and with it had established an alternative lifestyle to the rat race he called the city. A communal scene that seemed that night to be grounded by a feeling of brotherhood. I'd spent 2 years searching for that kind of ambience in communes throughout California and the Southwest, and I found none of them were really together. Most, in fact, were merely glorified crash pads where people came together to get stoned and fuck. What united them was not this feeling of love, but a kind of desperate desperado alternative to the bleak superficiality of the straight world. That desperation of the late 60s was not an isolated phenomenon. I had seen it on the road everywhere I went. People of all ages, confused, fearful, angry, frustrated, but not defeated. The half-decade between 1965 and 1970 was probably the most violent and chaotic period in America in the last 30 years. Against the backdrop of the Vietnam War were the wars and violence which raged in streets and ghettos and throughout the country. The Watts riots, the San Francisco riots, the Black Panther shootouts, the Chicago 7 conspiracy, the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Robert F. Kennedy. Yet through it all, there was a vitality which sustained hope and inspired a search for new direction and a leadership. The psychedelic revolution proved a catalyst to the process. The music of the Beatles reinforced it. There was Woodstock. There were books on Eastern thought. I remember reading novels by Frank Waters on the Pueblo Indians. Part of the reason for my journey to the Southwest was to find good peyote in the desert. More than anything, I wanted to identify more closely with my inner processes and the cosmic forces which seemed so inaccessible, in the wake of a civilization gone mad. What the youth in America were looking for in the late 60s, it seemed to me, was a shared love and a sense of identity. Charlie took the empty bottle out of my hand, then rose to his feet. "Would you like to stay tonight and make love with us?" His question hardly needed an answer, and he didn't wait for one. He merely returned to his place at the head of the table. Without recourse to a single word, Bruce and Katie moved the table to one corner of the room, while Mary and Brenda shoved the mattresses together. That's when I noticed Sadie get to her feet and walk to the head of the table near Charlie. She gave me what I interpreted to be an invitational smile, while I stood gaping at her well-endowed physique. Sadie was full-bodied and sensual, one of Charlie's original girls. I was aware of her presence. Later, we would become very close friends. I was slightly apprehensive as everyone sat in a circle and joined hands. I had never taken part in group sex or orgies of any kind. In fact, where sex was concerned, I was relatively a novice. Not a virgin by any means, but at 18, hardly an experienced lover. Had I not been stoned and into the vibes of Charlie and the family, I might not have made the scene that night. But I was horny, and with Brenda and Snake clinging to me, I was ready to go for it. Also, rapping and playing music with Charlie had created a rapport between us. His presence alone had a calming effect, and I inadvertently focused on the energy he was putting out, as did everyone else. Without being aware of it consciously, I sensed even then that the control was in his hands. In part, it was the music and the anticipation of what was coming. But more, it was the intuitive certainty that he alone determined all action. Suddenly, Charlie gave out with a gut-wrenching yowl, and immediately the others began shouting, moaning and screaming, giving vent to a cacophony of noise. Sitting directly to my left, Snake began to gibber, while Brenda let go with a high-pitched screech like some berserk jungle feline. Though I was initially startled by the raucous outburst, I immediately understood it as a kind of tension release, a collective purging of the soul, and I managed my own half-hearted rendition of what sounded like a dying seal. Gradually, the noise subsided into a dull, penetrating drone, and I felt Snake squeeze my hand. Someone had turned on a stereo with the volume low, so that the sound seemed muted and hazy. The fire was still flickering among the coals, and I was aware of how warm the room was becoming. An emulation of Charlie, who sat almost directly across from me. People began closing their eyes. Somehow closing mine made it much easier, and I began to get into the flow of energy coming into my hands. Months later, when I moved into Spawn's Ranch with the family, I would come to understand how Charlie programmed sexual energy into the group, and how group sex functioned to unify the family. But that night, my primary concern was to get it on with Brenda and Snake. For what seemed like hours, we rocked back and forth, hands joined, until at last I realized that people around me were removing their clothes. I opened my eyes and saw Bruce embracing Sandy, and I was aware of Charlie lying alongside Sadie and Squeaky, and of a general tangle of bodies to which I seemed to be remotely attached. I heard the lugubrious sounds of love-making and the positioning of bodies. Of immediate and most pressing interest, however, was Snake, who began to unfasten my belt while Brenda helped me pull off my sweater. I was sweating profusely as Brenda lay down and I lay down beside her, caressing her cheek with my hand. She guided my hands between her legs while Snake pressed against me from behind so that I was sandwiched between the two girls. The grass had awakened my senses to every nuance of motion, to the slow undulations of our bodies greased with perspiration, to the perfection of everything tactile and audible. Oblivious of everything but the music, we moved together in a kind of harmonious, inventive slither, exploring orifices and contours with an amorphous precision like underwater jellyfish congealed into a single entity. Then I rolled onto my back and felt Snake's tongue press into my mouth, while Brenda began giving me head. It was as if my entire body was immersed in sensation, as though together we moved through space like planets on a hot surface of moist and resilient flesh no longer alone in the universe. During the course of the evening I made love with other girls, but it was dark by then and I was completely spaced out and never knew who they were. At one point I remember lying beside Charlie and him repeating that the love was his, and that we were all brothers and sisters in love. It did not occur to me that night that Charlie was bisexual. I didn't sense those kind of vibes, and he made no physical moves in my direction, though later that dimension of our relationship would become something of an issue. Everyone was asleep when I got up before dawn, slipped on my moccasins, and tiptoed out to the porch. The air was crisp. Moisture glistened from the blades of wild grass glowing around the house. Hundreds of tiny blackbirds were wide awake and chattering in trees along the ravine. I had awakened with a new plan of action. to return to Big Sur and live alone on the beach. I didn't know why this notion came to me so suddenly, particularly after all the good feelings I'd experienced that night, but it did. It had never really occurred to me to remain with Charlie and the family after that first night. Even had they asked me to stay, I would probably have declined. I had little inclination then to live communally with anyone. Oddly enough, my meeting with Charlie had triggered a desire to be alone, to sort out my life and do my music away from the madness he had spoken of, away from LA, and anything that smacked of civilization. The thought excited me as I pulled on my sweater and started up the canyon toward my campsite. Chapter 3. On April 4th, 1968, the day Martin Luther King was gunned down in Memphis, I headed north on Highway 101. 3 rides took me to the outskirts of Carmel, where I camped on the beach. There, I was content to remain alone, meditating, writing music, and hiking along the shore. To me, there is no place more inspiring than this wild stretch of California's coastline. The waters of the sea are vibrant and clear. The surf, spectacular. Wind-ravaged pines cling to the cliffs, convoluted in gyrations of a frozen ballet. What I saw around me turned me inward on myself. I experienced a deep, tumultuous confusion, yet sensed it was part of positive inner change. From time to time I did think of Blackbeard, wondered what he found in New Mexico. I wouldn't find out until over a year later, when we met by accident in Topanga Canyon and shared horror stories about Charles Manson. I spent a week on the beach, alone. Then, early one morning, on the spur of the moment, I decided to hitchhike into Big Sur. My one and only ride, as it turned out, was a good one. After an hour-long conversation on the beauty of nature and brotherhood, the guy who picked me up asked me to babysit his house while he made a trip to Hawaii. I couldn't believe it. Later that morning, we arrived at his place. It was perfect. An isolated, rustic, well-cared-for 5-room cabin built on a hillside about 4 miles up Garrapatta Canyon, just south of Big Sur. The owner, a 30-year-old hippie farmer named Kevin, had recently purchased the farm and asked only that I take care of his garden and tend to his animals. A big German shepherd named Wiley, a goat called Sheila, a couple of pigs, and a yard full of chickens. If you need any help, I got a friend named Ray, who lives with his wife just a couple miles up the canyon. He's a good man. Kevin showed me around the place. Said there was plenty of work. Repairing sheds, mending fences, painting the outhouse. Suit yourself, he said. Don't have to do anything if you don't want to. Just as long as you keep an eye on the house and feed my stock. It was a beautiful spread, built on 5 acres of ground with a year-round stream at one end of the property and a developed 50-gallon-a-minute spring with gravity flow plumbing on the other. There was a spacious garden area, a weather-tight poultry house, and an abundance of usable building materials. Sawn and stacked lumber, pipe fittings, sheet metal, nails, screws, tools of all kinds, a hand plow, and a beat-up engineless Model T Ford which sat in the middle of the yard. For the next 3 months, I lived alone on the place, enjoying the natural beauty and solitude. The plump green hillsides were scattered with oak and pine set against a backdrop of blooming wildflowers. The salt air was invigorating. White gulls soared in daily from the beach, circling and sailing the skies, alongside hawks and vultures. I felt like a king living high on the hillside, completely divorced from the vicissitudes and traumas of the outside world, the chaos in Los Angeles. I had no TV set, not even a radio. My life became a ritual of work and relaxation. I got up at daybreak, fed the animals, cleaned the stalls, collected eggs, and milked Sheila. When it got hot, I took off my shirt and worked odd jobs. Using surplus wood and tar paper, I repaired leaks and built a storehouse from the spring harvest. Kevin really knew how to cultivate the soil. By mid-June, his garden had produced a rich yield of radishes, beets, tomatoes, lettuce, zucchini, eggplants, artichokes, cucumbers, melons, and beans, which Ray and I harvested and took to town to sell. The physical labor was satisfying, and my body got hard and lean. Not since I had competed as a high school wrestler had I felt so strong. When I wasn't working, I baked bread, played music, read, and hiked back and forth through the canyon to the sea with Wiley, who invariably chased lizards and butterflies while trotting ahead of me on the trail. I really felt like I was getting it together, that things were breaking my way. I thought of asking Kevin if I might stay on when he returned. Then, just 2 weeks before Kevin was due back, Ray got in a hassle with his wife, Letty, and asked to move in with me. Since Ray was Kevin's close friend, I didn't have much choice in the matter. Things worked out for a day or two until Letty started charging up to the house to cuss and fume and threaten Ray with a lawsuit. She was a big, full-breasted body gal from the Midwest, with a voice like a foghorn. Late one night, she got drunk and started banging on our front door. Ray and I were in bed. He was snoring and didn't wake up, but I did. I could hear her shouting, "Ray, goddammit, Ray, open the door! You prick! You asshole with ears! I heard what you told the lawyer! I heard what you said, you shit for brains, motherfucker!" I woke Ray and told him to get his ass out there and tend to his wife, before she broke down the door. Meanwhile, Wiley was barking, and she was calling him names. "Hey!" she shouted at us. "I'll make dog salad air conditioning out of that canine if you sick 'em on me." That's when I looked out the window, and in the glow of the porch light, saw that Letty was toting a 12-gauge shotgun. "What the hell is wrong with you anyway, damn it?" I heard Ray mutter as he stepped out the door. They yammered at each other for about 20 minutes. Then Ray came in and said he was walking her back to the house. "All she needs, Paul, is a good screw-in. I'll be back." The next morning, just before dawn, I climbed the hill to a vantage point from which I could look down on the highway. Sitting there reminded me of my spot in Topanga Canyon, and I thought about what my next move would be. Across the ravine, I spotted Ray trudging toward Kevin's barn, carrying a bucket. He was feeding the animals and collecting eggs. He'd already moved back to Kevin's. Said his old lady had called her brother, who was coming in from Memphis. "She says he's bad, but don't worry, Pa, it's cool. I can handle that asshole." I didn't want to hang around for that. I wanted to leave, but didn't know where to go. Thoughts of camping on the beach no longer appealed to me. I had a trial coming up in LA for a second marijuana bust, though it was the last thing I wanted to face. I was in limbo again, about to leave one scene in search of another. I smoked a joint and watched the gulls glide across the sky, embedded there like flecks of jewelry. I wondered why there were so many cars on the highway that day, then remembered it was the 4th of July. I watched the sun come up and went back to the cabin and wrote Kevin a letter. I thanked him and told him I was splitting. Despite his problems with Letty, I knew Ray would take good care of the place. Then I packed my stuff, said goodbye to Ray, and started south. By noon, I was standing on the corner of Topanga Canyon and Ventura Boulevards. It was hot and smoggy, and my eyes burned. I'd been there only minutes when 2 girls driving a battered green Plymouth swerved onto the shoulder of the road to pick me up. I recognized them at once as Snake and Brenda. "Hey, far out!" Brenda smiled. "It's you, Paul." "Yeah, Paul, right." She brushed the hair from her face as Snake leaned forward to let me into the back. There were several sacks of produce and canned foods on the seat. I set them on the floor and took off my pack. "Been shopping, huh?" "Garbage run." "Garbage?" "We just go down and clean out the trash behind those big supermarkets in the valley. Those pigs throw away all kinds of good stuff. Look at it. All fresh food. Help yourself to some apricots." She eased back onto the highway. Snake smiled at me. "Where have you been, anyway?" I briefly recounted my adventures in Garrapatta Canyon, then asked what they'd been up to. They launched into a duet about Charlie's love. Said they hadn't been doing anything but making love because that's all there was to do. Their rap sounded a little stilted to me and corny at the time, though I did have recollections of the closeness I'd experienced that night in Topanga Canyon. Both girls wore bemused smiles and exchanged knowing glances as we purred along the highway amid heavy holiday traffic. I asked if they wanted to smoke a number, and they declined. Each was dressed in a loose-fitting, full-length hippie-style dress. Directly in front of me, Snake's hair hung in a profuse, jungled tangle down her back. Looking at them, I realized just how horny I was after 3 months without sex. They said they'd move out of Topanga Canyon. "We're living up at Spawn's Ranch now," Brenda enthused. "It's a trippy place. Beautiful. Away from everything. Never been there?" I shook my head at her sparkling green eyes in the rearview mirror. "Why don't you come up and say hi to Charlie?" I didn't think much about seeing Charlie, but I had nowhere else to go. "Sure," I said. "Why not?" We drove up Topanga Canyon Boulevard, past Devonshire to Santa Susana Pass, then up to the Chatsworth foothills. The girls talked about Charlie and the family, how mellow their life was there, how deeply they all felt Charlie's love. "Charlie," Brenda intoned, "is just a hole in the infinite through which love is funneled." It all sounded pretty hokey to me, and I didn't pay much attention until Snake flashed a beatific smile and said simply, "Charlie is Jesus Christ." They both giggled. I let it slide, thinking it some sort of inside joke. It was hot, bright, and smoggy, yet the drive revitalized me as the wind poured through Snake's window. I was still slightly spaced out after leaving the mountains so abruptly, particularly after the comically bizarre episode the night before with Ray and Letty. I had no clue to what my next move would be as I gazed out at the ochre-colored foothills. I did know that my first priority was to get laid. I'd heard about Spawn's Ranch, remembered friends at various times going there to ride horseback. I knew it was used as a set for Hollywood westerns, but I'd never seen the place until that day. I had no idea that I'd soon be calling it my home. We took a back road off Santa Susana Pass and drove down a dusty dirt driveway onto the ranch complex. A conglomerate of weathered wooden buildings, sheds, and lean-tos set aside a backdrop of rock-studded rolling foothills and rather dense low mountain vegetation, with oak, eucalyptus, mustardweed, and wildflowers. With chickens gaggling, dogs barking, roosters trumpeting their eternal salutation, and people moving through rituals of morning chores, you had the feeling of entering the hub of some funky Mexican barrio. I saw clothing drying on lines and rafters, and a young hippie girl carrying a child. A cowboy waved as he came out of a trailer and flipped a cigarette butt. The place looked like a puzzle of tiny, odd-shaped structures put together out of wood, stucco, and strips of sheet metal. There was smoke rising from a trash can, and the smell of breakfast mingled with other smells, the barnyard aromas of horse shit and poultry dust. Because of the holiday, there were large groups of camera-toting tourists moving about the property, ogling the movie sets and renting horses to ride. Intermittently, a firecracker would explode in the distance and reverberate off the walls of the hillside. As we drove slowly beside the battered boardwalk of the town, Brenda pointed out the movie sets. Longhorn Saloon, Rock City Cafe, an undertaking parlor, the jail, the tack room, and out behind these structures, the house of the owner, a half-blind 82-year-old man named George Spawn, whom Snake called a real cutie. In fact, George was sitting outside his house, in the sunlight, in a rocking chair, as we drove by in a cloud of dust. Farther down the road, about a quarter-mile off to the left, sequestered behind a stand of eucalyptus trees, was the main ranch house. "George is renting it now to a bunch of hippies," Brenda said. "They're not with Charlie," Snake added. "Just kids George lets hang around." I spotted some of the kids sitting outside the house playing music. I was tempted to join them, but the girls insisted on taking me back to what they called the outlaw shacks, where the family was then staying. 2 small, dilapidated redwood structures within a stone's throw of the main ranch house. We were approaching the shacks when down the ravine came a group of riders. A man, a woman, and several 7- or 8-year-old children, trotting at a good clip toward the road. We waved at them, and the kids grinned and waved back. One of the boys jerked a toy 6 gun from his holster, aiming at us, and we passed them. I played like I was hit before firing back in mock retaliation with my index finger. Moments later, we skidded to a stop beside a battered green pickup truck. Before we were out of the car, the door of the shack opened, and I looked up to see Charlie, Sandy, and Squeaky standing on the porch. Charlie was dressed in tight-fitting Levi's. He was shirtless and shoeless and clean-shaven, except for a neatly trimmed mustache. He was swirling a set of car keys on one finger. As we approached the shack, his eyes flickered recognition and his grin widened. "Hey, man, what's happening?" He bounded off the porch. "Long time no see. Paul, right?" "Paul Watkins." We clasped hands hippie style. Again, it struck me that Charlie and I were close in size. "You're looking good, man. What kind of gig you into these days?" I repeated the story I've told Brenda and Snake while the girls carried the sacks of groceries into the house. "Hey, dig it." Charlie spun the keys. "We have to split for a while, but we'll be back. Stick around, huh?" "Sure." Far out. "Snake's gonna be here if you need anything." "Hey, we could play some music when I get back." He hopped into the cab of the truck and honked the horn. Moments later, Brenda, Squeaky, and Sandy dashed out of the shack and piled in beside him. Charlie grinned, then fired up the engine. "Later, Paul." It must have been about 2 in the afternoon when Charlie split. I went back into the shack to leave my gear and get my horn. It all looked pretty familiar, probably from shootouts that I'd seen had been filmed in the same dwelling. The furniture had been cleared out. The floor reminded me of Jay's living room that night in March. Wall-to-wall mattresses, blankets, and sleeping bags. One big communal bed. Snake told me that Katie, Sadie, Mary, Ella, and Stephanie had gone to Mendocino, but would be back soon. Bruce Davis, she said, had gone on his own trip. I talked to Snake a while, then took my horn and walked down the road toward the ranch house and the sound of music. 2 guitars and a harmonica. It was hot and dusty, the air pungent with the smell of fresh horse shit along the roadside. There were a dozen or more hippie kids, guys and girls, still congregated in a circle under a stand of eucalyptus, smoking dope and jamming when I joined them. It was a friendly scene, and I got down with the music, feeling good doing sounds with the group after 3 months of solos and solitude. Later, I rolled a joint and hiked up to a rock on the hillside overlooking the ranch. The air was fresher up there, and I detected the aroma of coffee being brewed. Across the ravine on another slope, I saw 2 of the Spawn Ranch wranglers herding a dozen or more mares toward the ravine. I waved, but they didn't see me. I peeled off my shirt and began to ponder my options. I really didn't know what my next move would be. Maybe head back to Big Sur again after my trial, or set out to find Blackbeard, or go back to school to please my folks. But none of these ideas appealed to me. I finished off the joint, then stood up to take a piss. That's when I spotted Snake at the foot of the hill, strolling aimlessly, it appeared, beneath the eucalyptus trees. From time to time she glanced up at me and smiled. She'd changed her clothes. Standing in the sunlight, her body was silhouetted inside a silky yellow summer dress. While I didn't know it at the time, I would later learn that Charlie had left her behind to seduce me. At that point, I didn't need too much seduction. Snake, Diane Lake, was 15 when I met her, and had joined the family just weeks before I first saw her in Topanga Canyon. Of all the girls, she was the only one who had come from a hippie background. Both her parents had been members of a hippie commune called the Hog Farm. Charlie had met her there and had talked her parents into letting her join him. At 14, she was a veteran of acid trips and orgies. Only later would I learn how strong a hold Charlie had on her. But from the beginning, I felt a soul kinship to Snake. I was aware of a deep sensitivity and visceral toughness that would sustain her through experiences which might well have shattered the average person. My bond with her was to remain a strong one. When she started down the trail toward the creek, I followed her. We spent the rest of the afternoon making love in the sunshine on a grassy knoll just a few feet from the creek bed. It was dusk by the time we wandered back to the outlaw shacks. Charlie and the other girls were sitting outside on the porch. Charlie was playing the guitar, making up songs. He grinned when he saw us and flicked the hair from his eyes. When Snake went into the house, Charlie followed her. Moments later, he returned and asked if I wanted to take a ride with him into Hollywood. When I said yes, he sprang up to his feet. "Let's go." We piled into the pickup, fired it up, and took off in a swirl of dust down the road. Charlie was in high spirits. He chuckled to himself as we sped along the rim of the pass toward the main highway. "Hey man, dig it. Snake made a dandy report on you. Says you made love real good." He beamed. His face was animated, full of color, his eyes bright and energized. "Does she tell you everything?" Charlie hooted. "Hey, she's one of my girls." He pulled some dark glasses from the visor and put them on. "You like her?" I said I liked her, and Charlie gave me a roguish grin before slapping me paternally on the knee. We boogied out to the San Diego freeway and headed south. When I asked, Charlie told me how they had eased into Sponge gradually by getting to know old George. He explained that so long as they kept George happy, helped around the ranch, shoveled shit, took care of him, and kept their own trip discreet, they could stay at Spawn's indefinitely. Old George is a trippy dude. Kinda cranky, but okay, dig. I keep a couple of girls with him most of the time. You know, the old fart can still get his rocks off. Yeah, man, George has a lot of beauty. He's just like the rest of us. Just needs a little love. Charlie eased the truck into the right lane. "You know, man," he said, "you ought to move in with us a while." "I got some things to do, a few other trips." "What you gotta do? Hey, I ain't trying to pry. I mean, a man should never put his business in the street. But the point is, there's nothing to do, dig? Got a court hearing coming up. Then I may go up to Big Sur. I had a nice little scene up there. I'm not sure yet. Look, we have our own little scene at Spawn's. You're welcome to stay if you want to. Everything is there. Mostly what we have is a lot of love. It's my love and I give it to you. Like, if you've been on the road and want a place to hang out for a while, rest up and got people who love you." He spit out the window. "You got some troubles with the man? Hey, I can help you out there. Where cops, lawyers, and jerk-off judges are concerned, I'm an expert. Mainly with the heat. You just play dumb, dig? Play by ear. Just slide right along with their greasy pig power games. The pigs aren't really bad, man. Mainly they're just dumb. So you play a little dumber and they suddenly think they're smart. That's pretty much how it is. The dumber they think you are, the better they feel. The more they let you slide." Listening to Charlie was a trip. Few people I've known could ever compete with Charles Manson when it came to laying down a rap. Winding one sentence on top of another from some infinite, unfathomable coil of associations. His train of thought had roots in a sea of theory and experiences, and while the logic was never precise, invariably shot through with non sequiturs and bizarre anecdotes, the flow was always spontaneous and compelling. All the more intriguing because the paradox of his personality was built right into the dialogue. A blend of jocular machismo on one hand and a kind of soothing spiritual wisdom on the other. It blew my mind. We were driving down Sunset Boulevard toward Bel Air. Charlie was still talking. You see, I have 5 girls coming back this week from up north. I'm gonna need some help. That's a lot of women to care for, dig? The trip is with women, you gotta keep them loved. What I mean is, they gotta be fucked regular. That's just the way it is. You can say whatever you want, but that's the trip. But if you love them, man, they'll take care of you. Feed you, bleed you, clothe you, stand by you down the line. They'll make you strong and you'll make them strong, dig? It's survival, that's all. The more a woman submits, the stronger she is. The stronger she is, the stronger you are. If you got women who stand by your trip, Paul, well, then you have a good scene. It's like money in the bank. Hey, I could use your help, man. Look, you want to make a trip to Big Sur? We'll all go with you. Just pile in the big bus and boogie up there. Our scene is mobile. I just leave a couple of girls with George. If it's happening at Big Sur, let's go. You know, man, you're a beautiful little dude. You're smart. You make good sounds. Hey, Snake says some nice things about you. You should get into our trip for a while. At least spend the summer. It was not a difficult decision to make. I liked Charlie, and I definitely liked the harem he had going at Swan's. It intrigued me. How did he do it? Certainly at no time in my life would I have ever had so many women available to me. At 18, I could handle it. I guess that's what Charlie figured. I was convinced, too, in those days that a person lived best when he flowed with the events and circumstances of the moment. By being on the road at the right time, I had managed to live like a king in the mountains of Big Sur for 3 months. It seemed more than just coincidence that the day I left Big Sur, I met Brenda and Snake. And also, Charlie's rap about life was in direct harmony with my own feelings. I am you, and you are me, he said. What we do for ourselves, man, we do for everyone. There's no good in life other than coming to the realization of the love that governs it. Coming to now, dig. People you know wear all kinds of masks to hide their love, to disguise it, to keep themselves from conquering their own fear. But we have nothing to hide, nothing to be ashamed of. There is no right and wrong. We're all beautiful expressions of the same love. And it's this experience that we share. Some of what he said smacked of sermons I'd heard as a kid. Some of it at times sounded pompous. But the core of it was fundamental to what I believed. And somehow Charlie's music, his unpretentiousness, his smallness, his past, his humility, his general funkiness, made it all palatable. I had yet to see the other side of the coin. In retrospect, I realized too that our being about the same size played a substantial role, not only in the beginning but later on. Being 5'5" in a macho world of 6-footers was never easy. It's a bit like being a racial minority, being literally looked down upon. There is a definite camaraderie among small men, and there's no question where Charlie was concerned. They got the benefit of the doubt. He had clearly paid his own dues in that regard. He had, in fact, survived 17 years in concrete jungles behind bars and walls, using his brain to accomplish what brawn was clearly incapable of. Because of my size, my parents wanted me to become a jockey. Two of my uncles had ridden winners in the Kentucky Derby. I did not pose a threat to Charlie physically. Perhaps because of this, we came to share an intimacy that was unique within the family. At the time, I was 18. He was 34. Old for the hippie world. I believe he saw in me, standing before him eye to eye, the epitome of the enthusiastic flower child. At an unconscious level, perhaps, I became his mirror, reflecting the emergence of the flower child in him, the emergence of his own long-stifled love. Though I noted an urgency in his request that disturbed me slightly, I dismissed it, not realizing that part of what I sensed was my own intuitive apprehension. Of what? I had no idea. By the time we turned into Dennis Wilson's sprawling estate and parked the pickup behind Dennis's Rolls-Royce, I had agreed to spend at least the rest of the summer with the family. Dennis Wilson looked about 5'11" and weighed maybe 160 pounds. He appeared agile and athletic, with blue eyes, blonde hair, and rather standard California good looks. He seemed to be easygoing, but his jovial exterior betrayed a subtle sense of agitation. Still in his early 20s, he'd been married, divorced, and was the father of a child. When I first met him, he came on like a polished playboy bachelor, glib, loose-jointed, and hip. Now at the same time, unlike the rest of the Beach Boys, he seemed accessible and amenable to suggestion, less satisfied, perhaps, with his own success. Earlier that summer, he had met and befriended Charlie. Charlie seemed anxious that I meet him. Dennis was standing on his porch, barefoot in a pair of Bermuda shorts, when we drove up and got out of the truck. Charlie introduced me to Dennis, and we all went inside the house. I was blown away by the size and beauty of the estate, once the home of Will Rogers. If success was gauged by material extravagance, Dennis sure as hell had made it. The classic Spanish-style Hollywood mansion, complete with magnificent manicured lawns, vibrant, recently cultivated rose gardens, and an enormous kidney-shaped swimming pool. The inside was no less lavish, furnished to the hilt with antiques, original French paintings, Persian rugs, and countless mementos and photos of the Beach Boys' international acclaim in the record industry. Charlie's reasons for cultivating Dennis were obvious. In addition to his Rolls-Royce, Dennis had a new candy apple red Ferrari, a fine piece of machinery that Steve Grogan, Clem, and I were to total 3 weeks later on a drive up to Spawn Ranch. At the time, I viewed Dennis as an all-American middle-class surfer kid who suddenly made it rich and didn't quite know how to handle it. He was a prime target for the family. Charlie self-righteously played the role of Robin Hood, taking from the rich, namely Dennis, to give to the poor, namely Charlie. He really went to work on Dennis, made him feel guilty for possessing so much wealth, urged him to renounce it in exchange for a simple communal life based on love. Charlie's love. Because Dennis liked Charlie and saw the potential in Charlie's music, he was willing to help him and arranged for the family to hold recording sessions in his brother Brian's Beverly Hills studio. Dennis was equally intrigued with Charlie's impoverished childhood, his criminal record, and his eclectic freelance spiritual rap. As Dennis once remarked to me, "Charlie is the most tuned-in dude I ever met." For the most part, however, Charlie was merely playing the roles he played best: con man and pimp. He had at his disposal not one, but 10 attractive girls who were ready and willing to heed his every whim. For a small-time ex-con who had spent 17 years of his life behind bars, Charlie was doing all right for himself. It obviously impressed Dennis. During the first few weeks I was with the family, Charlie was always sending over contingents of girls to keep Dennis fucked, sucked, and steeped in Manson's doctrine. Cease to exist. Just come and say you love me. Give up your world. Come on and you can be. I'm your kind, and I can see. Dennis all but capitulated. One night he gave Charlie and me not only most of his wardrobe, $500 suits, shirts, shoes, and ties, but all of his gold records, which we later distributed in the streets of Hollywood to passerby, just to blow their minds. It seemed to put things in perspective. What were gold records anyway? What did they mean to the spiritual man? What did they represent other than the epitome of American capitalism? Were it not for the fact that Dennis was deeply committed to the entertainment establishment, committed to people who had their own designs on his dangling purse strings, he might well have renounced everything and joined the family. The cast of characters at Spawn's Ranch that summer was awesome. The day I arrived, there were 4 girls living with Charlie: Snake, Brenda, Squeaky, and Sandy. 2 days later, Sadie, Katie, Mary, Stephanie, and Ella returned from Mendocino, swelling the female population to 9. The males, in addition to Charlie and myself, included Brooks Poston, a kid named Kim, Steve Grogan, Clem, and a good-natured Texan named Charles Tex Watson, who had been living with Dennis Wilson before joining the family, shortly after my arrival. Tex was 20 that July, one of the most affable, good-natured people I'd ever met. An excellent carpenter and mechanic, he stayed busy by keeping the family vehicles in running order. He also served as a buffer between the ranch hands and the family. Being from the Lone Star State, McKinney, he spoke in a languorous drawl. "I just come here to see what was going on," and was able to relate to the cowboys on their own terms. During the months that followed, I saw Charlie get inside his head. Within a year, Manson turned Tex into a death-wielding robot who thought himself as an avenging angel. There were other males who drifted in and out of the family that summer. One was Juan Flynn, a flamboyant, strapping Irish Panamanian who worked for George Spawn as a wrangler. Another was Bobby Beausoleil, a super hippie Hollywood kid and a fine musician who later introduced 2 new girls to the family, Catherine Scher, Gypsy, and Leslie Van Houten. The average age within the family was 20. The oldest girl was Gypsy, 26. The youngest, Snake, 15. The oldest guy other than Charlie was Juan Flynn, 26. The youngest guy, Kim, 17. While there would be fluctuations in size from time to time, new faces coming and going, this nucleus remained fairly consistent. The only child born to the family at that time was Pooh Bear, Michael Valentine Manson, Mary Bruner's 4-month-old son, sired by Charlie. Sadie, meanwhile, was 5 months pregnant, and Charlie had spread the word. He wanted all his girls to bear new life, and for the family to grow. The day after my arrival at Spawn's, we moved out of the outlaw shacks into the jail, which adjoined the saloon. We still had designs on the back ranch house, but would have to wait until the hippies gave it up. In the meantime, we converted our new quarters to accommodate the entire family. The saloon was authentic Old West, complete with hand-tooled mahogany bar, mirrors, and low-hanging overhead fans. The girls cleaned the place thoroughly, and we knocked out a wall to connect the jail with the saloon. We covered the floor with mattresses and bedizened the walls with tapestries purchased at the Topanga Plaza. All our food was stored in George's house, and the girls cooked on his stove, an arrangement which pleased the old-timer, since his own meals were prepared by the family. Charlie always assigned 1 or 2 girls to minister to George's needs. Lynn Fromey became his favorite and spent hours sitting beside him while he rocked in his chair in the front room while country music blasted from an old portable radio. One of George's greatest pleasures was to fondle Lynn's knees as she sat beside him. When, on occasion, he slid his hand up her leg and pinched the inside of her thigh, Lynn would invariably flinch and make a little eek sound, while George chuckled to himself demonically. That's how Lynn came to be dubbed Squeaky, and the name stuck. Living so close to George and the main hub of ranch activity forced us to keep our scene discreet. We didn't want to offend the tourists, nor to piss off the ranch hands, some of whom lived in trailers and shacks on the property. Charlie was always urging us to cultivate the wranglers, so we did, saddling and currying the horses, shoveling shit, and cleaning up for George. They never had much to complain about. Only one among them really ever had badmouthed the family, a part-time stuntman and movie actor named Donald Jerome Shorty Shea. Shorty was in his mid-30s, a rugged, seemingly easygoing cowboy who aspired to become a big-time movie star. He had worked as a horse wrangler for over 15 years and was a good friend to George. He was always taking off to try out for a movie role that would land him in stardom. But it never happened, and he kept coming back to Spawn's to work for George. I always liked Shorty. Juan considered him a friend. I'll never forget the horror I experienced a year later when Clem described what they'd done to him. In addition to Shorty, there were 3 wranglers who lived at the ranch full-time. I knew them by their names: Randy, Benny, and Larry. Randy Starr was ranch foreman, tall, wiry, about 45. He wore his black hair long under a felt Stetson. His face was gritty and pockmarked, and he ate bennies by the roll and swilled gallons of vodka. Shorty used to say his eyes looked like two piss holes in the snow. Randy had been a stuntman most of his life and had sustained an injury to his spine, which rendered his left hand all but useless. It hung at his side like a hunk of rubber. Still, he considered himself something of a ladies' man and was forever trying to sweet-talk the gals into his trailer to show them his stunts. But Charlie, wishing to keep our scenes separate and secret, forbade girls in the family to socialize with any of the Wranglers, except for Juan Flynn. Since Juan was a big, powerful dude, hip to the drug scene, and well liked by all the ranch hands, Charlie figured it best to have him on our side. And Randy liked Juan. Benny was the number 2 man. Jovial, easygoing, about 5'9" and 160 pounds, somewhere in his mid-30s. He'd been married more than once and reportedly had a whole pasal of kids. But he lived in the bunkhouse on the boardwalk and only saw his family on the weekends. Benny claimed he was the best stuntman in the business. Do any damn thing if you pay me for it. More than once I saw him fall off the barn for $25. About a month. After we got there, someone gave him a tab of acid, and on a dare, he walked all the way to Gorgonville without his boots. Then there was Larry, retarded by a horse fall in childhood, a hard-working 28-year-old. He had long blonde hair and carried a Bowie knife, which he knew how to handle. But he was always even-tempered and well-liked, constantly living out some cowboy kid fantasy. He loved to do the Blackfoot shuffle and was forever galloping up to a group of us to announce, "Looks like I'll be heading for Abilene today." But George and the Wranglers weren't the only people we had to deal with at Spawns. There was also Ruby Pearl, a 63-year-old red-headed latter-day Annie Oakley, who had been a friend of George's for years. She'd also been a stunt rider in the circus and knew as much about horses as anyone at the ranch. She ran the finances, handled the Wranglers, and pretty much managed the ranch. Since Spawns has supported some 70 heads of horseflesh, Pearl was continually buying and selling them, as well as renting out stagecoaches, wagons, and sometimes the Wranglers themselves to local movie companies. Pearl didn't live on the ranch, but she came every morning at dawn and worked energetically until late in the evening. Where the family was concerned, she was friendly and unobtrusive. So long as we did our share of the work and took care of George, she had no complaints. I liked her a lot. So did Charlie. But the most bizarre personality among Charlie's close friends was a wizened, beady-eyed, dyspeptic little lady in her 70s who lived in a dilapidated lean-to, once a tool trailer, behind the saloon. Her name was Dodie, and she shared her low-slung hovel with a handful of yapping, brindle-marked dogs. Her clothes were filthy, her teeth yellow. The only time we'd seen her was when someone took her some food. Then she'd crawl out the entrance to her shack on her hands and knees. She spoke very little, and what she said was usually unintelligible. She seemed frightened and suspicious around people, childlike, yet wary. There was talk of committing her to a mental institution, but no one wanted that to happen. George let her live there because he liked her. The general atmosphere at Spawns was like that at most horse ranches. There was dust, leather, and the ubiquitous smell of horse shit. There was a well-stocked tack room filled with saddles, bridles, harnesses, whips, blankets, and sometimes bales of hay. And there was dust, Everything at Spawn's was seen through a veil of dust. In addition to the horses, there were scores of chickens who had the run of the place, laid their eggs everywhere. Plus a scroungy one-horned goat who roamed the property bleating continually while scavenging for food. And there was always the full crew of cowboys, dressed daily in tight-fitting Levi's, work shirts, and soiled Stetsons, walking around, rolling cigarettes, talking in a drawl, spitting into the dust. Sometimes they hunkered on a boardwalk outside the saloon, bullshitting with Charlie and the family. They liked Charlie's stories and told their own. Texas talk. Merle Haggard and the good old boys. They told jokes, cussed, farted, and when they spotted Pearl, sauntered jauntily back to work. On weekends, they went to shit-kicking bars in the valley and got drunk, then told stories about it during the week. Randy sang in a small country western combo in one of the bars and asked some of the musicians in the family to come down and play with them. We did a couple of times. It was okay. The ranch was comfortable, really, except for the flies. There were flies everywhere, millions of them. Charlie used to sit on the boardwalk in the sun and laugh, letting flies crawl all over him. Man, you gotta submit to the flies. Let's face it, they own this place. Charlie, Charles Mills Manson, was born on November 12, 1934, under the sign of Scorpio. His mother, Kathleen Maddox, was 16 at the time of his birth and was living with a man named William Manson, who may or may not have been Charlie's father, but who, nonetheless, provided him with the surname he was to use for the rest of his life. While Charlie would later claim that his mother was a teenage prostitute, other relatives described her simply as submissive and loose. In any case, it's clear that she lived with a succession of men during Charlie's childhood and was frequently absent from him. Charlie spent much of his time with obliging friends or with his aunt and maternal grandmother, moving back and forth between Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky. In 1939, Kathleen and her brother Luther robbed a gas station and assaulted the owner with Coke bottles, knocking him unconscious. The next day, they were arrested and incarcerated, while his mother served her sentence. Charlie lived with his aunt and uncle in McMecken, West Virginia, remaining with them until 1942, when Kathleen was paroled and again took custody of her son. From 1942 to 1947, Charlie lived with his mother and a succession of uncles, moving from one rundown neighborhood to another, until at last Kathleen tried placing her son in a foster home. When none were available, she sent him to the Gabald School for Boys, a caretaking center in Terre Haute, Indiana. Charlie was 12. 10 months later, he escaped and returned to his mother. When she rejected him, he took off on his own and began burglarizing private residences to survive. He was finally caught and sent to juvenile center in Indianapolis, but due to an error in filling out his papers, he was listed as Catholic and sent to Father Flanagan's Boys' Town in Omaha, Nebraska. Less than a week later, together with another boy named Blackie Nielsen, he stole a car and drove to Peoria, Illinois, committing 2 armed robberies while en route. His life as a hardcore criminal had begun. He'd just turned 13. For the next 20 years, Charlie was in and out of federal and state prisons for car theft, forgery, burglary, and pimping. During that period, he was married twice. Once to a 17-year-old girl from McMecken named Rosalie Jean Willis, who bore him one son, Charles Manson Jr., then to later, 1959, to a California girl named Leona, who also bore him a son, Charles Luther Manson. 17 of those 20 years, from the time he was 14 to the time of his release from Terminal Island at the age of 34, Charlie was behind bars. Getting educated, Charlie used to say, in them institutions of higher learning. In the joint, he studied music and learned to play the guitar. He wrote hundreds of songs. He also became interested in Eastern philosophy, Buddhism, and Scientology. Scientology was just becoming popular when he went to prison for the 10th time at the age of 26. While in confinement at McNeil Island, Washington, he began studying Scientology under the guidance of a convict named Lanier Rayner, who had been a student of L. Ron Hubbard, the Disciples' founder. Charlie would later claim that within a matter of months he had achieved Scientology's highest level, Theta Clear. From these studies he extracted certain phrases such as cease to exist and come to now. Utilizing these, together with other precepts gained through reading, music, friendships, and his own observations of human nature, Charlie evolved an eclectic theology of his own which seemed to harmonize beautifully with the budding spiritual notions of the new generation of flower children. At the time, Charlie left prison on March 21st, 1967, and went to San Francisco. Flower power at Haight-Ashbury was in full bloom. For a seasoned ex-con and one-time pimp who had associated with some of the toughest criminals in the country, the dewy-eyed kids standing on street corners in San Francisco must have appeared like something out of a dream. Charlie had spent 7 consecutive years behind bars before that summer. It was like running from a time warp. Charlie had never known love. He had never really had a family. In the summer of 1967, 9 months before I met him, he started one. Shortly after my arrival at Spawn's, I had to appear in court on my marijuana bust. Charlie read my citation and advised me how to handle the situation. He said I didn't need my parents there. 2 days before the court date, we had one of Dennis Wilson's white sequin-studded $500 suits altered to fit me. Squeaky and Sandy cut my hair while Charlie briefed me on what to tell the judge. That morning in court, while Charlie stood at the rear of the room, I stood before the judge, indignantly demanding a speedy jury trial. I was busted, Your Honor, for being in a place where marijuana was being smoked. Where I was the side of the road. Now, I don't know if marijuana is smoked on the side of the road or not, but I don't even know what this proceeding is about. But I do want a jury to decide my fate, and the judge sighed and said 2 words. Case dismissed. It was the first time I'd been in a courtroom with Charles Manson, but it would not be the last. We walked out together, arm in arm, grinning like loons, and returned to the ranch. After living alone in Big Sur for 3 months, the adjustment to life at Spawn's was by no means easy. It was like living in another world, Charlie's world. And like Charlie, it was always intense, paradoxical, comical, unpredictable, often beautiful, and, in time, frightening. On the surface, the family routine was simple and fairly consistent. Most of us, unless we had wrangler duty, generally got up at our leisure, and, if we wanted to, made our own breakfast. Rarely did we eat as a group in the morning. While the girls cleaned up the place, took care of George and Dodie, made garbage runs, or helped Pearl, the guys worked on the ranch, played music, or hung around with Charlie, who was usually scamming in town or tuning the scene at the ranch. At noon, the girls would prepare lunch for those who wanted it. The evening ritual was always the same. We'd eat dinner, listen to Charlie rap for an hour or two, play music together, then make love, either in small groups or as a family. Once or twice a week, we'd set aside an evening to take acid. Use of drugs in the family was never indiscriminate or casual. Rarely did we smoke grass during the day, and Charlie forbade anyone taking acid on his own. Drugs were used for a specific purpose, to bring us into a higher state of consciousness as a family, to unify us. Economically, we managed well. Much of our food came from garbage runs in the valley, or from money derived panhandling. Mary had a contact at a local bakery in Santa Monica who supplied us with bread, cakes, cookies, and other assorted pastries. Several of the girls had credit cards we used for gasoline. Charlie's scams in the city always netted us old cars and donations. People were always giving Charlie things. People like Dennis Wilson and Bobby Beausoleil, who contributed not only money, but automobiles, clothing, and food. Meanwhile, all bank accounts became communal property, so that we generally had a reserve of cash when we needed it. On one level, this life seemed easygoing and mellow, since, as Charlie had said, there was nothing to do but make love. There were, at least in theory, no pressures. But it's hard to do nothing without getting bored, and harder still to make love in a group without freaking out or getting hung up. Thus, pressures were created, and people became discontent. Charlie insisted that only those who were discontent had to work with the Wranglers. If you couldn't cut the sex scenes, you were obviously discontent. I was generally able to handle the sex trip consistently without going off into some heavy psychological number, which meant the other guys, Clem, Brooks, Kim, Tex, and TJ, all had most of the discontent duty. That left me and Charlie together much of the time, and I wound up palling around with him nearly every day. That's how I got close to Charlie and came into a position of power and freedom within the family. I picked up on the scene right away, got it together with the music, and really hit it off with the rest of the family. I don't know why it happened so fast. I guess I was ready to learn about myself. I'm sure it surprised Charlie. I hadn't been there more than a week when he said, "You know, Paul, one of these days I'm going to pass the power on to you, Dig." At that point, I wasn't sure just what the power was. If there was a goal in the Manson family during that first summer, 1968, it was to have no goal other than arriving at a plateau of inner harmony as a group, a plateau of love that might be an example to the desperate and alienated world. Without saying so directly, Charlie espoused the doctrines of Buddhist teachers and Zen masters. Turn off the internal dialogue and come to now. And the soul, a confrontation with the self on the deepest levels of experience, not privately or secretly, but in front of the family, in front of Charlie. What it meant was the heaviest psychosexual therapy imaginable. I learned more about myself and human nature through that group experience than from any other in my life. If I hadn't felt a real love from the family in the beginning in support of the changes I was going through, I would have never remained. From the beginning, Charlie believed the Beatles' music carried an important message to us. He said their album, The Magical Mystery Tour, expressed the essence of his own philosophy. Basically, Charlie's trip was to program us all to submit, to give up our egos, which in turn, in a spiritual sense, is a lofty aspiration. As rebels within a materialistic, decadent world, we could dig it. We were ripe for it. I know I was. It was particularly attractive to me because I'd always been spiritually oriented, into the Bible and Eastern thought. But generally, the girls were easier to program than the guys. It was easier for them to submit. They were more ingenuous and didn't have as far to fall, as much ego to drop off. They'd already been programmed into a form of submission by society, yet in a way, by submitting, they became superior to the guys. Like when it came to accepting their bodies, being naked, they were generally more comfortable than the men, particularly Charlie's original girls. They were not only physically liberated, but sexually confident. Certainly, Charlie's conception of love was a sexual one. Hey man, like Jesus, when he rapped about love, wasn't talking about some mealy-mouthed muttering and stuttering. He was talking about love with a real spirit. Love with a dick and balls. Why do you think all those women hung around Jesus? Hey, he showed those Romans how to ride their chariots. It's just that all these Latter-day Saints and men in black have tried to fill people's heads with a load of garbage. How do they get off talking about love? Walking around in those black robes up to their eyeballs, choking on those collars and their little peckers shriveled up and ready to fall off. What did those motherfuckers know about love? Hell, they never even dip their wicks or know what their bodies look like. That was the hardest thing for me initially, being free and comfortable while naked in front of the others. I overcame this inhibition for the most part by way of an episode that happened just 3 days after I joined the family. By then, all the girls had returned and we were living in the saloon. It was around 7 p.m. and we had just eaten a huge welcome home casserole dinner with mounds of green salad, followed by our customary dessert of zuzus. A name Charlie had given to all junk food and candy. It was Charlie's contention that candy was traditionally used as a ploy by parents to manipulate children and that we, the family, should never be subjected to a life without it. The implication being, perhaps, that we were all good children. During the months I spent with the family, there was never a day when we did not have plenty of zuzus. After dessert that evening, everyone sat in a large circle in the center of the saloon on mattresses, waiting for Charlie to initiate things. He had invited a couple of hippie girls from up at the ranch house to join the festivities, partly out of neighborliness, partly because he still had designs on the ranch house and wanted to work on the hippies. Both girls, Barbara Rosenberg, who would later join the family, and Shelley were in their late teens. Shelley was tall and voluptuous, Beau, short, slender, and with full upturned breasts, and an engaging yet nervous smile. They got right into the zuzus and the music, and seemed relaxed. It was hot, and nearly everyone was naked, when Beau, in preparation for the scene that was coming, began to peel off her clothes. She was clearly self-conscious. I sensed her embarrassment immediately and identified with it. Charlie was also aware of her hesitation, and he didn't let her off the hook. He confronted her, but did it masterfully, in a direct yet soothing monotone. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Beau," he said evenly. If she hadn't been uptight before, she sure as hell was then. Everyone's eyes were on her, which is what Charlie wanted. He used scenes like that to teach the group, a method I was to see him employ time and time again. Hey, we're all made of the same ingredients, same stuff, flesh, blood, and bones and like that. He stood up as if to demonstrate, looking down at his own body. We're all just plain old skin, right? Beau had already removed her bra and was still holding it in her hand. She dropped it on the floor as Charlie went on with his rap. So look, just relax and get down with us. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You were born beautiful. You have a beautiful body. Come over here a minute, Beau. The girl stood up, still in her panties. When Charlie extended his hand, she walked over to where he stood. Then he led her behind the bar to a full-length mirror. I couldn't see them, but I heard him talking to her. We all did. Look at yourself, woman. See how beautiful you are. No, damn it, look. Really, take a look. Look at your arms, your boobs, your legs. Look at all that pretty hair. That's not a foreign country. That's your own planet. Your own beautiful physical self. Touch it. Go on, touch it. There's nothing but beauty there. Nothing but your own beauty to love. The next day, I went into the saloon alone and stood before the same mirror. I took a long look at my face and at my own body. I scrutinized everything. My face, my hair, legs, arms, hands, feet, fingers, fingernails. I looked at my genitals, examined them carefully. It may sound absurd, but that day I got to know my body by really looking at it. I saw it as beautiful, and I accepted it. Without realizing it, I'd spent 18 years without really accepting my body. Perhaps my religious, sometimes puritanical, upbringing had caused me in some way, unconsciously, to disassociate myself from my body, particularly my genitals. It was a good lesson, one of many I would learn while in the Manson family. Charlie was always rapping about letting go of the ego. Let it die. Turn off the internal dialogue and come to now. Pacing back and forth across the saloon, he'd talk for hours, stopping to make a point, gesturing with his hands. Hey, we don't have to be hung up in all this past shit. Let it die. It doesn't matter what happened to you when you were 3 years old or when you joined the Boy Scouts. Hey, the sound of one hand clapping is the sound of one hand clapping. That's all. There's nothing to figure out. There ain't no background. There's just now, and when we come to now, we come to love and to get free. After these spiels, we'd sing Charlie's songs, which reinforced his words. Cease to exist, and your home is where you're happy, and old ego is a too much thing. Then a few of the girls would pass around some grass or a little hash, and Charlie would initiate a game called the circle, transmitting motion by joining hands and passing the motion around the group. We'd all focus on turning off the internal dialogue and just get into the rhythm and vibrations of the motion. Gradually, Charlie would start programming in sexual energy by touching or feeling the person next to him, and this would be passed along. From that point, we'd progress to positions on the floor, touching each other, trying to get a harmonious sense of energy flowing. Charlie would usually direct things by using sign language, winks and nods, or by physically guiding people. Since there were always fewer guys, the girls would get off by tuning into each other, trying to get into the rhythm of the whole group. Sometimes small segments, say 5 or 4 people, would get a nice thing going. But it was hard to pull off the big transcendental sexual trip of coming all at once, of coming to now in one big orgasm. Charlie believed that if we ever achieved that as a group, we would be bound together as one person in a state of love. But invariably, somebody would start freaking out or going through some heavy ego death, and we'd have to help that person through it. One night, during my first week at Spawns, Sandy freaked out on acid, started screaming about death. Said death was crawling across her skin. Sandra Good was one of Charlie's original girls, and among his most devoted followers. She had a pretty cherub face with rosy cheeks and a well-proportioned Rubenesque body. She had come from a wealthy family and had been a debutante. Her only blemish was a small scar on her throat, where years before she had undergone a tracheotomy. Sandra was always sensitive and high-strung, given to hysterical outbursts and tantrums. She was true to form that night. Charlie, it's death! Charlie was seated at the head of the table beside Squeaky, but he quickly went to Sandy and knelt beside her. Look at it, he shouted. Feel your skin. What does it look like? Look at death. Volcanoes, and worms. Worms on my skin. Eating my skin. It's green with worms. She broke away from Charlie and started crawling across the saloon floor. Then suddenly she stopped beside Clem and Stephanie and rolled over onto her back, gasping for air. Charlie was right there. He grabbed her by her hair, jerking her head back. Look at it. Don't avoid it. Then he started talking more softly, soothing her while she screamed, while the rest of us sat there, spaced out and stunned, tripping out. Sandy's voice sounded like the screeching of some jungle bird. I can't, she stammered. Look at it, damn it! Charlie urged. Look at the love! Take off your mask and see the love! Volcanoes are beautiful! Fire is your love, yours and mine. Sandy rubbed her arm with her hand. Gradually, her breathing slowed down. Charlie, she said softly, pronouncing the word as though it were a mantra. He let go of her hair. You're warm, he said, touching her neck. You're like silk. Charlie. Yeah? Sandy started to laugh lightly and put her arms around Charlie. Let it go, he said. Let everything go where it wants. Give it up. Let it die. Feel the love. It's like, don't let anyone into your head but me. I hear the wind, she said. So do I, Clem intoned. Me too, Snake whispered. Later, during that same trip, Ella erupted, shouting angrily at the fire. Stop it! Stop it! Don't put it down! I can't stand it! She sat facing the flames. Her hair hung in loose, pliant curls down her back. I could see the side of her face, flushed, aglitter with perspiration. Ella, too, was one of Charlie's original girls. Tall, slender, and one of the most adept love-makers in the family. She would later leave the family in the company of an ex-con named Bill Vance, who arrived at Spawn's a few months prior to the murders. Ella's most striking feature was her smile, a smile that seemed to radiate from deep within her. But she wasn't smiling that night. Don't, she cried. I can't stand it. What is it? Charlie broke in, seizing her arm. Who is it? Ella pushed him away, and he grabbed her hands with his. They struggled, and he muscled her to the floor, still clinging to her hands. Let go, he said. Submit to the motion. Submit to my motion. Quit fighting me. Gradually, Ella stopped flailing. She relaxed, and her hands and arms became one with Charlie's. He rotated his arms, holding onto her hands. Soon their arms were moving in a smooth, rhythmic pattern. Who is it? Charlie asked again. It's Candy. It's my friend Candy. Ella spoke without turning her head. I can't stand it. I can't. Talk to her, Charlie urged. Tell her what you're feeling. Listen, Candy. Listen to Ella. Then Charlie motioned to Snake, and it was understood that she was Candy. She crawled up to Ella. Candy, Charlie shouted at Snake. Listen to Ella. Throughout my experience with the family, we often acted out roles, becoming parents, brothers, sisters, and friends for one another. Some of the scenes were devastating, but we always got through them. Invariably, Charlie took control with a blend of physical force and a soothing monologue, asking that we submit to what we encountered and submit to his motion. We all took part in these scenes, and a strong kinship resulted. We did become brothers and sisters. Acid only intensified it, made it more indelible. Charlie directed it, but he could not control it. It was something no one could control. As much as anyone, he too was submitting to the forces of the unconscious. But not all the scenes were heavy. Some, in fact, were crudely comical. One night during that same first week, we were into a sex scene, split up into small groups of 5 or 6. I was making it with Sadie and Stephanie, really getting into it, when Charlie sprang to his feet. "Wait a minute," he shouted. "Hold everything!" He was standing over Clem, who apparently, without much success, was trying to give head to Katie. Katie had signaled to Charlie that Clem wasn't cutting the mustard. "Look, man," Charlie knelt beside Clem. "Don't you know how to give head yet?" Clem grinned sheepishly. Charlie walked to the bar to get a cigarette. Everyone sat up. "Look," he said, lighting the cigarette. "You heard of Freud? Well, the dude was always talking about sucking on something, right? Oral fixations. We all got 'em. See, the cat was right. You need to suck on something. That's why you got a mouth. That's why women got tits." He took a deep drag, and the smoke billowed out around his head. Dig it. You see kids sucking their thumbs or their fingers, or chewing on suckers or jawbreakers or long wiggly pieces of licorice, licking off frosting. People are always sticking pickles and smokes and zuzus into their face to suck on, dig? So if you're gonna suck on something, you should know how to do it. He set the cigarette down. "Hey, Katie, come up here a second. Get up on the bar, will you, please? Yeah, right? Just lie down there. Good." Katie, Patricia Krenwinkel, was 21. She had been with Charlie for nearly a year prior to my arrival in the family. She was a strong, large-boned, tough-minded girl. Though not as loquacious when it came to spouting Charlie's rap as the others, she exuded confidence and had respect within the family. She was not beautiful, but had a plain, appealing face and a good body. Nothing seemed to daunt or fluster Katie, and it was this attitude, together with her unflappable devotion to Charlie, that made her such a dominant figure in the family. Where sex was concerned, her own self-confidence seemed to consistently intimidate the younger men. "Okay," Charlie barked. "Everyone gather round a second and watch this. Shit, if you can't get head, you might as well stop everything. Spread your legs, Katie. Okay, good." Charlie bent over and gently parted the lips of Katie's vagina with his fingers, exposing the clitoris. "See this? You see this, Clem? Look, damn it, see it! Good. Everyone take a gander at it. Okay. This," he pointed, "is the little bugger that needs attention." With that, he went down on Katie to demonstrate. A few days later, during my second acid trip with the family, Charlie pulled off another of his instructional demonstrations. The rule when taking acid was that no one leave the room during the trip, not even to use the bathroom. A trip usually lasted about 12 hours. In case it was needed, we installed a portable shitter in one corner of the room. By that time, Charlie had made me the dope monitor, which meant that I passed out whatever dope the family used. I'd just handed it out and everyone had taken a tab. We were gathered in a circle, Brooks strumming on the sitar. Charlie was seated, shirtless, at the head of the group, already into his rap. To lose the ego is to die, he said. And when you die, or a part of you dies, you release that part to love. So what it means is overcoming your fear of death. Fear is the beginning of growth, yet it's what holds us back. Fear is a higher form of consciousness because it gives us a glimpse of the love. So it's just like you have to submit to your fear. Your fear is your pathway to love. We were starting to come on a little to the acid when one of the girls, another visitor to our scene, had to use the little pot. She got up during a pause in Charlie's rap and headed for the shitter. But when she got there, she stopped, turned around, and started back, embarrassed to use the toilet in front of us. Charlie was on his feet at once. He took the girl's hand and smiled. You gotta use a pot? I can wait. Suddenly, Charlie became the clown. Hey, he said. We all got assholes, right? Anyone here without an asshole? The little brunette hurriedly sat down, her face flushed. Hey, like everyone, look at my asshole. Charlie bent over and spread the cheeks of his anus. That, he declared, is an asshole. We all got 'em. We all use 'em. Without 'em, we'd be in real trouble, right? Anyone else got an asshole they'd like to show us? Hey, Paul, come here. Show us your asshole. Right on. That's another one, folks. Pretty much the same, aren't they? Sadie, can we take a look at yours? Sadie smiled, stood up, and spread her cheeks. Amazing. Charlie beamed. That's the one thing that don't change. The asshole. Men got no tits to speak of. Women got no pricks. But we all got them assholes. He grinned at the girl. So go on over, use the son of a bitch, and let's get on with it. While the girl proceeded to the toilet, Charlie, without breaking stride, went right on with his rap. The human soul, he said, doesn't hear don't and no. Don't and no are contrary to nature, dig? Life is yes and do. Even when people say no, they mean yes. What it means is don't get hung up on the negative vibes. Hey, if you gotta shit, you shit. You stay positive. You confront your fears. You always move towards yes and do. That's the way to overcome fear and get to love. Get to now. You say yes to your fears. You look at them and submit to them. And then it's like they dissolve into the love that you are. Into the love that we all are. You do what your love says. Chapter 5. From the day I arrived until the day I left the Manson family, there were always girls working on Charlie's ceremonial vest. A vest embroidered by hand in every imaginable color. A vest begun the day the family was started by Charlie's first female follower, Mary Brunner. During the summer of love, it was embroidered with flowers which flowed across the shoulders on vines. Then little scenes were added depicting the family's odyssey across the country and finally their arrival at Spawns. There were scenes of making love, riding horses, smoking dope, and dancing, making music, going to the desert. In time, the vest became a vibrant living chronicle of events within the family. All the way through the period of helter-skelter, the murders, and the trials. Over a 2-year span, more than 15 girls worked on the vest continually, sometimes 24 hours at a stretch. It looked like a medieval tapestry depicting a legend or a myth. During the trials, after the girls cut their hair, great locks of it were sewn into the fabric. From time to time, Charlie, and only Charlie, would wear the vest during music or therapy sessions, only to remove it afterward, so that more work could be done on it. Or he would let me, as if he were granting knighthood. It was never finished, and to this day I don't know what became of it. One morning, during my second week at Spawns, I got up around 10 and headed toward the stables. After several days of relative indolence, I felt the need for physical exercise. I missed the strenuous workouts I employed at Big Sur. It was already hot, and I removed my shirt as I walked, draping it across my shoulder. I spotted Benny and Larry herding 4 Appaloosa mares out of the corral. Larry waved, and I waved back. My shoulders were sore from where Snake had scratched me during the lovemaking the night before. From the onset, I'd found myself gravitating towards Snake, but I had to keep it cool. Charlie didn't go much for people teaming up. He was always breaking up little alliances that formed within the family, since, as he put it, this only weakens the family and causes dissension. The family is one. I am you, and you are me. Love has no individuality. It belongs to all of us, and it belongs to no one. Still, after nearly 10 days at the ranch, I was getting on top of the scene. I'd made love to nearly all the girls and felt I was pretty much accepted by everyone. I knew as much when Charlie reiterated how glad he was I decided to stick around. I still had some weighty hang-ups to deal with, but at that point, at least compared to the other guys in the family, I was clearly ahead of the game. I picked up a rock and fired it at the corral fence. It ricocheted off, and Tommy Thomas, Randy's black and white bulldog, came yipping out to greet me. I gave him a pat, then trotted up the hill toward George's house, deciding to get the keys to his pickup so I could take a load of horse shit from the stables and dump it. The screen door was ajar when I banged on it, and a little bell affixed to the inside doorknob clinked. I could smell sausage and hot coffee. I knew Squeaky was inside making George's breakfast. "Come on in," I heard George call out. "I'm blind as a bat, can't see a thing." We exchanged amenities, and Squeaky asked me if I wanted a cup of coffee. So I sat beside George at the table while Squeaky brought another cup. Squeaky, Lynn Fromey, was attractive in a bird-like ethereal way. She had light red hair, an abundance of freckles, a lithe, agile body, and was perhaps more devoted to Charlie than any other woman in the family. Like most of the girls, she had grown up in the Los Angeles area, where her father had worked as an aeronautical engineer. Though she was consistently mellow on the surface, Squeaky's abrupt moments and nervous laughter belied a frenetic uneasiness that showed itself as full-blown paranoia during subsequent acid trips. I never understood the mechanism of Charlie's hold on Squeaky until many months later when I made love to her for the first time. But she was in good spirits that morning as she poured the steaming coffee into my cup and pushed the sugar within reach. I stirred my coffee and glanced around the room. George's house was always a trip, chock full of saddles, bridles, and tackroom gear. It looked more like a bunkhouse than a ranch owner's living quarters. The house was old and weathered, the paint peeling off the walls in places, the floor strewn with faded throw rugs. The living room was good-sized, fronting directly onto the kitchen. There were also a bathroom, 2 bedrooms, and a storeroom off the back porch. Furniture was sparse. A couple of wooden rocking chairs, 2 straight-back antique chairs pulled up to the dining room table, and a dusty old couch. There were a lot of stories about George Spahn. One was that he had more than 10 children, and that each of them was named after a favorite horse. He could always remember the horses' names, but never the names of his kids. It was also said that George could tell the quality of a horse just by feeling its muzzle tone. I remember days when new horses would be brought to the ranch, and George would be led out to the corral by Pearl to pass his hands over the animal before giving the approval to buy. We always wondered just how blind George was. One afternoon, more than a month after I arrived, we took Snake into George's house and had her strip naked in front of him. George didn't say anything, but everyone agreed he turned a vibrant shade of red. George rocked back and forth in his chair, swilling his coffee, a reflexive grin playing across his lips. He was clean-shaven and wore baggy old-timer-style pants with suspenders, a white shirt, and vest. His eyes were hidden behind dark glasses. At his side, resting against the rocker, was his cane. I told him I wanted to borrow his pickup to dump a load of horseshit down the canyon. Without hesitating, he reached into his vest pocket and pulled out the keys. "Just drive it careful, you hear?" Squeaky took the keys and handed them to me. Winking, she spent hours with George. Whenever anyone would ask her how George was in bed, she'd just grin her benign space cookie grin and spout back some of Charlie's rap. George is a beautiful person. I love George. I finished the coffee and took off at a trot toward the corral. The mustard weed on the hillside was a bright yellow in the matinal light. I felt refreshed. My surroundings always seemed comfortable and familiar. I liked the ranch, its isolation, all its characters. I liked the open air and the sloping mountains. I was beginning to feel more and more that I'd made a good decision. As I entered the stables, I heard the guttural sounds of grunt labor. Someone was shoveling shit out of the stalls. I saw it come flying out in great heaps at the end of the corridor. It was Brooks Poston. No member of the family had more discontent duty than Brooks. No one shoveled more shit. Tons of it, he used to say. Fucking tons of it. I peeked into the stall. "What's happening, Brooks?" He looked up, lifting a shovelful, and grinned. "Horse shit's happening." I stood aside while he tossed it into the pile at my feet. "I got George's pickup, if you want to take a load up the canyon and dump it." Brooks nodded. "I'll grab a shovel and back the truck in." Brooks was from Borger, Texas. Tall, blonde, blue-eyed, with sharp, irregular features. He was 19 that summer. He'd left Texas the year before, dropping out of high school to begin his own psychedelic experimental odyssey, which took him throughout Northern California before coming to LA. He'd met Charlie just 1 week before I came to Spawns and was trying like hell to make the scene. He was a good guitarist and had a strong singing voice. In time, we became close friends, and from our combined vantage points, Brooks at the bottom shoveling shit, me at the top as Charlie's number one man, we were eventually to glean a comprehensive overview of what the Manson family was all about. But that morning was the first time I'd really talked to Brooks. I drove the truck in and we began shoveling out the stalls. While we worked, I asked Brooks what he'd done before coming to Spawns. He told me about living in Mendocino County in the town of Ukiah, where he met a Methodist minister named Dean Morehouse. Yeah, Dean was pretty far out. He's the one who first turned me onto LSD and told me about Charlie. Said Charlie was the most tuned-in dude he'd ever met. Old Dean was right on. I couldn't believe it either, man, 'cause Charlie made it with Dean's virgin daughter, Ruth Ann, down on the beach in Mendocino. Dean was pissed plenty at first, said he'd kill Charlie. But shit, after Charlie turned his love on Dean, Dean just said, "Far out." I leaned my shovel up against the truck and sat down, wiping the sweat from my face with my sleeve. Flies swarmed around us like hornets. Their incessant drone permeated the air. Brooks sat beside me, hawking a glob of spittle against the side of the stall as he did so. "Yeah, you should have seen it, Paul. When I went with Dean over to Dennis's a couple weeks ago, Dean hadn't seen Charlie for a while. I didn't even know Charlie then, really. But he walks into Dennis's house and sees Dean. Goes right over, kneels down, and kisses Dean's feet. Blew my mind. A few days later, I was stoned on acid, and Charlie was sitting in Dennis's living room tuning his guitar. The next thing I know, Dean crawls up to Charlie on his hands and knees like a puppy dog. Just looks up at him. Charlie says, "Are you ready to die this instant?" Dean says, "Yes, I am." Then Charlie says, "You can live forever, brother." Blew me away, man. Listening to Brooks, I realized how deeply dependent he was on Charlie. But at the time it seemed right, that the power Charlie had was good. Later, Brooks told me that his father had died while he was in high school, and that he had felt somehow responsible, guilty for not having shown his father more love. In a way, I think I killed him. After he told me this, I began to understand why Charlie's death rap got so heavy for Brooks. Unconsciously, he took the death command almost literally. There was a part of him that thought he should die, that he deserved to die. That summer, Brooks got totally spaced out. Not only could he not function in sex scenes, at times he was rendered completely catatonic. One day, a month or more after I'd been at Spawn's, I found Brooks lying outside on an old couch, motionless, with his head hanging over the edge, his limbs rigid. There were flies buzzing all around his head, and I could smell where he'd shit in his pants. At first I thought he was dead. Then I felt his pulse and began shaking him. Finally, I got him to his feet and took him into the house to clean him up. It scared me to see a guy that strung out. But I never attributed any of it to Charlie. To me, it was just Brooks going through his changes. If anyone could help Brooks, I figured it was Charlie. Brooks and I worked until sundown, then went back to the saloon to eat dinner. Charlie seemed agitated during the meal and afterward kept pacing around the saloon. "I don't like the part I'm playing," he declared. Without looking at anyone, he strode to the mirror behind the bar and jerked off his cowboy hat. "Hey, Mary, get me another hat." While Mary went into the room behind the bar to get a hat, Charlie untied the red bandana from his neck and tied it around his head, then studied himself in the mirror. "Hey," he said to himself, "if you don't like the part you're playing, change it. It's a magical mystery tour. We can change the mask whenever we want." Mary handed him a weathered, misshapen Stetson. He tried it on. "What's wrong with the part I'm playing?" he asked himself. "It's a drag, man," he answered. "George is always bitching. The cowboys got their redneck heads up their ass. That motherfucker Shorty is bad-mouthing us. No one can make the scene here. I think I'll just die and start over." With that, Charlie clutched at his chest and dropped to the floor as though struck dead. Then he got up grinning, hopped up on the bar, and began to play his guitar and make up verses, one leading into the next. "Hey, Snake and Brenda, pushing all the time. Trying to be like Sadie, getting out of line. And Gypsy, too. Paul and Snake got a cozy thing going. Looks real good, but its belly button showing. Leave your thoughts, don't control your mind. Leave yourself and just be. Leave yourself far behind you. Now is where you should be. The trouble with you all is you can't get free. Got a wireless phone to mama, won't let you be. You seem to be fine, but you're always on the line, the party line. 'Cause you really don't know how to make love and come to now. Oh, I had a little monkey and I took him to the country and I fed him on gingerbread. Along came a choo-choo and knocked my monkey cuckoo. Now my little monkey is dead." Charlie was always rapping about making love and death. Those words went together, flowed effusively through all his songs and raps. In time, death and making love became almost synonymous. It's through ego death that we come to love. Only later would I realize the extent to which those notions applied when I learned that Sadie had had an orgasm while committing murder. Yet, at that time, when I saw in Charlie's program was positive. I understood that if I were to become tuned into myself, a good bit of my ego would have to die. Like everyone else, I was going through my changes, trying to become one with my love. And since Charlie was love, I was, in some sense, like everyone else, becoming Charlie. Not infrequently during some heavy acid trip, someone would shout, "But who am I? I don't know who to be." Charlie would just tell them not to worry about it. Be whoever or whatever you want to be. If you want to be someone, why not be me? One evening during that same period, Charlie and I took a hike up to the outlaw shacks before dinner and sat on the porch. He told me how he envisioned the family once people got the shit and the ego mucked out of them. Once they got clear. It's like when people are really tuned in to each other. They don't know. They don't have to think or speak. They just know. One thought becomes all thought. They move together. They feel together. They breathe together like one organism. In a way, they become more like animals, more instinctive. They don't worry about the shit in their heads. They're clear. They just react and feel. Then whatever they do is right on. Making love, making music, just getting into the flow of the natural scene. That's what I see happening, man, dig? That's the direction we're moving in. That's the direction we have to move in this life. 'Cause sooner or later the shit is going to come down. Later that night we drove into West LA to pick up a car. Some guy was turning over a '62 Chevy to Charlie and the family. It was uncanny. People were always giving Charlie things. Cars, tools, time, women, money. It was something in his personality, a kind of mystic, hypnotic humility that prompted them to submit to his incessant catechizing. Another gift came to Charlie just 2 days later. A seductively packaged gift by the name of Ruth Ann Morehouse. None other than Dean Morehouse's virgin daughter Brooks had told me about earlier. Ruth Ann, who became known in the family as Weesh, was 16, small, elegant, and sensual, with black hair and a lustrous, curvy body. She was a delicious-looking girl, and Charlie kept her close to him during the first few weeks of her stay at Spawn's. That was generally the procedure when a new girl arrived. Charlie would indoctrinate her with his concentrated presence on all levels, then turn her loose to the fold. The day she arrived was the same day Bobby Beausoleil brought another new girl to the family, Catherine Scher, better known as Gypsy. Dark-skinned, seductive, and built like a brood mare. Charlie's trip was particularly heavy after dinner that night. We had all smoked good grass and were playing music. He was singing a song he had written that particularly appealed to the women in the family. Since there were 2 new members of the fair sex present, he really got into it. There's a time just for living. Time keeps on flying. You think you're loving, baby. All you're doing is crying. Can you feel? Ask yourself, are your feelings real? Look at your game, girl. Go on, look at your game, girl. Just to say you love is not enough. If you can't be true, you can tell all those lies, baby, but you're only fooling you. Can you feel? And ask yourself, are those feelings real? Look at your game, girl. Go on. Look at your game, girl. If you can't feel, then the feelings ain't real. Then you better stop trying, or you're gonna play crying. That's the game. Oh, that's the game. The sad, sad game. The mad, mad game. While Charlie sang, the girls sat around him. The looks on their faces were almost reverent. Wish sat on his left, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly ajar. She reminded me of a teenager watching Elvis Presley in his prime. All eyes, in fact, were riveted to Charlie. Every motion in the room was prompted by the movement of his body as he sang, leaning forward, then backward, his hair loose about his shoulders. As a singer, Charlie was always magnetic. All his vibrance and vitality were expressed through his music. Without question, the Manson family was programmed most effectively through music. Had the general public been exposed to Charlie's music, they might well have understood, at least to some extent, the intensity of his presence. Music transcends the spoken word, explodes it into color and feeling, makes it live, gives it soul. All one needs to do is witness a good rock concert. People moving berserk, ripping off clothing, dancing, moving, gyrating, submitting like participants in some voodoo hex. Even the most sedate and dignified have been known to flip out, leap onto the stage in a frothing frenzy because of music. Music cutting through all the barriers and blocks, liberating passion. Only later would I become aware of just how powerful a force it was, how easily ideas are programmed into the subconscious by way of music, the very core of commercial advertising. Little musical jingles that lead you to a box of cornflakes without even realizing it. Musical jingles repeated over and over again nightly. Submission is a gift. Cease to exist. Later that night, Charlie sang another song he had written. Old ego is a too much thing. He sang it several times in a raspy, oaky style. Soon everyone was singing along, belting out the refrain with real fervor. Old ego is a too much thing. Old ego is a too much thing. I guess the response inspired Charlie because after the song he began to rap in earnest about egos being programmed into us by society. I was turned on that night by Wish and watched her as she sat beside Charlie, gawking up at him as he spoke. The idea is to kill off the programs society has stuck us with, to deprogram ourselves, to get rid of the past shit, to submit to the love and come to now. That's why we sing and make love together and see our fears for what they are. Steps to a higher consciousness. It's like the man on the cross, dig? He just loved. He just submitted to his love, and all his body carried was love. There were no programs inside him. He was clear, just a hole in the infinite that love poured out of. Charlie would often refer to himself as a hole in the infinite. The implications were obvious, and I remembered Snake's comment the first day I came to Spawn's. Charlie is Jesus Christ. It was all the more intriguing and compelling because Charlie was never Christ-like in any traditional classical sense. Turn the other cheek, stuff like that. Maybe that made it easier to buy. It seemed more real, more plausible. And we never considered ourselves hippies in that regard either. Charlie pointed out that while the ideas of the hippies were okay, they didn't have the balls and the soul to do anything for society. They hadn't been through their changes. They hadn't seen the truth. Brown rice, flowers, and beatific smiles weren't enough. He said the hippie had his chance at Haight-Ashbury and blew it. I remember at one point he suggested we call ourselves slippies, like slippery, just slipping beneath the awareness of people. He told how in prison he played beneath the awareness of the guards and prison officials. Like I just played it dumb, man. Like an idiot boy, you know. And they just let me alone to do my trip, to play my music. It's like inside we have all we need. Inside ourselves we have the love. And if we listen to the love and don't fall for the hype, we can get by and see the beauty. It's not that hard, really, if you just open your eyes to it. He took Weish's hand and squeezed it. I see it, he said, looking at Weish. I see the young love coming. It's getting free of all the programs. He stood up and stretched, then rubbed his throat. Moments later, Squeaky got up and fetched him a glass of soda water. He took a sip and handed back the glass. Then he walked across the saloon in front of us. He was wearing buckskin pants and sandals. A piece of leather was tied around his neck, and a bowie knife was strapped to his waist in a leather sheath. He recently cut his beard. His eyes were clear. Everybody was really into his rap. It's like the man, dig, always programming us all the time, like society, programming with us all the garbage on TV, to wear certain clothes and eat certain foods, dig, to buy and produce all the rot that pollutes the earth. Like when I was in the Southwest, you know, I see man destroying things as fast as he can. I see man shooting the animals. I see these big fat dudes coming around with guns, shooting lizards and birds and anything they can, just killing and killing. Hey, they're all programmed to kill. It's like the cop in Malibu who pulled me over last week, man. And I took on his helmet, right there on his helmet, forehead. And I see this beast, this bear. Hey, why can't people see the mark of the beast? It's right there. It's not a hard thing to see. You see it all the time in the war. You see 18-year-old kids, all the young love, programmed to be Marines, to hate gooks or Japs and to kill them with a bayonet in the name of democracy or the flag or whatever. But they make it out to be heroic, like an all-American dude, a hero, dig, just killing. What I see in the animals, sometimes here on the ranch, you know, what I see is the animals are smarter than the people. In jail, I hardly ever saw animals around. But then I get out and see the coyotes and dogs and snakes, rabbits and cats and mules and the horses. And I see the animals and watch them. And that's where the love is. Most of the love is in the animals and in the people, man. And that's where my love is. I don't really have a philosophy. My philosophy is, don't think. You know? Just don't think. If you think, you are divided in your mind. You know, one is one in two parts. Like, I don't have any thought in my mind hardly at all. It's all love. Intense is the word that best described Charlie during these raps. He seemed totally energized and focused. He exuded an electric, almost seething passion. His words were infused with feeling, as though they had been issued from a bubbling cauldron of soul. When he spoke of love, you felt the warmth to your core. When he sang, his words were even more compelling. Being so small physically and so large psychically made it even more dramatic. There was beauty in his face, a bold, confident directness. There was also subtlety and cunning, a lupine glint in the eyes, the look of the wolf, the jackal, the soul of the scorpion. I would later meet an old Deseret in the Panamint Valley who said these characteristics are common to most Scorpio personalities to different degrees. Scorpio, he believed, was the most powerful sign of the zodiac, particularly when it came to sex. Certainly, Charlie's sexual appetites, though erratic, were voracious. His desire to bring off the cosmic orgasm was genuine. He said often that if we shared that experience, we'd make it through the last door. His passion and vitality inspired us. Charlie smoothed his hair back from his face, looked around the room, then sat down beside Wish, taking her hand. Squeaky handed him the soda water and he took a drink. I was sitting beside Stephanie and Snake. There were at least 20 people in the circle, including Tex, Juan, Clem, Bobby, and Bo. We'd all smoked a little hash, and I could sense a real mellowness in the wake of Charlie's rap. We went through the preliminaries of joining hands and making sounds, but most of it was unnecessary. Everyone seemed tuned in. Generally, just one person's uptightness was enough to throw discord into a scene, but not that night. The vibes were right. It was all the more unusual since we had 2 new girls in the family, Wish and Gypsy. Before long, I was laying on my back with Snake on my left. I had my hand on her thigh while Stephanie lay on my right with one of her legs draped over mine. Stephanie Rowe was another girl I grew very fond of. She was quick-witted and capable, and at times would engage in friendly verbal fencing matches with Charlie. She had dark, strong features and thick brown hair. A slight tendency to corpulence inhibited her on occasion, but for the most part she was very much on top of the scene. She'd been with Charlie since the San Francisco days, and was a passionate lover. She smelled clean and fragrant that night as she rolled over and put her arm around my waist, while Ella moved over from the left and began giving head to Snake. Since there were always fewer men, the women prepared each other by initiating foreplay, readying themselves for the men, who would subsequently move from girl to girl while trying to maintain the rhythm of the group. I was aware of the breathing in the room. It sounded like one organism, as if I were connected respiratorily to everyone. The fire was still crackling, spewing up smoke through the flue. The back windows were open so that fresh air circulated like some invisible external aphrodisiac moving in a rhythm with the breathing and the languorous sounds of the lovemakers. I don't know if the whole family was in tune with the little scene that 5 or 6 of us had going, but I do know that at no previous time had I experienced such a free, natural flow of movement. I had complete control as I rolled from one girl to the next. It seemed as if I were penetrating all of them simultaneously, and that we were all in tune. An alchemy of human juices mingling and swirling, and orifices belonging to us all. There was no hesitation, no holding back. It was as if the love of the family on a sexual spiritual level had stood up to orchestrate its own rhythm. Everyone disappeared into the vortex of sound and sensation. What Charlie had said was true. There was no thinking, no leaders, no rules, no individuality. Where was Charlie? We were all Charlie. And there was no Charlie. Perhaps Charlie was, that night, a hole in the infinite. For me, the climax was not shattering or wildly passionate. More, it was like a quiet, gradual release, a single wave which had broken far out at sea to flow shoreward. The sounds of people coming were like the sounds of waves being dissipated on the shore, spectacularly unspectacular, the infinite, whispered sound of fulfillment. No one spoke afterward. I remember people clinging to each other without moving, bodies relaxed and interlocked, the sound of quiet breathing. I remember Charlie muttering something aloud, but what he said was muffled and remote, as though it had been uttered from a great distance. Snake laid her head on my chest. I had my arms around Stephanie and was aware of other bodies which had gravitated to me and were now draped across mine. Aware of hands resting on my flesh like warm hearts beating. Much later that night, Charlie came over with a new girl named Darcy. I was aware of them lying beside me. Almost everyone else was sleeping. A sea of bodies sprawling across the saloon floor. It was dark, except for a candle burning on the windowsill that fronted the boardwalk. Charlie asked her if she felt the cosmic vibes that night. She said yes. Then he said sex was just an expression of love. If you love, you just love. Physical and spiritual love are one love. Then he told her to give him some head. When she went down on him, he stopped her. Hey, no, not like that. Paul can do better than that. Hey, Paul, show this girl how to give head, will ya? Charlie was testing me, and I knew it. The thought repulsed me as I looked at him and then at the girl. But I was starting to believe in Charlie. I wanted to please him, so I showed her. Freedom, Charlie said later, as a turn-on to cosmic law. And in cosmic law, there is no gender. It's just love. Chapter 6. But it wasn't all love those first days at Spawn's. Though rare, there were occasions when Charlie vented an explosive violence, particularly if someone challenged his authority. Only in retrospect would I understand the portent of those outbursts. One night we were gathered around the low dining table waiting while the girls served dinner. It was dark outside, but the saloon was illuminated by a series of candles set along the top of the bar, and several that flickered from the windowsills fronting on the boardwalk. Gypsy had lit some incense, and its ambrosial fragrance wafted through the room, reminding me momentarily of Lebanon, of Rudy and Arula, the housemaids. Several girls walked back and forth across the floor, carrying utensils, glasses and plates of chopped suey and salad from George's house. Charlie was tuning his guitar. I was sitting beside Juan Flynn, who had just come in from work and was still wearing his dusty trail clothes and boots. As usual, he was ebullient and animated. I've been riding these fucking horses for 5 hours with Benny behind me telling me to go faster. Sometime I think he's crazy. Benny. Juan stood about 6'5" and weighed 220 pounds, most of it muscle. He was always garrulous and lusty, a powerhouse personality, one of the few guys Charlie could really never get a handle on. Half Panamanian and half Irish, he had light brown Afro-style hair and steel blue eyes. He reminded me of a hybrid Zorba the Greek. He'd grown up in Panama and had fought in the Vietnam War. At 26, he was a seasoned young man, intelligent and strong-willed. Still, he was intrigued by Charlie's scene, and I could tell that Charlie's rap confused him. But never for too long, for it wasn't so much Charlie that kept Juan's attention. It was Brenda. At 5'3" and less than 100 pounds, she had become, in a short period of time, one of the heaviest little gals in the family. A real cosmic sex cookie, fully capable of handling the big Latino cowboy. That night, she sat on the other side of Juan. He was joking about the family living inside a jail, the mock jail at Spawns. Then he began describing the time he was jailed in Panama for riding his horse into a bank. Squeaky knelt behind Charlie and began giving him a back rub. Tex sat next to Katie, strumming Charlie's guitar. I don't know, Juan concluded, but it seemed to me that in jail I talked to some very interesting and intelligent men. I hate the jail, but I see there's something to learn. In the other room, Pooh Bear was crying. Charlie signaled to Stephanie and she went into the room, behind the bar, to check on the baby. Charlie grinned at Juan, then flicked the hair from his eyes. Dig it, Juan, he said. It's like all my life I felt like all the bad people were in jail and all the good people were on the outside. Then I would get out of jail and find out just the opposite. That the people outside smiled and pretended they were groovy. But shit, they never kept their word. And then I'd go back in the jail. Hey, I think my longest time out of the jail in the past 20 years had been about 8 months at a stretch, up until the last time I got out. Then Juan, dig this. Just before they let me out the last time I told the man, I says, hey, I can't cut society. I'm just digging being in here with people I know. Being in here playing with my music, doing my trip. So what happens? They kick me out and I go up to Berkeley, and I meet this kid, about 15. I ask him, hey, where do you live? And he says, well, I live out my sleeping bag. And I says, well, don't you work? He says, oh, nobody works. So I says, how do you eat? The kid says, well, I eat at the Diggers. Then he put his arm around me like I was his brother and then said, come on, and show me the love. The first time I really found love in the world. After all the food was on the table and everyone was seated, Charlie took a bite of salad. Then we all started to eat. Moments later, he looked up from his plate, screwed his face into a scowl. Hey, who made this salad dressing? Sadie said that she did. Smells a bit like piss. Charlie grinned. Hold your nose, Sadie quipped. I might have to. Sadie got up and started to walk toward the doorway with a plate. More than 5 months pregnant, her belly was beginning to ripen and protrude beneath the Mexican blouse she wore. Moving past Charlie, she made some comment which, to me, was unintelligible, but Charlie leaped to his feet. Don't give me that shit, woman! He grabbed her by the arm and started slapping her. I don't listen to that kind of talk. You could just take that shit on down the road. Dig what I'm saying? Sadie cried out, and I felt Juan's body tense. But he didn't get up, nor did anyone else. Sadie kicked and grappled with Charlie until he pinned her arms against the side of the bar. "I'll break your goddamn fingers off! Let go, damn it!" "Stop it, Charlie, stop it!" Her breathing came in short gasps. Finally, he forced her to the floor, bending her fingers back against her hand. She groaned, but he wouldn't let go. "Just relax! Damn it, quit fighting!" He crouched over her, forcing her arms to move with his until gradually she submitted to the motion and was following his movements. It lasted only an instant. Then he was talking soothingly to her, almost like a passionate lover might, stroking her hair. "Just let go, Sadie. Let go." It was starting to turn Sadie on, and she began caressing Charlie. Then he jerked her to her feet and told her to go on in the kitchen and take care of her business. Later, I was to see many such outbursts from Charlie. Short, violent ragings, sometimes verbal, sometimes physical, but always resolved by a form of submission, either physical or mental or both, motion hooked to emotion, and always balanced by a soothing aftermath. Another of his releases was to smash a guitar to smithereens. He must have destroyed a dozen while I was with the family. Later, the split in his personality became increasingly more apparent, but always his violence was more than balanced by his softer, more loving side, his patience. Again, it was a paradox, since Charlie was generally much more patient than anyone else in the family. After spending 2/3 of your life behind bars, you learn a little patience. There were times, for example, when there would be a delay or we'd have to wait someplace in line. Charlie would never get uptight. He'd just find a stick or a rock on the ground and turn it into some kind of toy or game. Or he'd start talking to a kid and entice him into the game. It was beautiful, the way he'd get so absorbed in it. And it impressed the family, giving more credence to what he preached about coming to now and being alive in the moment. When he did vent rage or displeasure, most of us felt responsible, believing that we were to blame by being too hung up on our own egos. What made us resist or question, he said, was ego. He taught submission, a submission to the love. And since Charlie was the love, submission to him. And he said, too, that there was no such thing as right and wrong as long as we followed. The implications were clear, and in time, these notions became a reality for most of us. When, on several occasions, he was challenged for being too rough on one of the girls, his rap would always be the same. "No one was hurt, man. I didn't hurt anyone. You didn't see blood. You don't see any marks. Dig it. Pain is a sensation. There is no pain, really. It's like any change. And change you pass through produces sensation. Pain is like fear. It expands your consciousness. It's essential. It brings you to now. Only through pain and fear do you come to love." What inhibited my reacting to Charlie on these occasions was partially due to the passivity of the girls. Most of them had been with him for months. They were used to it and even seemed to thrive on the attention. They were committed to Charlie on very deep levels. Just how deeply committed, I wouldn't learn until much later. It seemed, too, in retrospect, that they all felt guilty for certain unnameable sins, so that, unconsciously, they deserved punishment. I see it as common in this culture. In part, it's the whole guilt trip religion has laid on people. It would appear that, unconsciously, the family was as much attracted to Charlie's negative, violent side as they were to his warm, loving side. Generally, people repress negative feelings and are afraid to release anger. People are attracted to real violence because they see it vented so rarely. It's like a magnet, but what they're really responding to is their own repressed anger. That helps explain the paradox of Charlie's appeal, and also why the murderers got so charged up while committing their crimes, particularly Sadie. Susan Atkins was only 20 when I first saw her in Topanga Canyon, sprawled across the floor of Jay's house, naked. She had long brown hair, pepper brown eyes, high cheekbones, and a full, sensuous mouth. Her body was sleek, supple, and curvaceous. She thrived on sex. Her nickname was Sexy Sadie. Sadie was born in San Gabriel and raised in San Jose. Her mother died of cancer when she was still in high school. Not long afterwards, she ran away from home, traveling to San Francisco, where she used her abundant pulchritude to best advantage, working as a topless dancer, hooker, and gun moll. By the time she met Charlie in the summer of 1967, she was prime for the scene. When during the course of my stay with the family, some hardcore macho type would show up at the ranch, Charlie would sick Sadie on him. She unfailingly neutralized even the baddest of dudes. Sadie had a seductive, unctuous voice, tinged with a fine patina of bitterness. The voice of a girl who had become a woman too fast. Both precocious and promiscuous, she had come to know men at a tender age. Yet she knew them primarily as animals. In their eyes, she had always been a sex object. What she did not know how to deal with was real love. To her way of thinking, only Charlie had showed her what that was all about. Getting hit by the man you love is no different than making love to him. Charlie gives me what I need. Like all the girls, Sadie soaked up Charlie's rap. We all did. That was the game in the Manson family. When Charlie left the ranch, the rap we spoke was his rap. In time, it got so that we rarely spoke at all of personal experiences or our pasts. We spoke only of love, of coming to now, of tuning our scene. Being at Spawns made it easier. We were isolated from society. We had no TV sets, no newspapers, and we rarely left the ranch except to drive into town on garbage runs or into the valley to pick up a truckload of corn for the horses. We were nearly always together, sleeping, eating, making love, playing music, working on the ranch. There was nothing more important to any of us than putting Charlie's scene together. If anyone raised a question, Charlie would just dismiss it. There are no questions, he'd say. Every question contains its own answer. Therefore, when you pose a question, you pose it to the void. A question is just a statement. Living with the family became primarily a game of awareness. Being aware primarily of what Charlie wanted, anticipating Charlie. My success in the family was based on my ability to play the games. I learned to pick up on Charlie's signals, knew when he moved a certain way or assumed a certain expression just what he wanted. Sometimes we picked up girls together and brought them back to the ranch. Occasionally they were afraid of Charlie because he was so much older. I bridged the gap. Because we were the same size and spoke the same rap, they were able to make the transition. Charlie benefited from my presence. More and more, he put me in charge of details he would generally have handled himself. It was clear, too, that the veteran girls found it easy to deal with me on all levels. In the process, I got closer to everyone in the family. During the heavier therapy sessions, when someone would freak out, I was able to help them through their changes, and I got good at it, thereby gaining rank in the family. Charlie allowed this. It took the pressures off him, gave him a chance to rest and observe. When Sadie's belly swelled even larger, I took a paternal interest in her, helped her with heavy loads, watched out for her well-being. It was an unconscious process on my part, but I was beginning to feel a strong tie to the greater family, a real kinship with this band of people who had gathered in the Chatsworth Mountains at Spawn's Movie Ranch. At the same time, deep within myself, I began to experience a vague uneasiness. Initially, I thought it stemmed from the trauma of my sexual number with Charlie. But that passed, as he said it would, by confronting whatever latent homosexual fears I may have harbored. I had discovered that I could perform bisexual acts without freaking out. Sex, to Charlie's way of thinking, was merely a vehicle to assist in getting free. There were times, for example, when we'd take a little orgy contingent to Dennis Wilson's house just to blow the minds of his hip guests who thought they were so sexually liberated. They'd never seen real uninhibited lovemaking, and many of them couldn't handle it. Charlie took a perverse delight in exposing their hang-ups so blatantly. Then we'd leave like a well-trained band of commandos and return to Spawn's to do it for real. Both Charlie and I were heterosexuals, but being locked up with men for 17 years of his life had pretty much dictated a certain amount of homosexuality on his part. In the joint, you ain't got much choice. Pretty soon it happens whether you like it or not. And after a while, you're just flat on it. When on occasion a gay dude would show up on the scene, we'd run him down the road in a hurry. With all those horny women, the last thing we needed was what Juan called a maricón. No, the uneasiness I began to experience went deeper than that. Something scared me, and I didn't know what or why. One evening, less than a month after my arrival at Spawn's, I left the ranch and hiked up past the outlaw shacks to the hillside where I could look down upon the ravine. I heard the screen door slam and knew that Squeaky was taking George his dinner. There were crickets whirring in the grass, and the lights from passing cars on the highway were visible beyond the ridge. Moments later, I heard approaching footsteps and saw Charlie coming up the trail carrying his guitar. He was wearing Levi's and a full-sleeved scarlet shirt. He had a smile on his face and reminded me of a campesino on his way to a fiesta. "Nice sky tonight, huh?" was his comment as he hunkered beside me, looking off down the ravine. We sat without speaking for a time while he strummed the guitar. Then he began talking about how glad he was I had joined the family, and said again that someday he'd be passing on the power to me. "In time, you'll have your own family, your own tribe. We'll spread the love around, dig? Share it with the world." The sky was a brilliant red-orange at the base of the hillside, which loomed beyond the ravine like a miniature volcano. My eyes were riveted to the horizon. "Anything wrong, Paul?" Charlie spoke without looking at me. "I don't know. I just feel sort of frustrated and afraid." "What are you afraid of? You afraid of me?" "Maybe a little. I don't know. But I'm afraid of something." "You know what I think, man? I think you're afraid of yourself. And that's okay, 'cause fear is what helps you see yourself. Once you get past the fear, you can see the love. You're starting to look inside yourself, and it scares you. For some reason, Charlie's words opened up a well of emotion, and I began to cry. He put his arm around my shoulder. You know, brother, the way I look at it, fear is a state you should not resist. It's a state you should grow in. Through fear, you come to now, to the very moment of living. And that's where the love is. That's where you're going, and where we're all going. Heck, you know, up here we got it made. Everything is right here. Dig it, we're not hungry. We got nature all around us. And mostly, we got all the love anybody could want. So don't be afraid of yourself and afraid of the love. Down there, you know, they got madness. They got 6 million freeways, and smog, and cars, and ugly women, and all the poison of TV sets and insurance policies. Hey, the only place they're going is nuts. We got no ulcers here. We got music, a ranch, good hash. We got horses and nothing to do but make love and music. Dig it, Paul. People aren't bad. Not even the pigs are bad. It's just they don't know where the road starts. They think the road is made of concrete. They don't see the blood veins in their own arms and legs. They don't see the rivers of their own blood. They don't see that the heart is what makes the roads, and that roads are invisible until you quit running after them and start listening to your heart. He flicked the hair from his eyes with a jerk of his head. You know, man, you might like to take a little ride up north to Mendocino. Take the girls up there for their dope trial. Take the bus and go for a nice ride up the coast and have a good time. See some scenery and greenery. Get on the road a little bit. Can you dig that, Paul? 10 days later, we moved from the saloon into the back ranch house. Charlie had convinced the hippies to seek another residence, explaining that if they traveled together to another spot, their unit would be more cohesive. He had also convinced George that since we were taking care of the ranch, we should be allowed to live in more comfortable quarters. Now we had the seclusion we needed and could feel free to relax. Also, with Pooh Bear and Sadie's baby too, we needed more room. Since the ranch house was at least a quarter of a mile up the road from George's and the movie sets, no one would be bothered by us. Like the rest of the building at Spawns, the ranch was in a general state of disrepair, but it was warm, rustic, and smelled of wood, generating the feelings of a mountain cabin. It had a huge living room with a fireplace and plenty of windows facing the road. 2 good-sized bedrooms in the back fronted on the creek, and beyond it, a sloping forest of scrub oak, eucalyptus, and poison oak. The girls went to work at once, scouring floors, cleaning cabinets, and washing windows. We moved the mattresses, furniture, and food supplies in from the saloon, and afterward decorated the walls and the ceiling of the living room with Moroccan tapestries. It felt good to be out of the dusty confines of the saloon into a more bucolic, picturesque setting away from all the tourists. The very first night we built a roaring fire and ate a lavish meal. Cheese and noodle casserole, fruit salad, and chocolate cream pies. In celebration, we played music, then dropped acid. I was in good spirits. The fears I had experienced earlier in the week had dissipated for the time being. I felt happy in our new surroundings. Everyone did. We were all naked. Charlie sat across from me with Squeaky on one side, Mary on the other. Between Mary and Charlie, I could see the fire expanding and contracting. rolling like some kaleidoscopic organism as the flames popped and crackled and smoke spun in tight circles around the logs. Snake sat on my left, Weesh on my right. While holding their hands, I watched the heat spreading out from the inferno's gaping maw in pulsating luminescent waves, as though drawn to the feeling waves given off by the family. Charlie moved his hand across his forehead, and I saw the aura of his fingers wafting an arc of light, a soft blue stream in front of his face. Then suddenly he rose to his feet and crouched like some predatory beast. Without warning, he lunged directly at me. Before I could react, his weight sent me reeling back against a huge beanbag pillow, and I felt his hands fasten around my neck. When I looked up into his face, expecting to see that playful twinkle in his eyes, I saw only a leering, demonic expression, a face I'd never known before that day. His eyes were wide and bright, almost blinding, a 50,000-watt stare that told me he wasn't kidding. Jesus, I thought. What the hell is happening? There was even a register of delight in his irises as his fingers tightened around my throat. He was loving it. He was loving choking me, and I was stoned enough to see it all as though in slow motion, as though the infinity of my own death might be a spectacle like the sunset, like the ebbing flames of the fire. During those first few moments, all paradoxes seemed to coalesce and to burn like the flames. My fear seemed somehow separate from my thinking, enough so to enable me to have a clear vision of what was happening. Charlie's face was contorted with madness. It was a face in transformation, fast becoming rigid, losing its fluidity. He can't see. I kept thinking, he can't see me. The madness has blinded him. His weight and the feel of his fingers around my neck brought recall of the cop at Half Moon Bay, whose foot on my neck was the same madness. The madness of the law. Gradually, everything slowed down even more until I was conscious of each one of Charlie's fingers tightening around my windpipe and of the gurgling sounds coming from my throat. Then it occurred to me, as I sank deeper into the pillow, he couldn't strangle me. My neck muscles were too strong to penetrate. I tightened the muscles and locked my hands around his forearms. I tried to grin, but there was no sign of give-in in his expression or in his hands. If anything, he got stronger. His breathing came hard and tight in my face, until suddenly I gave way to my fear. My air was being closed off. I began sputtering. What the hell is going on? Were the words I attempted to utter, but the sounds were garbled, completely unintelligible. I tried to push his arms away. Then the thought came to me as it had at Half Moon Bay. I am a sovereign being. There is sovereignty of the spirit. No one can take my life without my allowing it. This thought seemed to bring my awareness into sharper focus, until I felt the saliva dripping from my mouth onto Charlie's hands, then down my neck. I could feel the saliva foaming. What was happening, I knew, at the deepest levels of consciousness was not possible. He could not destroy me. Yet the paradox was all too clear. He was doing it. What perplexed me even more was that no one seemed at all concerned over what was happening. Charlie is strangling the shit out of Paul, so that part of me thought, this must be a routine game. No big deal. And it was then that I looked up at Charlie and realized where his strength was coming from. I saw the waves and pulsations of my own fear being absorbed into his hands. I saw streaks of sweat running along his forearms like tiny rivers toward my eyes. I saw that he was strangling me with my own fear. And I realized too, during the eternity of that episode, that what was prompting me to endure it all, to violate my own survival mechanism, which is fear and the adrenaline it pumps, was a deeper cosmic consciousness which had seized my curiosity. "Okay, Paul," he said, "I'm gonna finish it off now. I'm going to kill you." At precisely that moment, the fear began to leave me. I relaxed and looked up at Charlie. And it happened. As I withdrew my fear, I felt his power ebbing. He was losing strength. His hands began to shake. Then his whole body was shaking. Moments later, his hands popped up, and he was literally ejected from me. I sat up, and he faced me on his knees, his body dripping with sweat. He seemed as shocked as I did, yet there was a twinkle in his eye. "You saw it, huh?" he said, almost reverently. I nodded, rubbing my neck with one hand. "Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, I saw it." And what I had seen, though it would take time to sort it out in my mind, was the game Charles Manson was playing. The game of fear manipulation, which was his way of controlling the family. He had set me up for the episode during our little talk on the hillside. Had I submitted to the fear and thrown Charlie off, or had I passed out and come to later, I would always have lived in fear, and would have either left the family then, or, had I stayed, remained completely dominated by Charlie. Ironically, from that point on, I operated on a plane of vision, which in some sense put me on par with Charlie. Later, I realized that Charlie had staged the incident to test me. It was the classic confrontation of the master and his prize pupil. Yet, it was a dilemma for him. On the one hand, he loved me like a brother and needed my help. On the other hand, I posed a threat to his absolute rule. My own reaction was also a paradox. While I had been terrified, I had also made a great step forward within the family. Perhaps Charlie was passing the power to me without meaning to. Few, if any of the others, really saw what transpired. In retrospect, I'd see that they were governed not only by their love for Charlie, but by fear of the demons inside him, which were every bit as powerful as the love, and which, in time, would destroy that love. During the months that followed, I would see this fear mechanism operating on many levels. By resorting to physical violence and domination with the girls, twisting their arms, smacking them, but never hurting them seriously, he was able to maintain and instill fear, which was balanced by his love and his seeming infallibility. The words Charlie uttered were invariably rich with truths. Not only his words, but the motion games, which were based on principles of yang and yin, force versus resistance, masculine versus feminine, the polarity of the world of matter. Charlie had discovered that the harmony of opposites is at the core of cosmic law, and that submission, in the way Sadie had submitted to him that night, was fundamental to an achievement of that harmony. There was beauty in these principles, which Charlie clearly understood, and knew how to implement. Yet, on a deeper, more insidious level, he was programming us through fear. He did so by locating deep-seated hang-ups in a person's psyche. Later, when we went to the desert, I would see dramatic and harrowing instances of this under acid. On acid, these personal blocks, inhibitions, fears, nightmares, and frustrations became all too apparent to Charlie. At the same time, he would ask that we submit to him and to our fears. Instead of reprogramming or dismantling the fear or hang-up, he would leave it operational or on a subconscious level, telling the person who is open and vulnerable on acid, "Don't let anyone inside your head but me." In a very real sense, Charlie took up residence in people's heads. "I am you, and you are me," was something we were programmed for, with a handle on people's fears, a handle they were unaware of. Charlie would trigger and dissolve those fears practically at will. For most people then, he became both Satan and Savior. Simultaneously, he had programmed people to give up their past lives. Give up your world. Come and you can be. So that eventually they had no point of reference, nothing to relate back to. No right, no wrong, no roots. Their only reference point became Charlie and his program. Thus, a new reality was created. While this reality would soon become frightening at the time, and in view of the insanity of the civilized world, which to many of us was more frightening, it seemed worthy to endure. Until that night, however, I had never fully absorbed Charlie's central message, a message repeated nightly in the music. Cease to exist. Just come and say you love me. Give up your world. Come and you can be. When, during that confrontation, I literally submitted, and perhaps could well have ceased to exist, it blew Charlie's mind. In a very real sense, I may even have transcended his own wildest expectations. Because of this, I became at once more valuable and more threatening. Charlie and I had shared an experience which gave us a glimpse of the core, the taste of the same revelation. In this case, his counsel had proven correct. Fear had been an obstacle to growth. Fear had been the incipient stages of a higher consciousness. Fear had placed me at the jumping-off point where destiny revealed itself in a game of chance. I saw that there are no losers, save for those who dare not play the game. Maybe like those good gamblers, I was just lucky, but from then on, while Charlie and I would remain brothers, we were brothers in a different sense. Like wolves in the same wolf pack, always wary of each other and continually on guard. Chapter 7. If acid does anything, it dissolves filters and buffers through which perceptions are ordinarily channeled. Three-dimensional physical reality is suddenly expanded. It puts you in direct contact with the energies all around you. Nothing is dead or inanimate. It magnifies and expands your awareness in all directions at once. A grain of sand becomes a planet. A single voice becomes a symphony. If you resist it, the slightest fear can become a nightmare. These energies fuse, and you see yourself, not as separate, but as part of the great kaleidoscopic whole of life, melt twisted and free of pretension in timeless spirals of movement. You see that what was and what will always be is. With these filters removed, you are no longer divorced from what you perceive. Knowing this makes it easier to understand how Charlie was able to get inside people's heads. There were no barriers to obstruct him. His energies moved in and out like the tide. He was everywhere at once. When he said, "No sense makes sense," and "I am you and you are me," he was, in terms of acid consciousness, absolutely correct. When he came to you in love, there was beauty. When the demon took control, it was frightening. I could not forget the look on Charlie's face the night he choked me. The episode confused me, made me more fearful, and at the same time, more committed to Charlie. Or, if not to Charlie specifically, to what was happening to me in the relationship. Years later, I read the autobiography of a yoga and was struck by the story of a young man who went into the Himalayas searching for a guru. When he found the guru, he asked to become a disciple, saying that his life had lost all meaning. He said, too, that he had ultimate faith in the guru's knowledge and powers. As a test of that faith, the guru said simply, "Then jump off the mountaintop." The young man did so, and his apprenticeship began. Charlie had taught me something. I had faced my fears and had gained knowledge. Yet there was always the enigma of contradiction. Love and hate, elation and rage. Somehow the resolution of those opposites seemed at the core of my own spiritual growth, and while I little understood the dynamics of it, I was instinctively drawn to it. I had seen the split in Charlie. I had observed him as both saint and Satan. Perhaps it was those elements of my own psyche which responded. While there was never talk of revolution or murder during the first summer, Helter Skelter didn't materialize until 3 months later. I certainly tasted Charlie's rage, as well as the imitations of my own mortality. I had seen the monster. But because my own ego was under such assault via the programming sensation within the family, I wasn't sure just who I was looking at. Was it Charlie? Was it me? Was it the rest of the family? Or was it something more awesome than any one of us? The morning after the acid trip, I took the pickup into town for George. I was still uneasy and spaced out, driving down the Ventura freeway. I started to change lanes and glanced into the rearview mirror. Suddenly, all the headlights behind me became glassy. Glaring eyes, and the cars took on their proper proportions. I saw them for what they were: living, breathing robots. Their grills twisted into leering smiles, the gleaming chrome teeth of civilization. And there I was, sitting inside one of them myself, doing 65 miles per hour. I pulled off the freeway into Ventura Boulevard. I felt sick. Yet, even after I had parked, I was aware of cars everywhere, stationed in lots, along curbs, hoisted atop hydraulic jacks, lurking in closed garages where I couldn't see them. Thousands, millions of them in every color. The world had been transformed into concrete to accommodate them. The air was polluted by them. I got out of the truck and puked in the gutter outside a market in Canoga Park. Then I drove back to Spawns on the back roads. When I told Charlie later that morning, he took me down to Malibu, and we sat at the beach and watched the sea. Months later, it occurred to me that nearly everyone in the Manson family came from the LA area or someplace like it, cemented in by freeways, tract homes, shopping centers, and parking lots, living in an atmosphere polluted perhaps beyond redemption by machines and the corporate monster. No wonder the youth of the 60s had flipped out to go searching for their souls. They had lost contact with their parents, their blood, their roots, with nature and the very air they sought to breathe. Humanity had become an echo chamber in the middle of an LA freeway. One of the most beautiful experiences of that summer happened in early August, just 2 weeks after the acid trip. I was sitting outside the ranch house with Clem under a eucalyptus tree, playing the guitar while watching a handful of blue jays squawking among the branches. Now I was feeling better about myself at that point, feeling as though I'd become stronger, yet more vulnerable to my own destiny. It was not a feeling of independence from Charlie, since I attributed much of my own growth to my relationship with him. Neither was it subservience to him. More, it was like a precarious balance that I had paid dearly to achieve. It became clear that I enjoyed a level of awareness that few shared. Clem, for example, was at the other end of the spectrum. In some sense, he was the dodo of the family. He acted most of the time like some bumbling, vapid-eyed hippie who didn't care what happened. It wasn't that Clem was dumb. It was just that he adopted Charlie's program of playing the idiot, playing beneath the awareness of people, so completely that he became an idiot. Still, he was always a likable character, unkempt, lanky, and awkward. He had long blonde hair, freckles, and was fair-complexioned. Before joining the family, shortly before I arrived at Spawn's, he'd lived with the hippies in the back ranch house. He played the guitar and sang pretty well, and, unlike Brooks and Tex, was able to survive the sex scenes without undue trauma. He didn't tune in to the nuances of the group's sex, but when it came to a one-on-one situation, he could ball his brains loose. We were both in good spirits that morning, feeling lucky to be alive. The day before, we'd borrowed Dennis Wilson's Ferrari to make a garbage run and then to drive around the mountains near Spawn's. Clem was at the wheel, hauling ass up the mountain on Santa Susana Pass, speed shifting and burning rubber on the curbs. We came blazing up the hill into the steepest curve on the grade, doing about 80. Clem was beside himself. "Yahoo!" he bleated. I knew instinctively that we'd have to accelerate to make the turn. "Go for it, Clem. Tromp the son of a bitch!" We boogied into the turn, and my heart leapt into my throat. "Yow!" Clem bellowed. The tires squealed, and Clem lost it. Hitting the brakes, we skidded onto the shoulder, then spun out into the middle of the road before smacking into the guardrail. And I thought it was all over. But we bounced off again and came shuddering to a halt in the middle of the road. The car looked like a crushed tin can, nothing left but a twisted mass of glistening metal and broken glass. Miraculously, we were both unhurt. We climbed out through the windows, then hiked back to the ranch. Dennis and Charlie were sitting under a tree in front of the ranch house, along with Brenda, Snake, and Sandy, when Clem and I ambled down the road. "Hey, man," Clem said to Dennis. We kinda had an accident in your car." Dennis lay supine on the ground beside Charlie. He raised himself to his elbows. "What happened?" Total it, man. I said, completely. Charlie drove us back up there in the pickup, but when we got to the curve, the wreckage was gone. Not a trace of it, except for the long set of serpentine skid marks. Looks like some motherfucker came along and grabbed up your wheels, man. Charlie mused. Too bad. That engine's probably worth some bucks. Later, we called the highway patrol. They knew nothing about it. Dennis filed a report, but to no avail. That was the last he ever saw of his car. I figured we survived the crash simply because Clem was too dodoed out to get snuffed. We were discussing the accident that evening under the tree when we spotted Sadie riding by on one of George's old geldings. I yelled at her, but she didn't seem to hear. Minutes later, she came trotting up the road on foot. She was wearing faded Levi's, about 3 sizes too big, and an old sweater pulled over her plump belly. After nearly 6 months of pregnancy, her breasts were huge, bouncing gingerly beneath her sweater as she hurried past us toward the house. Where's Charlie? Up at the outlaw shacks. Why? What's up? I think I'm gonna have my baby. Clem and I exchanged glances as Sadie disappeared into the ranch house. Go get Charlie! Clem sprinted up the hill toward the outlaw shacks. I raced to the house. The girls had gathered around Sadie in the middle of the room. Get the towels and boil some water in the big pot. Let's pull these mattresses together so she can lie down. Mary Brunner took charge immediately. Just 4 months earlier, she'd given birth to Pooh Bear under similar circumstances. Give her some room, damn it, Katie said, tugging on the mattress. Sadie lay down in the middle of the floor. The girls helped her off with her clothes, and Brenda bought a pillow. Snake sat perched on a chair like a little bird, her eyes wide with anticipation, but her face all but hidden behind her hair. The other girls gathered around like Mexican women in an open marketplace. I looked over the tops of their heads. You okay, Sadie? Yeah, Paul. But the baby is coming. I know he's coming. Where's Charlie? I'm right here. The front door slammed behind Clem and Charlie. They'd both been running. Back off a little, give her some room, Charlie ordered, kneeling down beside her. How you making it, honey? Charlie was shirtless, his body filmed in a light perspiration. He wore Levi's, cowboy boots, and a red bandana tied around his head. Sadie grimaced. Okay, Charlie. Okay. Paul, why don't you play some music, Dig? We want this little motherfucker to come out dancing, right? Charlie went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Sandy and Squeaky came in with 2 buckets of hot water and a tray full of steaming towels, setting them on the small table. I picked on the sitar. It didn't take long. Soon the contractions were less than 10 minutes apart. Mary, Ella, Squeaky, Sandy, Stephanie, Katie, and Weish lifted Sadie up to support her body, just raised her up into a half-sitting, half-reclining position, 2 girls on each leg, 2 holding her upper body. Gypsy held her head. Oh, Jesus, Charlie! Charlie! Sadie groaned. Nice and easy, Sadie. Just go with it. Go with the motion. Charlie squatted between her legs, laying his hands momentarily on the inside of her thighs. Somebody sterilize a razor and bring it in here. Snake bolted off the chair, got a razor blade from the bathroom, then took it to the kitchen to sterilize it. She was still in there when Sadie's water broke in a gurgle, spraying Charlie and the girls holding her legs. "Shit, little dude's taking a swim," Charlie quipped. Sadie grinned. Sweat poured off her face. The veins in her arms stood out like tendons as she squeezed Brenda's hands. The next contraction was a doozy. Oh, God! Oh, Charlie! Strands of wet hair hung across Sadie's forehead. Gypsy brushed them back and wiped the skin with a towel. "Push, honey," Charlie urged. "Give it all you got. Push. He's starting to come now. Damn!" I stood directly behind Charlie, watching over his shoulder. Snake handed him the razor blade. "Easy," Mary soothed. "It's coming fine. It's coming real good. You're about to be a mama." "Hang on, honey." Charlie leaned over. His face flushed. He made a small incision at the apex of Sadie's vagina. Instantly, blood spurted from the tiny cut, drenching his hand. "Oh, Charlie!" Sadie wailed. Katie reached in to soak up the blood with a towel. Moments later, I could see the top of the baby's head pulsating in the opening, enveloped in a quivering, glutinous film. "Push! Come on, push! Sadie, have your baby! He wants out!" Then we could see his shoulders and his little arms. "Jesus! Here he comes, Sadie! Come on out of there, brother!" Suddenly, the top part of his body tore free in a spurt of crimson. "Wow! Push! More!" Then, as though he understood the command, the baby pushed off with his arms and more or less delivered himself into Charlie's outstretched hands. Sandy wiped off Sadie's face with a towel. Her eyes were glazed. Dried white mucus clung to the corners of her mouth, but she was smiling. I couldn't believe how small he was. He just sat there for a second in Charlie's hands, then blinked with those big, foggy, steel blue eyes, as if to say, "Where the hell am I?" Then he closed his eyes. Snake reached over with a pair of scissors and snipped the umbilical cord. Charlie tied it off with a piece of guitar string, then handed the baby to Brenda, who began to suck the mucus off his nose. Finally, Charlie gave him a pat on the ass, and he started to sputter and cry. Charlie grinned. "Dig this little dude, will you, Mama?" He held the baby out to Sadie. "He's beautiful, honey," Sandy cooed. "Isn't he just perfect?" Moments later, the afterbirth plopped out like some amorphous jellyfish. The girls cleaned Sadie up, then made the bed for her in the back room. Charlie began dancing around the room with the guitar, composing capriccios and rhymes in honor of the new leader. Manson always claimed that the children were the real leaders. Unencumbered by well-developed egos, their responses were more instinctive and pure. They were always at now, which is where we wanted to be. Later, he took me aside and suggested we go someplace and figure out a name for the boy. So we piled into the pickup and drove around Chatsworth, concocting names and sobriquets of all kinds. By about 3 a.m., we'd considered hundreds of names. We were both exhausted. "Hey, why don't we just call him Caesar?" I finally suggested, half-heartedly. Hey, yeah, that's good, I like that. Yeah, maybe just Zizo." What about Zizo ZZ? Right on. Charlie laughed. Yeah, Zizo ZZ Zadfrak. How's that? Zizo ZZ Zadfrak. Zizo ZZ Zadfrak. Sounds good to me. Dig it. That way he'll always be at the end of the line, and the line will be long. He just won't wait in them, you know. Years later, I would reflect back on the joy of that night, the unity of the family, the birth of Sadie's child, only to be jolted and repulsed by the chilling realization that just 1 year later, almost to the day, Sadie would butcher Sharon Tate and her unborn son. Even though we were pretty firmly ensconced at Spawns, during the first 3 months, Charlie had always had his eyes open for alternative headquarters. The family had moved frequently in the past, and we never knew when we might have to do so again. Bad vibes between Charlie and some of the cowboys had become increasingly apparent. It was for that reason that we cultivated a religious order just over the hill from Spawns, called the Fountain of the World. The Fountain was a non-profit spiritual order of men and women, primarily women, just north of Spawns in Box Canyon. It was an impressive complex, built at a bend in the gorge by a stream, almost hidden by oak trees and a sprawling, well-irrigated garden. The buildings, all constructed of hand-worked stone, included a chapel, 2 dormitories, and a small auditorium where daily meetings were held. To the right of the auditorium, on a knoll above the ground, a wooden cross was cemented into the ground. From a distance, the fountain looked like an ancient fortress hewn into the base of the canyon wall. One morning, not long after the birth of Zizos, Charlie woke me up and told me to come with him. I pulled on a pair of Levi's, a t-shirt, and my boots, and followed him out of the ranch house. We hiked up to the saloon where the pickup was parked and climbed in. Where are we headed? Charlie fired up the truck and backed it out onto the highway. The Fountain of the World. What? Charlie told me that he knew about it as we wound our way up Santa Susana Pass to Box Canyon and turned left. It might be a good place to hang out, you know, hide under the cross when the shit comes down at Spawns. And the way Shorty's been running at the mouth, it might be any time. We got there around 10 a.m. and parked the truck on a hill, then trudged down the path to the auditorium. The place was about half full, and one of the brothers was already into his rap. He acknowledged us with a smile as we sat down. After a long, uninspired spiel proclaiming the virtues of moderation and human compassion, the speaker, tall, stoop-shouldered, and clad in a flowing full-length robe, told the history of the fountain and how Krishna Venta, its founder, had undergone a rigorous purification process, part of which included hanging on the cross for 3 days. Charlie sat beside me, fingering the beads around his neck, his hair long and uncombed down his back. He sniggered to himself as the speaker raised his arms to symbolize the crucifixion. For 3 days, the Honorable Krishna Venta remained pinioned on the cross you see there on the hillside. He gestured toward a window which fronted on the ravine. For 3 long days, Charlie couldn't contain himself. "Hey, brother, that ain't nothing," he blurted out, smiling. "Sir, that's nothing. 3 days ain't nothing. Paul could hang on the cross for a week. No problem. Right, Paul?" The audience, most of them brothers and sisters of the order, gawked at us. I was a little startled by Charlie's boast at first, but I knew his games pretty well then, and went along with it. Sure, and I grunted. Sure, I could do that. Come on, Charlie urged, getting to his feet. Let's go on out there, Paul, so you can hang. Come on. I got up and started up the aisle, with Charlie right behind me. But as we stepped out the door, one of the brothers stopped us. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's such a good idea. It might elicit some unfavorable publicity. You understand? He gave Charlie an imploring yet conciliatory smile. Charlie chuckled. Sure, brother, he said. Maybe some other time. After that little episode, Charlie began sending contingents of girls to the fountain to work with the sisters, soliciting donations, passing out literature, and spreading the precepts of Krishnaventa. Sometimes they remained for days at a time, posing as devout and pious ladies of the cloth. But the family as a whole was never warmly received, and things didn't work out as Charlie had planned. We finally gave up on the fountain. We didn't learn until later that Shorty had paid them a visit. The irony of that whole scene, I later learned, was that Krishnaventa's family bore a striking resemblance to Charlie's. According to the records, the order was started when the honorable leader, sometime in the 50s, recruited a nucleus of women and a few men to enlighten the world with his spiritual teachings. But Krishnaventa's teachings were never, it appears, divorced from the pleasures of the flesh. Under his leadership, group sex, or what he likened to tantric transcendental self-realization, was a common practice. Most of his critics, however, included an irate husband of one of the sisters, didn't consider this form of self-realization quite kosher. One night, during a small service held in the chapel, that same husband arrived with a case of dynamite and blew Krishnaventa, himself, and 13 others to kingdom come. The ruins of that explosion were left intact as a monument to the order's founder. Charlie always thought that was a hilarious story. Part 2. Charlie? Who the hell is Charlie? Chapter 8. I found myself anticipating the trip to Mendocino. A chance to get out on the open road, away from LA, away from Charlie and the ranch. But we needed a vehicle. On the 1st of September, 1968, we bought one. A 56-passenger international school bus. We parked it between the saloon and George's house, and after sanding it down, painted it a brilliant Kelly green with a white stripe around it. While Tex and TJ tuned the engine, the girls spliced together chunks of thick red carpet to cover the floors. They also made velvet curtains and a black satin headliner embroidered with sequins. We took out all the seats and converted the interior into 2 rooms, partitioned by a piece of blue velvet. In the back, we constructed a platform out of plywood, and beneath it a storage cabinet for food, tools, and spare parts. On top of the platform, we laid out mattresses, satin sheets, and mounds of fluffy black and red flowered pillows. In front of the bus, behind the driver's seat, we set up a narrow table surrounded by pillows, and next to the door, a stove. By the end of the week, the bus was ready. So was I. We set out about 4 p.m. from Spawns on a Sunday. 11 of us. Stephanie, Brenda, Mary, Clem, Kim, Sadie, Katie, Gypsy, Ella, and TJ. Thomas Wallerman, who, along with Clem, had lived with the original hippies in the back ranch house before joining the family. I was driving. We took Topanga all the way to the coast highway and headed north. We were all in good spirits. Kim and Clem lounged in the back with the girls, while TJ and I sat up front, bullshitting and munching Zuzus. Damn thing's got some power, TJ mused as we barreled out of Malibu, heading toward Oxnard. Runs better than the last bus Charlie had. TJ was about 5'10", a chubby 170 pounds, an unlikely member of the Manson family in some respects, since he was older than Charlie and going bald. He looked like the heavy in some B-grade western. He wore upper false teeth and was forever popping them in and out of his mouth, a habit that seemed to delight him. Though the girls were never particularly impressed by TJ, he had managed to cultivate their affectionate tolerance. He was useful to the family, to Charlie, and they knew it. He was earthy and stubborn and walked with an air of hubris, which belied his insecurities. He never pulled much weight in the family and was used primarily to score dope in vehicles. Later, when we got heavily into the revolutionary programming, helter-skelter, TJ used his connections to score motorcycles and dune buggies. He could be obsequious at times, but for the most part, I got along well with him. We spent the night in Oxnard, then drove straight through the following day to Garrapatta Canyon. The next morning, near Big Sur, we stopped along the road and hiked down to the beach. I sat on a rock beside Brenda and took off my shoes. She pointed to the gulls overhead and smiled. The sky was clear, the sea dazzling. It was a rush being on the coast again. We strolled down the beach about a mile, wading in the surf and picking up driftwood and shells. Then we walked back toward the car. With Charlie gone, there were no pressures. Yet, paradoxically, we all felt closer to him, as if our being in the midst of so much natural beauty was somehow his doing. We didn't talk about it, but it was there, his presence. Charlie was right. We were free. There were no leaders, no controls. By noon, we were headed up 101 towards San Jose. Just north of Monterey, we stopped for gas. TJ was at the wheel. I sat beside him. Directly behind us, Mary and Sadie discussed the effects of motherhood on the body. Mary was showing Sadie the marks on her breasts, telling her to use lots of oil on the skin. Pooh Bear and Zizos had been left at spawns. Charlie insisted that children born to the family be the responsibility of all the women so that strong dependency between mother and child be avoided. TJ shouted to the attendant to check the oil. Sadie was the first to spy Bobby Beausoleil's Dodge camper pull in and stop. "Hey, it's Bobby! Where the hell has he been?" TJ muttered, glancing at me. "Hi, Cupid." Gypsy hailed him out the window. Bobby got out of the camper and trotted over to the bus. "Hey, Gypsy, what's happening?" He flashed a smile. I rolled down my window. "Hi, Paul." We hadn't seen him since the second week at Spawns. the day he brought Gypsy to the family. Bobby wore bell-bottoms and a long-sleeved white shirt under a buckskin vest. He was always spiffy in the hip Hollywood style and was known as Cupid by many of his Topanga Canyon cronies. At 5'11", he was slender and rather loose-jointed, with large, droopy blue eyes and soft, rounded features, handsome in a boyish, almost angelic way. I liked Bobby, but always felt he was too superficial and arrogant to make it in the family on a permanent basis. He had gotten behind Charlie's scene on occasion, but could never stick it out. He was too frenetic, too greedy, always giving orders and trying to usurp power he never really had. Yet he always came back. Before long, a pattern developed. Each time he returned, he gave Charlie something as a means of buying his way back. A car, a truck, a girl. Then, in the summer of 1969, when he came for the last time, his welcome was worn out. He told Charlie he'd do anything for the family. That's when Charlie told him, "Then you know what to do with Gary Hinman." Hinman had been an acquaintance of Charlie's, a musician who had apparently owed Charlie money and had refused to pay it back. 2 weeks later, Gary Hinman was dead. The day we met Bobby in Monterey, he was on his way to L.A. with his wife Gail and a girl he'd met in Berkeley named Leslie. When I suggested we rendezvous at a campsite down the road and smoke a joint, he agreed. We gassed the bus, bought 3 quarts of oil, then drove south 1 mile to the campsite overlooking the sea. It was spectacular, lush with cypress trees and wild poppies. Bobby pulled his truck in beside the bus and joined us inside. We smoked some grass and jammed a little, then cooked up a pot of beans and made a salad. It was the first time I'd seen Leslie Van Houten. Leslie was 19, soft-spoken and initially shy. When I attempted to engage her in conversation during dinner, she answered my questions with little elaboration. I did learn that several months before she had left her home in Monrovia, California, to travel north and had wound up in Berkeley, where she met Bobby and Gail. When they asked her to join them, she agreed. I sat beside her on the cliff, drinking coffee. Her movements were fluid. An abundance of dark brown shoulder-length hair, hazel eyes, and rosy dimpled cheeks gave her a country girl air. Yet there was a softness, a reservation about her that seemed classically feminine and refined, even coquettish. I was attracted to her at once, and after talking to Bobby, it was agreed that he and I exchange sleeping quarters. That night, I made love with both Gail and Leslie in the camper, while Bobby got it on with friends in the bus. After Gail went to sleep, I talked to Leslie for hours. She described her youth in Southern California, growing up in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. She'd been a good student and a cheerleader. Her folks, it seemed, though divorced, were pillars of respectability. Leslie's dissatisfaction, her wanderlust, grew out of a deeper need for love and a sense of purpose, something I thought I'd found in the family. I told her about Charlie and suggested she come to Spawn's and meet him. She said she would. I later regretted ever having made that suggestion. The next morning, they left for L.A., and we continued north toward Mendocino. The good weather held out. Plenty of sun and fresh air and not much traffic. TJ drove while I sat in the back with the others. Clem dozed beside TJ in the front seat. Stephanie, Katie, and Ella were embroidering designs into the collars and pockets of Charlie's shirts. That's when we heard the clinking of metal and the bus jolted to a stop. Son of a bitch, TJ groaned. Sounds like a fucking rod. TJ got out and opened up the hood. The others piled out beside him while I searched the back of the bus for tools, only to find that we'd forgotten the toolbox. We held a roadside powwow, deciding to stand beside the bus in a group looking forlorn. The old wait for someone to rescue you routine. And sure enough, within minutes, a real live hero, a middle-aged custodian, emerged from the Grange Hall down the road and offered to drive me to a garage in San Jose. There, I borrowed tools and purchased a rod cap and bearing. We brought them back to the bus and set to work, only to discover that the crankshaft had been dented. The cap fit, but not the bearing. So we stuffed a hunk of leather into the hole, buttoned it up, and jubilantly proceeded down the road. We got as far as the outskirts of San Jose before hearing a horrendous bang as the rod gave up the ghost once and for all. From there, we sent a contingent of girls into town to hustle some assistance. Try and find someone who knows something about these friggin' buses. TJ barked as the girls crossed the road and extended their thumbs at the first passing car. In less than an hour, Sadie, Katie, Brenda, and Ella had hitchhiked into San Jose and returned with a young hippie mechanic named Daryl, who proceeded to tear down the engine. After he dismantled much of it and had laid it out on the highway, he adjourned to the back of the bus with Sadie for a breather. Sadie must have taken it out of him because afterward, he got in his truck and split. We sent the girls out again. By late afternoon, they returned in a new four-wheel drive Willie's Jeep with a dapper-looking Mexican rancher named Diaz. Diaz was a gracious old man, obviously intrigued and charmed by the girls. When he offered to have us towed out to his ranch, some 20 miles east of San Jose, where we could work on the bus at our leisure, we were more than grateful. By the time we pulled off a narrow, gutted country road onto Diaz's property, it was nearly dark. But the moon provided sufficient light to see the sprawling plum orchards which spread for miles in all directions. We parked behind his ranch house in a clearing in the midst of the orchard. While we invited the old man to eat with us, he politely declined. He told us he'd send a mechanic in the morning to check out the bus. We offered to pay for the towing charge, but he shook his head. He was a genuine caballero, one of the most distinguished-looking men I've ever seen. With a full walrus-style mustache and thick, steel gray hair, he looked like an elderly, gentlemanly version of Emiliano Zapata. I found myself wishing that Juan was there to speak Spanish to him. Diaz mentioned that he had 12 men in his employ and that, if we needed anything, to ask them. For the next 2 days, we worked on the engine. Diaz's mechanic, a jovial yet fiery Mexican named Gerardo, had trouble finding parts. And when he did, they were invariably the wrong ones. On the third day, I called Charlie, and he said to stay with it. Just get the motherfucker running and get on back. Make sure the girls get to court. 2 days later, Katie, Ella, Mary, Stephanie, and Sadie returned from Mendocino. The case had been dismissed. By then, the engine had been twice torn down and rebuilt. It had been a marathon of hard work, but to no avail. It wouldn't turn over, much less move. We were all getting antsy, and so were the ranch hands. We deliberately kept the girls close to the bus at night so as to avoid situations that might jeopardize our good graces with Diaz, at least until we had the bus running. The night the girls returned from town, we ate an early dinner of peanut butter sandwiches, beans, brown rice, and ice cream. Afterwards, we gathered inside the bus, around a wood-burning stove. We were tired and on edge. There wasn't one of us who didn't need a bath. Katie and Sadie were describing their scene in court. Clem had just gone outside to take a leak. There is a full moon blazing in the heavens, and I opened a window to look out across the valley. I could hear the muted voices of the ranch hands coming from behind the bunkhouse. They were singing, and the smoke and sparks from their fire were visible beyond the trees. Clem clumped into the bus. Those dudes are getting pretty cranked up. He slumped into a pillow beside Brenda, who was wiping her face with a wet Kleenex. Drinking tequila like it's going out of style. Clem drawled. Asked me to send a couple of girls down to keep them company. Half of them are already shithoused. Where's old man Diaz? Didn't see him. Car ain't there. No one's in the house as far as I can tell. TJ lit a joint and took a hit. Shit! He winced, inhaling as he handed me the joint. I say we leave this pig here and hitch back to Spawn's. We'll get Tex's ass up here with some tools and fix the son of a bitch, or buy a new engine. And I'll give Charlie a call. I left the bus and trotted along the furrowed path between the plum trees toward the ranch house. It felt good to run, to breathe cold air. The valley was shrouded in a canopy of soft, brilliant moonlight. Diaz had left the porch light on, as he said he would. As I approached the building, the singing of the ranch hands grew louder. Funky ranchero songs, slurred yet spicy with yee-hoos and high-pitched ayees. I opened the screen door and went inside. The phone sat on a table next to a huge meat freezer by the door. Charlie answered on the second ring. It's me, Paul. What's happening up there, brother? Still hassling this fucking bus. Put it together again, but no dice. I think it needs a new block, new pistons, the whole 9 yards. Did the girls make their gig? Got back today. No sweat. Judge dismissed it. Dig it. Just leave the bus and hitchhike back here. Is it cool to leave it there? If it isn't, we can tow it someplace else. Yeah. Far out. What's happening on your end? Things are a little uptight. George is worked up about paying his taxes. Claims he's going broke. I think Shorty's been filling his head with bullshit, but it's under control. But hey, you remember that chick from Topanga named Kathy? She's here. Says her grandma owns a place out in Death Valley. Says we can stay up there if we want. Might be a real trip to go out there, you know. Nice and quiet. Good vibes. Get our scene together without all this crap. Sounds okay. Yeah, We'll see what happens. How is everyone? Copacetic, Charlie. Far out. Look, you just head on back. Right. See ya. By the time I hung up and started back through the orchard, several cowboys were mounted and riding around a small bonfire. I could see them through the trees. I decided to take a closer look and cut back behind the ranch house, coming up behind the bunkhouse. I watched from the corner of the building. There were 8 or 9 of them, 4 on horseback, the others standing close to the fire, swilling booze out of bottles. 2 of the riders wore holstered guns. I watched for a while, then crawled along the side of the bunkhouse before sprinting across the yard and ducking into the plum grove. By the time I got back to the bus, TJ was searching frantically through the back cabinet for a weapon. Those dudes are getting pretty wild, I panted. We know. Sadie sat down beside me. They just rode up to invite us to their party. They're packing hardware, too, Kim intoned, fastening his Bowie knife to his waist. Kim was about 5'6" and built like the proverbial brick shithouse. Born and raised in Malibu, he seemed to be enjoying the scene that night. He developed his body through years of surfing. Let's not get carried away, I cautioned. Bullshit, TJ growled. We're out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Anything could happen. No one around to hear a damn thing. I thought we had a 12-gauge gun stashed back here. I found the shells, but Charlie took it out. Shit! Here they come! Clem pulled the door shut. 5 riders galloped through the trees, yipping and shouting in Spanish. We jacked up the windows and gathered in front of the bus to watch them. TJ had a tire iron in one hand. Clem was toting a ball-peen hammer. The riders raced around the bus a couple of times, then reined up outside the door. You want to come out and make a fiesta with us? I opened the door slightly and leaned out. Hey man, not tonight. Really. We just got back from town. Maybe tomorrow we can have a party. The guy I addressed looked like Pancho Villa's mestizo gorillas. Stocky, with a round, ruddy face and a luxuriant black mustache. I'd met him before while watching them crate plums, but he was too drunk to recognize me. He was called Juancho and was pretty much the head ranch hand. Maybe you girls want to come to the party, he shouted. Not tonight, I repeated. Tomorrow night, Brenda shouted from inside. Shut up! Mary Brunner's voice rang out. Really, man, I said. Let's just call it a night. Juancho gave me a long, appraising look without speaking, his eyes steady, his left hand holding down the tossing head of a big chestnut mare. The other 4 riders, meanwhile, trotted around the bus, trying to look in the windows. Sure, he said at last. Tomorrow, maybe. Okay. Then he whirled his mount around, shouted to the others, and they galloped into the trees again, firing off a volley of shots into the air. None of us slept. We barricaded the front of the bus and took turns on watch. But nothing happened. The ranch hands stayed drunk, hooted and hollered, and fired their guns, but never really made a move on us. Only once, just before dawn, 2 of them staggered over on foot to request the company of dos chamacas to put them to bed. Neither of the men had guns, and both were stinking drunk. Each carried a half-pint bottle of Jose Cuervo. They were so comical we were tempted to let them in, but we didn't. The next morning, after leaving Diaz a note to thank him, we had the bus towed to a huge parking lot in San Jose. Then we split up into groups to hitchhike back to Spawns. I went alone. After weeks of confinement on the bus, I felt the need to be by myself. It was around 11 a.m. when I left the others and walked back through San Jose to the first southbound off-ramp. I had no luggage and felt energized standing in the sunlight, flinging rocks at a telephone pole. I found myself anxious to see Charlie and the others. The ranch was my home, and I felt it. And I recalled, too, what Charlie had said about going to Death Valley. And as a kid, I'd gone there with my father to camp and collect rocks. And I remembered the awesome expanse of sand, mountains, and sky. And I remembered hiking across the salt flats and taking a bath in the hot springs. The more I thought about it, the better it sounded. And I hadn't been waiting 15 minutes when a brand new brown and white camper with a girl at the wheel skidded to a stop. I trotted up to the window. "Where you headed?" "Mexico. Where are you headed?" And I opened the door and climbed in. "LA?" She pulled out onto the highway. "My name's Juanita," she said, still gauging traffic through her outside rearview mirror. She turned and smiled. "Juanita Wildbush." "You're kidding," I beamed. "I'm Paul Watkins." Juanita was a big, corpulent, raw-boned blonde with thick hair, thick lips, and generous, well-tanned haunches. She wore an embroidered Mexican blouse, a tight pair of white shorts, and sandals. Her teeth looked like chunks of quartz crystal when she grinned, telling me she had just returned from Mexico City, but was headed right back. "This culture sucks," she quipped. "After being down there for a year, everything up here seems dead." She said she spoke fluent Spanish and that after stopping in LA, she'd be driving straight through to Oaxaca. "We could have used you last night." I described briefly what had transpired with the rancheros. She seemed delighted with the story, but felt that we should have gone to the party and had a good time. It would have been a gas. Latin men are the greatest. Let me tell ya. She went on to recount, quite graphically, several romantic episodes that she had enjoyed south of the border. "Those guys don't just bawl, they get down." So imbued was she with anything that smacked of Latin culture, I felt it futile to do anything but nod in agreement. "Whereabouts you going in LA?" she said at last. "I live in the Santa Susana Hills at a place called Spawns Ranch." "Never heard of it." We chatted amiably then, while her tape deck boomed out the Beatles and Three Dog Night. The inside of the van was completely customized, with a full leather tuck-in roll, a canopied bed, a propane stove, a refrigerator, and a yellow life raft which sat perched on top of the mattress alongside some scuba diving gear. I got the distinct impression Juanita wasn't hurting for money, and that she was horny. I told her a little about the family and Charlie, and that our lifestyle was pretty much divorced from the rat race Anglo culture she so abhorred. When she mentioned that she had recently come into a small inheritance, I suggested, circuitously, that she stop by at the ranch and meet Charlie. She says she'd like that. When we pulled up and parked in front of the ranch house that night, Charlie was sitting outside on the porch, whittling on a piece of wood. "Make good time, Paul," he said. "Only one bag so far. Who's your friend?" Charlie stood as we approached the porch. "This is Juanita, Charlie. Juanita Wildbush." "No shit. That's your name? Jesus, that's real poetic." He laughed. "Come on in." We followed Charlie into the house. While I poured a cold glass of water, he proceeded to introduce Juanita to Snake, Squeaky, Sandy, Weesh, and the new girl, Catherine Gillies, who were seated around the fire. Juan Flynn was lounging on the couch playing with Pooh Bear. Brooks was in the shower, singing. Juanita and Juan exchanged amenities in Spanish, and Juanita seemed pleased at this. Later, Charlie took her aside to smoke a doob while I parked her van down by the corral. I didn't hurry, so as to give him plenty of time to lay out his rap. I told him Juanita had money and that she might be willing to part with some of it. At the time, I wasn't averse to hustling money for the family. It was like a game. I could think of no better cause than our own communal existence. And like everyone else in the family in those days, I wanted to please Charlie. By the time I got back, Charlie had the full scoop. Juanita's inheritance was no pittance, some $15,000. To be exact, what she needed most, he said, was to have her wild bush sucked, good and proper. "She's partial to you, man," he beamed. "So just take her back to their van and ring her bell." I hadn't figured on that. Generally, Charlie was first with any new girl. Had Juanita been physically attractive, he would have been. The fact is, I'd been thinking about Snake all the way home, but I didn't have much choice. Juanita and I spent a long and active night in the van, and some of the next morning. She was eager, she said, to move in with the family. That afternoon, she made arrangements to give us her money. A week later, George Spawn's $4,000 tax bill was paid in full. Chapter 9. Shortly after we arrived, we returned from San Jose. Leslie Van Houten arrived at Spawn's in the company of Bobby and Gail Beausoleil. When Bobby and Gail split several days later, Leslie remained. She'd been there less than a week when she said, "Charlie is the most beautiful person I've ever met." 1 year later, she was arrested and subsequently convicted of murder. By early October, 3 new girls had joined the family. Leslie, Juanita, and Kathy, Cappy Gillies, whose grandmother owned the Myers Ranch in Death Valley. Charlie began rapping in earnest about moving to the desert. "Out there," he said, "things aren't so crazy. We can have our own children, and our children can teach us the things we need to learn. Out there, we're closer to the stars and to the land and to the spirit of life. Death Valley, you know, it makes a lot of sense." I didn't know until later that during our trip to San Jose, Charlie had been attempting to sell his music through a connection with Dennis Wilson and Dennis's friend, Greg Jacobson, without success. His impatience to leave Spawns was born not only of undercurrents of animosity between him and the Wranglers, but because of frustrations with the music. Charlie believed in himself as a musician, and rightly so. The Beach Boys had already recorded one of Charlie's songs, Cease to Exist, under the title Cease to Resist. Music was, in many respects, his only legitimate vehicle for success in the world. Even though he despised society, there was a part of him that sought success by its rules, if only to laugh in its face later. "Hey man," he used to say, "some of those straight jokers are better con man than any I ever met in the joint. It's all really the same. Games. People mind fucking each other for money and blood and calling it the golden rule. And I tell you, Paul, only the truth will set you free." By the middle of October, we had decided to go to Death Valley. But first, Charlie wanted to center our energies and bring the family closer by taking one final acid trip before departure. He told me to tune the group, that it was a prelude to our journey. At no other time did we prepare so elaborately for an acid scene. The girls made special garments, loose-fitting shirts and pants of velvet and silk, the softest, most comfortable clothing, embroidered with vivid designs of peacocks, sunsets, and flowers. We called them the no-sense make-sense clothes. Shirts which had pocket flaps when there were no pockets, buttonholes where there were no buttons. Clothing designed for comfort and beauty and to free the mind. We redecorated and rearranged the living room, placing couches all around the periphery and mattresses on the floors. We covered the mattresses with a thick green satin carpet and scattered giant silk pillows everywhere. The girls made curtains out of satin and bought imported porcelain containers to hold zuzus and candles. They also purchased a filigreed waist-high hookah pipe, a Persian incense burner, and a golden hand-engraved goblet to hold our stash of hash and Colombian weed. After a week of tuning, everyone was ready. Only Tex and TJ and Cappy were absent. They'd gone north to bring back the bus. My own feelings vis-a-vis Charlie and the family on that eve of that trip had stabilized considerably. My bond to Charlie was strong. The pressures which had mounted following the first 2 months at Spawns had been relieved by the trip north. I felt cleansed again, more in control. Still, Charlie remained an enigma. I loved him as a pupil loves his master. I saw his beauty and his wisdom, yet I had also seen the demon and would never forget it, believing, too, at times, that the demon was not only Charlie's, but mine as well. The night we ate the acid, it was windy. I recall this distinctly, since just before we dropped, I went outside to smoke under the stars. The ranch was quiet, no sounds of cars or horses or birds. Only the wind howling, the eucalyptus trees and the brush along the hillside above the ranch house. I smelled the smoke coming from the chimney and went back into the house. The family sat in a large circle around the table, dressed in their bright silk clothing. Some were barefoot, some wore handmade slippers. Charlie was clad in a scarlet silk shirt and was seated to the left of the woodpile we'd stacked beside the fire. Next to him on one side was Squeaky, on the other, Kim, then Sadie, Katie, Mary, Ella, Stephanie, Gypsy, Leslie, Juan, Juanita, Clem, Brenda, Snake, and Weesh. The smell of lavender incense permeated the air. Charlie looked like some Eastern guru surrounded by his disciples. He smiled as I entered, then signaled for me to close the doors to the rest of the rooms. I did so, then sat down between Brenda and Snake, while Charlie started rapping about karma and how you can make any kind of trip you want, so long as you listen to your love, do what your love says, and don't avoid it by running from fear. We sang a couple of songs, then I passed out the acid. In the past, Charlie had generally taken less than the rest of us. He did this in order to maintain control and to orchestrate the scene. But that night, I'm sure he took the same dose as everyone else. 2 white double domes. We all dropped and within minutes started coming on. It was very strong acid. 1 tab would have been plenty. I was strumming the sitar when the acid seemed to kick me in the face. I felt my cheeks flush, the skin tighten around my eyes. The notes from the sitar sounded like semi-trucks rumbling through the center of the room. I glanced at Charlie. So did the others. We all saw the uncertainty in his eyes. He knew we were all in for a rough one. He asked Squeaky to get him a glass of soda water. She did, and he drank it down. But the look didn't leave his face, and it affected the entire group. Squeaky clung to Charlie's arm and tried to rest her head against him. "What are you doing?" "I'm hanging on to you." Charlie shook his head, then after a long silence said, "No, I'm hanging on to you." As he said this, I sensed the deeper implications of the remark. So did Squeaky. Charlie was being honest. He was clinging to Squeaky. She was virtually his number 1 girl. She'd been with him from the beginning. No one spouted his rap better than she did. No one was more committed to him. She not only took care of George, but because of her rank with Charlie, she was inspirational to the rest of the girls. No one made love to Squeaky but Charlie. Charlie did need her. He did cling to her, even though clinging to anyone was against everything he preached. But at that moment, it became all too clear, at least to me and to Squeaky. Charlie was telling the truth. He was hanging on. Squeaky freaked out. "No, no," she insisted. "I'm hanging on to you." Then she started flailing with both arms. Charlie grabbed her. "No, no, Charlie," she screamed. "It's not true." She bleated. "Yes, it is," he insisted. She rolled into the woodpile and started kicking. "Charlie, Charlie, it's not so." Charlie watched for a moment before kneeling beside me. "Look, man, you watch her. Whatever she does is on account of me." With that, he changed his clothes and left the house. Everyone sat there in a state of psychedelic shock. "Charlie, Charlie," they wailed. "Where's Charlie?" I didn't have time to ponder. Lynn was cutting herself on the woodpile. Her arms and legs were gashed and bleeding by the time I pulled her away and got on top of her. "Charlie, No! It's okay, Lynn. Quit fighting. Relax. I pushed her shoulders down. Her eyes were wide, the pupils dilated with hysteria. She looked into my eyes and started making strange faces, contorting her mouth in an almost demonic way. Unconsciously, I responded by making the faces back at her. It was an instinctive action, yet it seemed to calm her down. Every nuance of expression in her face seemed to register in mine. I felt it, until we were flashing expressions in some kind of bizarre facial language. Gradually, the spasms subsided. I relaxed my grip, trying to soothe her. It's okay, Lynn. Nice and easy. That's it. Then, without warning, she freaked out again, arching her back and kicking. Deep, guttural sounds emanated from her throat, sounds that were completely unintelligible. I muscled her down again and responded by making similar sounds, and once more we fell into a pattern of communication. Then her lower body began shaking, quivering in abrupt, spastic convulsions. Her legs twitched and flopped on the floor as though charged with electricity. I was exhausted. It took all my strength to keep her down. I was ready to let go when her foot struck Kim, who was lying beside us, sending a visible current of energy into his body. He began to twitch and convulse. Then he leaped up and raced into the bathroom. I heard a horrendous retching sound and the shattering of glass, followed by the flow of splashing water. Kim had pulled a sink out of the wall and had smashed the mirror. Moments later, he raced into the living room, screaming at the top of his lungs, "I'm the devil! I'm the devil!" I watched in horror as he crashed headlong through the front window and out onto the porch in a shower of glass. Everyone began screaming at once. "Charlie! Charlie! Where's Charlie?" By that time, Lynn had wiggled away and was again thrashing in the woodpile. Her clothes were half torn from her body. Her face and limbs were streaked with blood. But I just couldn't hold her any longer. Looking into her face had triggered my own reactive bank of subconscious impulses. I sat back and watched dumbly as she finally subsided in a quivering heap and began babbling to herself. "Charlie, Charlie." Then Kim came sailing through the window again and landed spread-eagled on the floor. He got up at once and began ripping the tapestries from the walls and smashing glass out of the remaining windows with the heel of his hand. Sadie, meanwhile, had rushed into the bedroom to protect Zizos and Pooh Bear. "Get out! Get out of here!" I heard her scream as Kim stormed into the room. I started for the bedroom as Kim bolted out again, still screaming. "Charlie, I'm the devil! I'm the devil!" I grabbed at him, but he tore free, then dove headlong into the fireplace. "Jesus, Kim!" I raced over, jerked him out of the fire, and rolled him onto the rug. His eyes were wild, bald, white, and webbed with lines of blood. "I'm the devil. I'm the devil," he gibbered. Hot coals burned on the rug. I glanced at Snake, and she brought some water from the kitchen to douse the coals. She seemed the only sane person in the room. Suddenly, Kim lurched away again and dove into the fire. Everyone around us was shrieking and freaking out. I yanked Kim out a second time and wrestled with him on the floor. Charlie, Charlie, I'm the devil. It took all my strength to keep him pinned, and when I moved momentarily to give Snake room to get by, Kim broke away a third time and plunged into the flames. It was then that everything seemed to slow down. Time became elastic and incalculable. I looked at Kim in the fire and saw all around his body, conforming to every contour, a glowing force field, an aura. It had occurred to me in flashes while struggling with him earlier that he was not getting cut or burned. Not even his hair was singed. His body was totally protected by this force field. For what seemed like an eternity, I watched him lying in the fire, the flames spitting and flickering up around him. His legs were drawn up to his stomach, his body immersed in smoke. When I finally reached in and pulled him out, I saw that the force field had protected my hands. They were unmarked. As Kim lay on the floor, his frenzy subsiding, I obeyed an impulse and reached into the fire and withdrew a small handful of glowing coals. I gazed at them, lying in my hands. They felt almost weightless, like a handful of dry cotton. I experienced sensation, but no pain. Then a thought jolted me. You idiot! You just burned the shit out of your hands! As this notion claimed my mind, I could see the force field starting to change shape. I could see blisters forming not on my hand, but on the aura itself, as though the blisters were working their way to the skin. As soon as I dismissed the thought, the aura returned to its original mirage-like shape. I tossed the coals back onto the fire as Charlie appeared in the doorway. Cool it. Cool it. The cops are coming. Instantly, all kinds of things raced through my mind. I knew I was in charge. I thought of orders to give. Hide the dope. Grab your clothes. Head for the trees. But each command as I spoke it became a question. What dope? We'd kicked over the table and scattered the contents all over the room. What clothes? They were ripped to shreds. If we ran for the trees, we might get shot. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't spoken any of these words, and that if we were arrested, we'd be sent not to jail, but to a mental ward. When I looked up, Charlie was gone, and I knew that there were no cops, that he'd yelled in an attempt to restore some order. I found myself suddenly with my hand around my cock, muttering, "Can't we just make love?" All around me, people were going berserk. Charlie, Charlie, where did Charlie go? Some of them were pummeling each other. Others were throwing pillows. Some were scratching and flailing on the floor like epileptics. It was complete and utter insanity. Charlie! Charlie! The refrain rang out. The words reverberated in my head. Charlie. Charlie. Yet I had been responsible for the scene. I had struggled to keep it from running completely amok. Charlie. Charlie. Pretty soon the name sounded absolutely foreign to my ears, like something from another language. Charlie, I muttered. Charlie? Who in the hell is Charlie? I flashed on the words. All is one. I am you and you are me. Then it struck me that no one else was standing. No one else even seemed real. I'm Charlie, I blurted. I am Charlie. The next thing I remember was slumping to the floor beside Snake. She'd put out the fires and had pulled Kim onto the couch. We sat with our backs against the couch, staring straight ahead. Stephanie and Ella were watching the fire. Clem was in one corner, his eyes half closed, fingering the sitar. There were bodies everywhere. With so much commotion, I hadn't really focused on my own mental processes. Yet, the instant I sat beside Snake, my mind began spinning like a projection reel. I saw countless past lives. I don't know if it was triggered by Kim's diving into the fire, but what I visualized was an eternity of death scenes. People expiring in fires, battles, countless wars. I saw limbs being lopped off, heads falling from the chopping block. I saw shootouts, drownings, collisions, all manner of death. For a time it seemed purely sadistic. Watching such carnage was no different from seeing the wind rustle the leaves. It was almost pleasurable. I watched it and it was all right. I watched it through the eyes of a cosmic and tranquil indifference. Yet I was watching myself. These people were me in past lives. Or perhaps all men in all lifetimes. With these scenes came the realization that the spirit feels no pain. That these deaths, as Charlie had said, were experiences in sensation, a form of transition. The spirit didn't die. Later, I would attribute it to all the raps on ego death, then letting go, which is what I did as I witnessed this slideshow of lifetimes. Moments later, I was seeing myself again, this time as a man in prison. Charlie had always rapped about the joint, what he'd learned there, what it was like. I realized that I had lived many lives as a prisoner. I saw myself in prisons and dungeons of all kinds. Some made of concrete and steel, some dry, some damp, some in the mountains, others by the sea, but inside they were all the same. Dark, oppressive, and somehow terminal. All this I viewed with Snake beside me. Once in the midst of it, I saw her reach for a cigarette. By the time she had it in her mouth, seconds later, I had lived out several episodes as a soldier. I'd seen myself in hand-to-hand combat with enemies of all colors and sizes, some on foot, some on horseback. Snake lit her cigarette and blew out the match. I put my head in her lap and closed my eyes. But I did not stop seeing this eternal story in my mind's eye. The Odyssey and the Inferno. It was endless and it was painless. Yet, paradoxically, I felt it deeply. At one point, hours later perhaps, I sensed myself returning to the void. I saw the void for what it was. A hole in the infinite. I saw it from all directions at once. I became total consciousness, experiencing perfect peace and absolute substance. The void was everything, yet it was nothing. It was solid, yet it was completely clear and open. There was the resolution of all paradoxes, boredom and exhilaration. It gave meaning to evolution, proved the wisdom of the inner quest. It revealed that self-awareness was meaningful, only in terms of the struggle to attain it. The process was to be savored. Wisdom is never absolute, except in the void. Life lies in its fluidity, in the process of change, suffering and joy, in an experience of the elements. It was near dawn, and the light of the new day was on the horizon. I sat beside Snake. Around us were 10 others, in aftermath of survivors. I looked at them all. Snake, Brenda, Gypsy, Ella, Katie, Sadie, Leslie, Squeaky, Kim, Stephanie. I saw in their faces the essence of humanity. I saw perfection. Each face was a masterpiece, sculptured in flesh and bone. I saw them as children. I saw them as devils. Their ears seemed slightly pointed, their smiles twisted into beatific yet demonic lines which portended the gamut of human feeling and expression. I saw life and death, the paradox of the void. I saw in their eyes compassion, love, and the inscrutable indifference of the cosmos. It was as if we all sat perched on the highest peak of awareness and could fall from there into light on one side and into darkness on the other. But at that moment, from the summit, we reflected perfection, all elements of our humanness and spirituality. It must have been around 10 o'clock when Snake brought me a cup of coffee, and I walked to the window and saw Charlie outside asleep under a eucalyptus tree. Chapter 10. The freakout changed my relationship to Charlie once again, though its impact at the time was more unconscious than conscious. While Charlie blamed the family and the uptight vibes at the ranch for the craziness which erupted, claiming that he had no need to go through such insanity just because we did, thereby justifying his own quick and convenient departure. It was clear that he had failed to confront his own uncertainties and fears. He had violated his cardinal rule. No one splits during an acid trip. In the meantime, I had unwittingly assumed leadership, moving from a role of passive submission to one of self-assertion. Both the choking scene and the freak-out were experiences I had learned from. I owed that to Charlie, or at least I believed I did. Charlie, on the other hand, had grown increasingly more frustrated. First, because the family scene was not coming together as he envisioned, and second, because of his failure to sell his music. He was divided within himself. On the one hand, he wanted a spiritual, communal life with the family, with nothing to do but make love. On the other hand, he sought success as a commercial entertainer and wanted to influence the world with his music. We all believed the trip to the desert would resolve things. Charlie urged us to psych up for the desert. We did. Most of us, anyway. All but Kim. For Kim, the freak-out proved a violent and impassioned swan song. Shortly thereafter, he left the family. 2 days after his departure, the bus returned from San Jose, and we began preparing for the journey. After completely rebuilding the engine, we bought new heavy-duty batteries, rewired the electrical system, and rigged up large adjustable outside mirrors. We loaded the cabinets with spare parts, tools, and an abundance of dried foods. The girls redecorated the interior, painting the dashboard and replacing the curtains. As we worked, Charlie's mood became buoyant. Cappy had described her grandmother's ranch as a veritable paradise of orchards, vineyards, and magical beauty. A place where we might realize our spiritual goals and truly come together. Soon, everyone was sharing Charlie's enthusiasm. When word got out that we were leaving, the wranglers began coming around to inspect what we'd done to the bus. Benny shuffled in one afternoon, sipping some Jack Daniels. "Looks like a friggin' whorehouse," he quipped, removing his hat. "Cops are gonna shit if they pull you over and peek in there." He had a point. The interior was lavish to the extreme. A 2-room salon with plush carpets, pillows, satin curtains, a low-hanging tassel-studded headliner, a gas stove, and a new refrigerator. We were ready. On the afternoon of October 31st, 1968, I observed Charlie sitting on the hillside above the ranch, smoking a cigarette. I waved at him and he waved back. Minutes later, it must have been about 4 p.m., he came down from the hill and sauntered into the ranch house, grinning. "Let's get on out of here." In less than an hour, everything was packed and loaded. Mattresses, blankets, clothes, musical instruments, food, supplies, 5 cases of Zuzus, a kilo of grass, and 50 tabs of acid. We all boarded the bus and Charlie fired up the machine. Tex cheered. "Listen to that baby hum." Charlie cackled and gave him a thumbs-up sign. Then he drove down the back row to the saloon and honked the horn. Squeaky and Juanita came running out and waved to us. We all waved back. They were to remain behind to keep an eye on George and the ranch. Charlie headed along the boardwalk, honking at Randy Starr, who was ambling across the road, carrying a saddle. "Keep a tight asshole, cowboy," Charlie shouted out the window. If Randy heard him, he didn't let on. We swerved to the left and bounced on down the rutted driveway along the corral gate towards Santa Susana Pass. That's when I spotted a jack-o'-lantern perched on top of a fence post and realized it was Halloween. We camped the first night in a canyon somewhere in San Bernardino County near the Cajon Pass. The following morning, we took off at sunup, driving north on Highway 395. The girls brewed coffee and served it with sweet rolls and donuts. The sun was bright, and the air began to clear as we drove deeper into the desert. The expansiveness of the terrain after so long in LA was a real rush. I sat up front beside Charlie, who was driving and smoking a cigarette. His hair was long and disheveled, hanging across his shoulders in twisted strands as he hunched over the wheel. He was ebullient as Snake handed him a cup of steaming coffee. He took a sip. "Out here," he said, swallowing, "we got breathing room. It's alive. The sun can get to you, and there ain't no hassles with cowboy motherfuckers and city rats. Look beyond that ridge. The way those clouds are, looks like Malibu surf." He enthused. "Yeah, here it's breathing, man. Here our music can breathe, and our love can breathe. Can you dig it? Hey, Paul, we should have come to the desert a long time ago." When we got to Ridgecrest, we turned west along the Argus mountain range to Trona, then down into the Panamint Valley. Everyone was at the windows, surveying the majesty of the landscape. The Panamints, 11,000 feet in some places, towered above the valley floor like craggy prehistoric beasts. The sun blazed off the land. Heat waves slithered along its surface. I could make out the timberline of pinon pine on the lofty face of the range. An incredible panorama. Gnarled fingers of basalt and granite seemed to cling to the valley floor, claws of sediment clutching at us as we droned through the vast immensity, singing songs and munching zuzus. Cappy had come up front to sit by Charlie and me to point out landmarks. Catherine Gillies was 17 and slightly overweight, with a cute pixie-like face and short flaxen hair. From the very beginning, she exhibited a strong commitment to the family scene. Charlie liked her. In time, she would become one of Charlie's most capable and sequacious followers, even after he was convicted of the murders. What exactly did you tell your grandmother? Charlie wanted to know. I just said me and some friends were gonna come up and stay at the ranch. But you didn't say how many, right? I just said some girls and me, mostly. What if she gets nosy, sends someone up to check? She won't. Any other places up there? There's that Barker Ranch. What's the story on that? I don't think anyone's there. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter. We'll check it out. Hey. Charlie grinned, putting his arm around Cappy. This is God's country out here. You know it. Cappy beamed. Hey, Paul, why don't you sing that song of yours about the crazy women in Peru? You know. Juan snapped his fingers. Yes, I like that song very much, too. Clem tossed me the guitar, and everyone clapped. Glancing at their faces, it was hard to imagine the freak-out ever happened. Sadie sat near the rear of the bus, nursing Zizos. Pooh Bear was asleep. Juan laid sprawled on the floor, a languorous grin on his face, his Stetson pulled over his eyes, a toothpick dangling from his mouth. The others sat huddled together beneath the satin canopy. Clem, Brooks, TJ, Ella, Stephanie, Weish, Bo, Juanita, Katie, Sandy, Brenda, Snake, and Tex. The windows were down. The heat was stifling. I took a sip of water from a canteen behind the seat, then sang the song. There was a song written by a high school friend, Rabbit McKee, one we'd sung together often before dropping out of school. I am just a stranger here. I come from down the road. I did not come to ask you all to help me share my load. I came to sing my songs for you and to tell you where I've been and maybe share a little time before I'm gone again. I was born in California at a very early age. My mother, she was beautiful. My father worked the stage. But I could not seem to go along with all they had in mind. So, at the tender age of 14 years, I left their house behind. Oh, I was free to put to sea, and it was 1962. So I went down a fishing tuna in the waters of Peru. Oh, the sun, it was so hot down there, it drove the women all insane. And soon the salt of the ocean of the 7 seas was flowing in my veins. Now I've seen the wall in Germany, and I've felt it in the South, and I've heard it said that freedom is just a rambling at the mouth. Yes, your masterminds and their dividing lines. Why, they're just a passing trend, 'cause freedom is a song of spirit written on the wind. It was late one afternoon by the time we drove through Ballarat, a one-store outpost in the middle of the valley floor. From there, we proceeded south, deeper into the valley toward Guller Canyon, where we would begin our ascent to the Myers Place. Once out onto the alluvial fan, we started a gradual climb toward the base of the wash. The road was strewn with loose rock and, in places, was barely visible. Juan, Weesh, Sandy, Snake, and Charlie climbed up on the front fenders while TJ drove. Everyone was singing and drinking soda pop we'd purchased at Ballarat. The valley was incredible, silent and timeless, with nothing around us but the towering monolithic walls of the canyon and an endless expanse of desert. I sat in the back. The bus weaved and swayed. The gold tassels hanging from the headliner danced and reflected in the sunlight. Suddenly, our vehicle seemed strangely appropriate for this desert pilgrimage, like riding on the back of a camel. I looked out the rear window at the rock formations, stark against the flat terrain. Joshua trees and mesquite grew in clumps along the base of the mountain. To the left, the salt flats were interspersed with poppies, cholla, and desert holly. From time to time, something alive scurried across the road. A jackrabbit, a kangaroo mouse, and once an animal that looked like a cross between a raccoon and a squirrel. Cappy called it a ringtail cat. Finally, we arrived at a plateau at the base of the canyon and parked beside the remains of an old ranch house. Only the foundations were visible. On the ground, scattered amidst the decomposition, were rotted Jeep tires, hubcaps, scraps of bleached canvas, and several whiskey bottles. "I don't think we better take the bus up, Guller," Cappy said, standing beside Charlie. "It's too rocky." "Yeah, looks like one mean-ass drive," Charlie concurred, gazing up the wash. "We'll park here and hike in. How long's it take to get up there?" 2 hours, maybe 3, if it doesn't get dark on us." So the first of many treks up Guller Canyon began. Sadie and Mary carried their infants strapped to their backs. The rest of us grabbed armfuls of supplies, bedding, food, jugs of water, and packs, and started up the wash. A wind from the south had put a chill in the air, and the sun was setting. Directly overhead, the clouds had elongated and turned crimson, appearing like disjointed entrails squeezed from the bowels of the sky. Within an hour, it was downright cold, and we all put on jackets and sweaters. I was hiking alongside Clem and Snake, with Cappy just in front of us. The others followed, scattered along the trail, some as far as a mile back. Halfway up, the canyon widened out, becoming green with clusters of mesquite. We filled canteens at a deserted one-room shack Cappy called the halfway house, then hiked beyond it onto the sloping flatlands where springs flowed in from the surrounding hillsides. The rock formations became less severe, more rounded. In the distance, the mountains looked like scoops of melting ice cream. We shouted down the canyon at the others, and they shouted back. At the top of the wash, we proceeded along a narrow road behind Cappy. She pointed out the Barker Ranch off to the right. a low-slung dwelling secluded behind a stand of wind-blown cottonwoods and fronted by a grape vineyard. But we didn't stop to check it out. Instead, we trudged another quarter-mile to the Myers Ranch. Cappy had not exaggerated. The surrounding property was lush with vegetation: salt cedar, tamaricks, fig, cottonwood, willow, and apple trees, and behind the house a rolling expanse of vineyards and wildflowers. The ranch house itself was small and unpretentious, with a fair-sized living room, 15 by 30, a fireplace, 2 small bedrooms, a tiny kitchen, and an outdoor bathroom just off the back porch. The foundations of the house were made of narrow-gauge railroad ties, taken years before from a defunct Epsom salts mine, then plastered over with stucco. It was a rustic, cozy little place, and we moved right in and built a fire before gathering around to eat zuzus and canned fruit cocktail. By 9 p.m., everyone was asleep. The following morning, we were all up at dawn. The girls made hotcakes and a huge vat of coffee, and we sat around the fire eating, while Charlie divided us into scouting parties. All morning we hiked the roads and trails through the mountains above the property. I went with Clem, Sadie, and Snake. Around noon we hiked to a promontory which towered over the ranch, and from which, to our right, we could look out upon the floor of Death Valley. To the right, the landscape fell away to the expansive, bleached white salt flats of the Amargosa Valley. We could see the thread-like road to Shoshone and to Copa, and beyond it, the highway to Las Vegas, the great American desert. 360 degrees of tortured, tumultuous, serene, and undisputed wilderness. We couldn't have chosen a more scenic and strategic location. Death Valley is starkly surrealistic. Ideas that would have seemed utterly inconceivable to me in West Los Angeles were perfectly understandable on a crystal clear morning from the peaks of the Panamint Mountains. The desert is a ready-made acid trip. Perhaps for that reason, the greatest visions of Indians and holy men have taken place on the desert. There has always been magic in the desert, and a good deal of myth surrounding the ambience of Death Valley. It has been called the hottest place on earth, devoid of animal life, vegetation, and water. Salt-infested pools and deadly gases, it has been said, fill the sands of the valley, together with quicksands that lie across the bottomless salt marshes. Mules, it was once claimed, were the only beasts who could withstand the infernal heat. Not true. There was always life in Death Valley. Animal life, vegetation, and human life. As a family, we came there looking for that life, an elemental life with which we had begun to lose contact. Death Valley actually forms but one part of the Great Basin of the Great American Desert, an incredible arid trough spread over thousands of square miles. There are thousands of streams within the basin, but not one of them ever actually reaches the sea. The valley itself is actually the sink of the Amargosa River. Most of it is below sea level. This is the land where the rivers are upside down, with stream beds on top and water beneath the sand and gravel. This phenomenon always perplexed Charlie, who, from the time we arrived, began speaking of a hole in the desert, which would lead us to water, perhaps even a lake, and a place to live. I remember days after we'd been in the desert several months when Charlie and I would walk the valley floor along the borax flats, dry lakes, alkali washes, and salt sinks, looking for the hole, the subterranean world, a cave, a place where we might take the family and make our home when the shit came down. The idea of a hole was by no means a completely crazy one, since all water which flows into the valley, only to emerge elsewhere as springs out of pure bedrock, must go someplace. The entire mystique of subterranean worlds, infinite space, magical mystery tours, I am you and you are me, no sense makes sense, and so on, was much more palatable in the desert ambience. The cosmic vacuum of the desert was a perfect place to program young minds. Shortly after noon that first day, everyone gathered at the top of Goler Canyon at the Barker Ranch. Barker's, though less spacious than the Myers place, was also built in the midst of dense oasis-like vegetation. At the time we arrived, it was in a general state of disrepair, and the vineyards had all gone to seed, growing in a tangle around the house and up the latticework along the walls. It had a small living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a good-sized kitchen. It did not have a fireplace or electricity and relied on heat from a custom-made oil drum stove, complete with small burners and an oven. Off to the right of the main ranch house was a bunkhouse made of railroad ties, which reminded me of the outlaw shacks at Spawn's. In general, the Barker place was funkier, more weather-beaten, and somehow more conducive to the scene we had going. The place had completely deserted except for an amiable, bow-legged desert rat and one-time prospector named Ballarat Bob, who sometimes slept there while wandering around the Panamints. Charlie was still paranoid about staying at the Myers place with so many people, particularly since Cappy's grandmother was under the impression they were all girls. When he asked old Bob if he thought we might move into the Barker place, the old geezer said he thought so, but that it might be a good idea, just for the record, to speak with the owner, Ma Barker, who lived down the valley at Indian Springs. Charlie agreed, and the next morning he and I hitched back down the wash and drove to Indian Springs to talk to Ma Barker. We found her easily enough in a small, weather-tight cabin, surrounded by a flaccid chain-link fence. She lived alone most of the time, and that morning was seated on her front porch, dozing with a newspaper in her lap. Charlie wasted no time in laying his rap on the gray-haired, grizzled old gal. It's like Paul and me are musicians, you know. We done some music with the Beach Boys, and now we need solitude to do our music. Get our own gig together. Up there on that mountain at your ranch, well, it's about as pretty a place to compose music as I've ever seen. Right, Paul? And if we get lucky and sell some stuff, who knows? We might all get rich. The old woman nodded, rocking back and forth in her chair, her eyes half closed. A scrawny Siamese cat purred at her feet. Like George Spawn, she looked listless and torpid, but she hadn't missed a thing. She said she was more than willing to let us stay at the ranch, so long as we kept her place in order and fixed what needed fixin'. "Why, sure," she said as we were leaving. "That's fine. You just take care of my property and do some good songs. That'll be fine." Charlie thanked her again and gave her a Beach Boys' gold record. Then we split back down the Panamint Valley, stopping at Ballarat to buy soda pop. During Charlie's rap with Ma Barker, I'd picked up the Las Vegas paper and had noticed a reference to a racial incident in Haight-Ashbury. The article stated that a San Francisco policeman had recently shot and killed a 16-year-old black kid who had allegedly pulled a gun on him. I took notice of the story only because the location of the shooting, just off Fillmore, was 1 block away from a place I had crashed at in the summer of 1967. I mentioned the article to Charlie as we drove through the valley toward Goler Wash, drinking our pop. "Dig it, man," Charlie said, gesturing with one hand while steering the bus with the other. "This shit can't go on forever with Blackie. Pretty soon he's gonna revolt and start kicking Whitey's ass. I've seen him building up for years. It was bad enough at Watts in San Francisco, but now they wasted that jive-ass Martin Luther. Well, that's a heavy number, man. I mean, you gotta figure Whitey's karma's gonna turn one of these days. It's just a matter of time. The heavy dudes, though, are the Muslims. I've seen those cats in jail. They sit back real stoic-like and watch and stay cool, you know? But they'll be the ones who bring the shit down. Yeah, it's gonna come on down hard. A full-on war. And when it does, we're gonna be glad we're out here. The trouble with Blackie is he wants to fuck all the white women, turn all the white babies brown." Charlie jettisoned the empty can out the window. "That brings a lot of shit his way. I mean, it was never meant that the races get mixed. That's what fucks everything up. That's what makes Whitey mad. But it won't do any good 'cause it's Blackie's turn. His day, you know. Hey man, we don't want any part of that. It would destroy our whole scene." I didn't pay too much attention to Charlie's racial rap. It sounded pretty far-fetched. I knew he didn't like blacks. But with the exception of an occasional offhand slur or an old prison joke, he never really said much about Blackie. I never dreamed that in time the notion of a racial war between Blackie and Whitey would become the core of Helter Skelter. It was dark by the time we got back up to Goler Canyon, parked the bus, and started our hike up to the ranch.